因为我上一次在捷杯的成绩不是特别的满意吧，来到3排，来到我的领域，准备大展身手。我的队友 SS 是一个非常厉害的逆红叶玩家，在我看来他是国一红叶啊。他的打法风格属于是那种不会放过一个机会。然后小雨的话，主要是负责一个打手的位置，就是我们需要什么帮助，他一定能在第一时间出来帮我们。
这次进入捷杯的感受的话，就想拿个冠军，证明一下自己是真正的天下无敌前锋手。我们队伍是现在的话是由5个人组成的，3排是有小虎、陈贤之、一棵草，还有月光。陈贤之的话就是补完2、3号位的，然后小虎的话就是补完1、2号位的。月光和一棵草的话，现在都是团队里面主玩无成的，就专精一个英雄。
毕竟是世界赛，也是1年1度嘛，肯定是尽这1年所有的努力啊，不让自己失望吧。一个是我们队伍的指挥小李，他主要负责指挥和1号位；另外一个是叶然，他主要是劳模嘛，他单排和3排都打。
因为上一次的经验，参加大赛的时候会更加沉稳一点。我2个队员 AS 是 S1单排联赛的亚军嘛，他的打法就是特别的凶悍，不给人家一点活路。然后本初呢，就是属于特别稳重的一个选手，是在我们战队常年担任3号位这个位置，然后能帮助我更好的下达一些决策上的指令。
过了1年，我觉得包括我还有我的队友变化都很大。我队友是东星九还有长叶，然后东星九他是上一届劳模，他打了很多场比赛，然后个人实力很强。长叶主要玩妖刀姬，然后我觉得跟我的逆红叶配合很好，技术也很好，我们俩总能打到一起去。
我们队伍还有另外2位选手，一位是雕哥的大佛，数1数2啊，还有一位是 ZK， 世界第一 ZK， 他以前是玩无尘位的，现在他变了，他像 C 了，他现在玩妖刀了。好，请大家期待一下 ZK 的妖刀。
队伍里还有2个是14和瓦风，14主玩的是逆红叶和天海，瓦风主玩的是妖刀姬月山。
我的队友小新是主玩逆红叶的嘛，然后也是跟我差不多一样，就是打1号位置的位置。然后辉仔是一个固定玩3号位的，就是打无尘，然后加蓝这种位置。
我们队伍能够晋级捷杯的原因，我感觉没有什么特别大的原因，就1个字：强。
我们这个战队是重新组的嘛，总体来说是每周都有在进步，所以在捷杯预选赛上，我们能有这样的表现，是在意料之中的。
自从第4双周打完之后，都比较刻苦训练吧，然后就为了能进捷杯，还有总决赛能打好。
第1天打得还挺好的，然后第2天想着是稳定发挥就能进嘛，然后第2天的表现就是差强人意，后面最后1局的时候就是还是把握住了机会，然后进了捷杯嘛，还是挺开心的。
捷杯对我的意义就是最高的荣誉，还有最多的钱。
对我来说是一个非常大的比赛吧，非常国际化的一个比赛吧。然后我很喜欢这种国际赛事。我们队里3个人其实都在朝着 FMVP 的奖杯去冲刺，大家都想要拼一拼、抢一抢。那其实在我看来，这个奖杯非我莫属。
这次奖杯拿走吧。
个人目标就是捷杯冠军加捷杯 FMVP。
击败最多的人成为5神，然后拿到 FMVP 双收，再加一个捷杯冠军。
对于我个人来说，那肯定是希望夺冠，但是对于我们团队来说，我们可能还需要进步，所以我们的目标可能就是前3。
前3吧，是吧？
冠军和 FMVP。
我觉得我们这个分组的话，只要正常发挥，就是大家的潜力都其实很大。
因为 B 组有第2赛季的联赛冠军积极 ，YAG 的话就他们一直大大小小的比赛打下来，他们基本成绩都会在前面，都挺稳定的，所以他们也挺厉害的。
我们 队伍现在分到了 C 组，然后我觉得 C 组和包括 A 组都是那种运营中带点打架的，然后 B 组的话可能就是决赛圈会人数比较多一点。如果 A、C 组分到一起的话，中期可能会打很多架。
我觉得死亡之组应该是 C 组吧，毕竟 C 组有Fun Plus，
节奏会加速吧，因为回阳镜肯定是有队伍会进去的，输的队伍，因为他在那个回阳镜输的话，他也会找人自爆，有可能会加速游戏的一个节奏。
世界赛嘛，然后跟我们的联赛会有不一样的选手啊，比如说一些国外的那些选手他们的，然后跟他们较量一下。
这在世界赛中，我还是比较关注自己的中国大陆赛区，因为只有知己知彼，才能百战不殆。我感觉我们中国大陆赛区应该是最强的一个赛区了。
世界赛的话，其实我一直都是以自己超越自己为目标。最想交手的话是越南的 TM 队吧，
越南赛区的 TM 吧。
在别的赛区当中，我最关注越南的战队 TM，
最关注的就是自己赛区的 Fun Plus、知己这些，他们就很明显是两个风格的战队，一个是偏重运营，一个偏重打架。
没什么想交手的队伍，只想击败所有队伍。
让你们见识一下国营鸟的威力吧。
千万不要被我们当兵捕掉了。
只要我在了飓风课，你们就别想拿到反文符。
你们全都是小石头，这次节杯我会将你们一一移走，
让 MPL 的队伍来给你们上上强度。
好好学习，天天向上。
没关系，全场我来做点。
哎，陈宇老师，那个节杯最近要开始了，节杯有什么说法吗？
抱歉，同学，你可真是问到点儿上了。不过我们上课时间不可以戴皮肤头套，请使用原皮。
Hello， 大家好，我是刀一辉，今天来听陈宇老师讲课。
好的，那我们就赶紧一起来看看这一次节杯的版本情报吧。那么在2022年的11月17号，我们终于迎来了永劫无间的奇巧赛季，而2022年的 NBWC， 也就是我们的节杯世界赛，也同步使用现在的奇巧赛季的游戏版本。
老师，请问这次的节杯版本和以前有什么不同吗？
那差距可比较大了。首先，我们要先聊聊新增的局内玩法——回阳镜。
哦，那是什么呢？
那是在前2轮飓风课刷新的时间，战场中会出现若干至阳之门，与之交互可进入回阳镜，在其中击败唯一的对手，即可获得优于当前轮次飓风课中的装备及物资奖励。例如我们比赛中选手们经常争夺的朱雀之力、玄武之力、青龙之力，都可以通过这样的1v1或者3v3的正面对抗获胜，来获得比普通飓风课更高额的福利。胜者可获取飓风课，具体的奖励如下：单排模式，第1轮回阳镜，胜者飓风课奖励朱雀之力、玄武之力任选其一，随机极品武器以及其他当前轮次飓风课中的装备道具。第2轮回阳镜胜者飓风课奖励玄武之力，随机极品武器以及其他当前轮次飓风课中的装备道具。3排模式，第1轮回阳镜胜者飓风课奖励青龙之力、朱雀之力、玄武之力任选其一，随机极品武器以及其他当前轮次飓风课中的装备道具。第2轮回阳镜胜者飓风课奖励青龙之力、玄武之力任选其一，随机极品武器以及其他当前轮次飓风课中的装备道具等等。所以只要能在回阳镜中获得胜利，收益将会是非常高的。
老师，那如果我拼刀没拼过怎么办？
如果在回阳镜中博弈失败了的话呢，那么战败的选手和队伍将会进入阳虚状态，但保留所有装备和道具，需要返魂后在外面与其他人开战，并且必须要胜利吃到返魂花才可以继续存活，或如果在阳虚结束前未吃到返魂花，战败者将会被直接淘汰。战败者复活后会给予满怒气的增益。
那阳虚状态的时间是多久呢？
阳虚状态为270秒，也就是4分30秒。
所以这段时间就是战败或者自爆最后的机会了吗？
没错，无论是获胜还是战败，回阳镜还是非常值得去放手一搏的。
那这个改动对单排或者3排有什么影响吗？
那肯定非常大呀！你没有发现最近选手们都开始练起击残海了吗？那么我们先来说说单排。那进入回阳镜的战斗时间一共是60秒，而击残海的大招就有40秒，所以火男是一个非常必不可少的主角。 再来说说三排，最近出了一个新的3变阵容，火南岩猎猪加天海加月山，很多战队都在练习祭沧海。加上因为回阳镜的特殊机制，对无尘的大招斗转星移有一定的限制，所以其实对妖红尘或者杀红尘这类阵容有一定的影响。可能战队的战术不会以去争夺回阳镜收益作为战术路线。那么不管是回阳镜内的飓风客还是回阳镜外的飓风客，都做了一些调整。比如说青龙之力原来的额外减免25%，给了玄武之力。那么朱雀之力的时间也下降到了210秒，也是相对有了一个平衡的调整。而且最近永劫无间也是更新了昆仑虚地图的区域，昆仑虚地图上还会刷新平虚门，进入平虚门就会进入密室，资源非常的丰富。平虚门总共有3个，相信选手们也一定会利用平虚门创造出各种各样的名场面，值得我们期待一下。当然，昆仑虚是火罗国的最后一块地图拼图，也有非常多的故事彩蛋哦。其中有一个被玩家发现的昆仑虚彩蛋，通过平虚门让我们从昆仑虚的91殿传送到了一个叫灰的大殿中。感兴趣的同学可以去找找这个地方哦。
那这次劫碑我们会使用新武器棍子吗？
本次劫碑呢不会使用新武器棍，所以喜欢棍的同学和我们一起来期待 S3的联赛吧。
那老师还有哪些变动吗？
接下来还有一些对比赛战局较大的调整，比如说我们都知道比赛中保持革命的火种是非常重要的，而此次所有模式的货郎售卖返魂符数量调整到了3个，单排返魂扣除时间调整至第1次暗域蔓延结束，而且现在是移除了宝库中极品近战武器以及完美魂域攻击的掉落，也就是说影响最大的3排比赛返魂复活的可能性大大增加了。而单排是落地价的时间，各位同学需要尽量控制在第1次暗域蔓延结束前。也就是说，这一次的劫碑整个比赛和游戏的容错性都大大提高了。再说一次，这个变动和天人之战都是一样的，所以也非常适合大家看完比赛后自己上分哦。
好的，原来是这样。快8点了，我也是时候回去上分了。
哎，等等，我们还没下课呢。好的，那说了这么多，我们也该下课了。感谢这次带着抱歉头套版的刀哥来到这里，跟我们一起跟大家科普这次乞巧赛季的新内容。当然还有很多更细节的内容更新，比如武器加强啊，或者一些英雄技能的相对削弱。感兴趣的同学可以去我们的赛事官网看看哦。
那么最重要的劫碑小组赛12月2号正式开打，
请大家一定要在下午4点锁定我们的各大直播间平台，观看我们的劫碑小组赛，为你喜欢的选手和支持的赛区应援吧。
看我如何选虐海外的冒牌，不对，说到冒牌火男，只是我自己的，不行。看我如何选虐海外的冒牌火男吧。
那么今天的节目到这里就全部结束啦，感谢大家的观看，劫碑我们不见不散啦，拜拜，
拜拜。
都看不见手卡，刀哥不知所措。相赛事官网更新啊！你要说什么？你要抓眼珠子，你要抓人家眼珠子。
This time is the most significant challenge we have faced since we have been playing professionally. The competitive level of all the international teams is very high, especially the ASEAN region. They're like super coordinated and really good, but we're also in the best shape we've ever been.
For like players, teams, and just action and volume pink. I can't make his name out.
Yeah.
How quick they're moving around. Zay though is looking to get himself a second kill for volume pink.
I'm looking forward to clash with them on the stage.
世界赛其实最大的不可控因素就是未知，对其他赛区战队的未知，所以我们不会轻敌，稳扎稳打的应对每一场比赛。
闪掉了，看一下梦游这边倒了，在这边半径有没有机会？
又打一个，1打1，1打1，一个百列出，半径这边血量很低，看一下正不正？不正，旋风斩出，直接大力出奇迹，
四刀花了，
哇，
必然被震了。
世界赛的战斗号角已经吹响，而我们已经准备好了。
Chúng tôi là đội mạnh nhất tại Việt Nam, nhưng mà chúng tôi muốn hơn thế. Chúng tôi muốn trở thành đội đầu tiên vô địch LVWC tới từ thế giới. Chúng tôi sẽ làm tốt nhất điều đó có thể đạt được điều đó.
Có những câu trả lời như tạo ra khả năng mà khá khó chịu của bên phía của VNTC. Tổng Telecom cũng đã được đạt tới được position rồi. Thẳng bằng The Raven. Tuy nhiên đây là một tiếng quay đại đào ba chạm không khiến cho Sách rồi. Đó là vị trí của Asmon phải nằm xuống rồi.
那些小看我们队伍和赛区的人，和我们交手以后就会发现，你们大错特错了。
机会被吹起来了，自由了，但是他被吹了，
又被吹，人家直接刷了这个血量，直接见底。同时要去看起来大绝，这边想要跑，但是撞到墙壁。
成败顺其自然，但求不留遗憾。
距离去年的捷杯已经过去很久了，我们也变得不一样，一切的坚持只为这一刻的不朽。
拿那个血线，赶紧来到坡上，规避一下对方的输出，正面单抓 AS，
没关系，没关系，队友这个是完全能保的，这个血线完全，哎呦，这波怎么秒了？这伤害进武器太夸张了，
新手双抓。
这次的冠军是我们唯一的目标，我队还有这一届的武神。
I was defeated in last year's NBWC and doubted myself for a while, but I eventually picked myself up again. Those who are arrogant will fall, and those who are strong inside will rise.
Within the space, as it looks like King and them will be able to push in here. Poobie try hard, trying to see if they can do something. Is able to get a massive elimination here. Let's see if they can close this out and go for that finish elimination. It looks like they will be able to, cornering them inside.
I've failed here before, and I will get back up here again.
去年离捷杯的冠军宝座只有一步之遥，但现实就是差之毫厘，失之千里。用了1年的时间来锻造我们自己，现在是时候见真章了。这会是有史以来最精彩的比赛。
C2把控制下，主要是冷静的血线不高。小伟来了，
小伟来了，开打了！
有好多人，全场安静，秒一个。
带头的
冷静，
是的。
OC 也变成残边，被风吹了的。是的，而这边藤井树回头找到 LYD，LYD 虽然有正义把刀，回头再打一个，难道他要1v3吗？
哎呀，比较难。
เราดีใจมากที่ได้ทำตามความฝันบนเวทีระดับโลก โดยปกติแล้วเราต้องการที่จะพัฒนาและก้าวหน้าต่อไป ตอนนี้ถึงเวลาที่จะเริ่มบทเรียนใหม่แล้ว พวกเราพร้อมที่จะสู้
Ning on squad 6. Oh, now we see the Ning ult coming out. FA going for a mad scramble here. Does not want to get stunned and loves. Gets saved by Olivier. Their beautiful stuff here. Is it all for naught?
只有胜者才有权利决定赛场上什么是对的，什么是错的，以全新的面貌登上最大的世界舞台，赢到最后才是真正的赢家。
是的，在旁边的一个赤点无名反而是帮他打出了一波控制，直接 RD 的 Water 来到了他的手里，
双抓了，
拍下去 ，Water 直接倒了。本来而且 AOW 这边好像也是折损。
冠军的甜头，我们还想再尝一次。
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen, what can I say? Like I said, we talk about the production all the time when it comes to Naraka Blade Point, and mwah, do they produce for an absolute hell of a show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Naraka Blade Point, the World Championship. I am your host, DAY4, and I'm accompanied by my main man, the person that started this with me since the beginning, Rune Keeper TV. Rune, how you feeling today? You've been at it for a minute. You've been here before. I was just here yesterday, so I missed out on a lot of the action here, but how's your experience been so far?
Look, it's been incredible. We talked about it before coming in here. We've been talking about it the last couple of days during the World Championship, of course. And what I'm talking about in particular is the meta change, right? You know, of course, Z-Ping getting some much needed nerfs has opened up the floodgates for solos. We've seen games go and be finished by zone 3 or 4 when typically we have like 14 people left alive going into zones 5 and 6. You know, of course, the realm of Yang being such a huge change up in between solos and trios in general, forcing teams to go out. You're literally on a time limit. You're on a 4-minute time limit. You have to go out and you have to kill somebody, period. And then on top of that, people can also deny you that safety net where you eliminate somebody if they just slide in and pop that soul bloom essence out from underneath of you and go, hey, you might have got the kill, but you didn't get the important part. And then once again, you're back on that timer, and it's forcing these very, very intricate, increasingly interesting fights, right? Where before we see a lot of these teams play very safe. They don't want to overcommit to too much.
Right.
And now you have these teams that have no choice but to commit. That 4-minute timer, 4 minutes seems like a very long time. In terms of things like when we had Z-Ping in the meta before, watching one fight for 4 minutes felt like it drug on forever. But all of a sudden, now we see these teams that are on a 4-minute timer where it's do or die, and that 4 minutes seems to go by in the snap of a finger, where these teams are so desperate to make things happen.
Here's what's funny though, is seeing the amount of teams that really do scramble, in the sense that, yes, you are right. In those next couple of minutes that they have, that 4-minute time slot, it becomes a very desperate fight. And casting from yesterday's situation in terms of solos, there was a lot of people like knowing that certain people were just trying to get into a fight, and you could see the desperation in certain players in terms of how they pushed aggressively. And the other teams are just like, nah, I know what you want. You're not going to get it. I'm going to go this way, and I'm going to make you work for it. And that was amazing to see. As we're going to look at the overview here, we said it before, it wasn't very, very forgiving in our solos, but obviously in our trios, it's a little bit different. Top 3 points for 2nd and 3rd place, and obviously that 5 ranking points, which is massive, including with the 1.4 multiplier. It's definitely going to be helpful, but these will be for the next 6 for our group stages. And I mean, look at the prize pool though for our trios, 1.1 mil. I'm sorry, excuse me. And check this out. This is the one thing that we found out from yesterday that I actually didn't realize. Even just you getting a dub for that game gets you 2,400 bands. That is amazing enough. So let's say you do end up catching a little bit of some stuff as well here. Let's say you do end up in that top 10. You still get those dubs each time. So I'll tell you what, after seeing what happened yesterday with OUG's The King, he racked in some bread getting 3 dubs, 2 back-to-back, and then he ends up getting a 4th one in game number 5. So he earned some bread. And so did Wang Liang getting a dub in game 1 and game 6.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to take a look here at our groups. Today, it's groups A and C going head-to-head, and there's a lot to look forward to in groups A and C, as we have Fun plus Phoenix and OUG concluding in group C, which is going to be absolutely massive. These are 2 teams that everybody has their eyes on in terms of this competitive World Cup. 2 teams that could easily walk away the overall champions. And we got to talk about Team Orion from NA that's going to be competing. Of course, Tryhard, a fan favorite from NA, who's been doing very, very well for himself in solos, also competing in trios with Team Orion, and it's going to be their first chance to put some points up on the board today. And I know many, many people are going to be cheering for them. It's going to be interesting to see if Tryhard and his team can replicate the success that Tryhard saw in solos. But we're taking a look at the overall standings right now, and it's YZG, GG, and WBG, 3 of the big CN teams holding on to those first 3 place positions. But we got to talk about Team TM from Vietnam. This team is a team that very quickly during day 1 of trios captured my heart. Their playstyle is so clean and methodical. The way they punish mistakes is absolutely insane. If you step out of position from your team group in trios in front of TM for even a second, they will instantaneously punish you for it and leave your team down a man. And they did that time and time again. We watch them typically in trios. It's points of 3, right? You're cleaning up whole teams at one time and you're like, okay, we're at 3 points. We're at 6 points. We're at 9 points. We watch TM climb to tops of lobbies 1 point at a time. They would just slide into the edge of huge fights, find one player, clean it up, back off, reset, slide in, find another player that steps out of position, clean up that elimination, slide back out, and do it over and over again. It's the most methodical, clean play style we have ever seen in competitive, and TM is a team to watch. Speaking of teams to watch, we're taking a look at all of the teams back here backstage in Singapore. They're going to be competing today, and there's some awesome teams to be talked about for sure. It is going to be a crazy day. Dalby, I'm ready. Go ahead and start game 1. Let's go. I want to see this action.
Keep the same energy and the same hype as we're going to get ready to lock in for our game 1 of trios. There's still a lot coming into this next one, but like I said, I'm excited. I saw a lot of the solo stuff yesterday. It was absolutely amazing, and I can only imagine how in depth and how insane these trio comps are going to be, knowing the changes and how powerful those comps are going to be. Obviously, the comps in terms of just the normal monks are still going to be very viable, and they're going to be just as visible as we've seen before. But this time, it's going to be switched up. It's going to be a little bit different, and some people are going to have some advantages here just because of what they're used to. Now, team comps are going to be very important here as XCG in the top 6. Average kills of a 6.2 and the average damage of 25,000. 50% of the top 5. That means this team has been putting in work. XCG has been putting in a stellar amount of work, and obviously you see Yorihime, Wushen, and Viper still a very hardcore picks for this team. They've done a lot, and they've still kept the same median going for a lot of this action that they have been putting together. And like I said, they've done a fantastic job of it. So let's see if they're going to keep the same momentum pushing in. But man, I'm excited, man. Like I said, I can only imagine how these first games are going to go of trios, knowing how it was the first time. Now, here's the question, and this is just something just not only for me to learn, but also the people at home, since it's still new. The Realm of Yang is still in trios. So question is the Realm of Yang a 3v3 still? Or is that also a 1v1?
So Realm of Yang in trios is way interesting, right? It's how many ever members of your team make it inside the portal. And this is very, very important. We actually saw Team TM suffer from this particular rule earlier on in one of their games, I do believe game 2. They slide up to a Realm of Yang, trying to get into said Realm of Yang, and another team's waiting in a bush nearby and pops out. And after one of their members slide in, they solo out one of the other 2 members and are able to keep them from getting to the portal, so that that person has to fight them 1v3 and dies. The other 2 get into the portal, and it would have been a 3v2, but the other team didn't make it into the portal fast enough. But what they did do was they stalked that portal until the other 2 players came out, and then it became a 3v2 after they escaped the portal with the loot that they got from said Realm of Yang. Is a very interesting interaction to see. Very smart play from the enemy team as well, as they were not only able to deny them that one person, but when they came back out, they chased the team down, let them resurrect the player again, and were able to secure a second kill from said player. They started farming that team after introducing a little bit of chaos, and they just weren't able to make it back into the game in that particular instance. Speaking of making it into the game, we're getting ready to lock in for game number 1, and there's a little something I want to make note of here for all of my solos lovers. Tomorrow has been pushed back. Tomorrow there will be no championship. There will likely be some reruns running, but you will be able to catch those solo games on the 8th. So the 6th has been moved to the 8th. Make sure you mark it on your calendars. But let's take a look here at these team comps here. And no surprises here, seeing a lot of those Transformer comps come through. A little bit of a change up today from the first day of trios, however, whereas these Transformer comps were back to running the more traditional Transformers comp with Kurumi over Tumulk. A lot of these teams opting to bring Tumulk back into the Transformers comp today. We're going to see how well that serves them, as typically Tumulk not as great inside the Realm of Yang as Kurumi has been at supporting these Transformer comps to be able to take the win. In almost every instance where we saw two Transformers comps go head-to-head during day one, if the team had Karumi and the other team had Tumulk, the Karumi team came out on top every single time. So interesting to see these teams going back to those Temmie picks. And then, of course, more with a very interesting pick here with Viper, Temmie, Wu Chen. Going to be interesting to see how that combo works out. But Dobby, tell me about where these teams are landed.
Oh man, so the spread is massively wide and definitely a lot more wider than I'm used to here seeing for our usual comps for trios. Obviously, there's still going to be some of the similar teams, but surprisingly, two teams very close by. It looks like WBG will be headed all the way towards Silside Temple. It looks like one team is headed straight towards Shadow Jade and landing front and center. We have one team right on the back stretch back uphill of Celestra, but nobody on the inside of it. We have 17JL all around that widespread circle of Lake Yellowleaf. But it looks like there's at least two teams headed towards Wreckage Plains and near Victims Haven and Zest Winery, one of those very popular spots that a lot of our solos and trios have been landing consistently. But let's hope that they're able to get in here, get some weapons, and get the games going, because sometimes these teams immediately start fighting and some of them don't have anything. As we're looking at Fun plus Phoenix immediately pumping in with going against TM here as Yin trying to see if he can get anything, but look at, he doesn't have anything to his name, as TXJ is going to be able to pop the first Yoda Hime ulti, immediately coming through and getting any form of elimination immediately off the rip, at least clacking down on one. Sadly, TM is going to force to back off. They do end up getting some loot. Looks like one of them ended up getting looks like they got a long sword, one's got a bow, the other one's got dual blade, so at least they got something. But obviously losing your first teammate, definitely something you do not want to do in the very first section of the game. Meanwhile, back on WBG and Sleepwalker and the rest of their team going at it with the VLD as the first parry happens immediately off of the rip. Loves trying to see if he can pop the ulti, but loses just in time. So sadly will not be able to pop it just in the nick of time, as Sleepwalker is going to be able to shut that down. And so does Jing being able to come through, but 17JL is going to surprise them right on the backside, popping that ulti immediately, trying to slow down their movement, but it's just too far to the right. And obviously the rest of them impact immediately is going to start folding again as Jing goes down, and Ben Shu is going to have to pick up the slack, obviously getting that first elimination. And now PP and the rest of the team trying to scramble to get any form of something, as AS is going to pop the first monk of our game, trying to see if they can get any form of grabs. Just misses the first one here, as he's going to scramble to get one, and he does end up clutching one. Sleepwalker gets grabbed, thrown, sliced, shot down in his prime, and obviously they're going to do the same thing for a CC as well. And 17JL is going to clean up, clean sweep, get their reward, and keep moving.
Yeah, what a great third party there from 17JL. As we move over now, the action going on between VL and Ace. VL, a team that struggled extremely hard during day one of trios here, looking to come back in and make some changes here. But unfortunately, we are seeing them on the back foot here as Aces completely overwhelms them in what looks like a third party. Because if you notice, there's also a body of Team Moore to the left here, and it looks like Ace slid in while Moore and VL were going head to head here, and find themselves a very clean third party and move to 6 eliminations to jump to the top of the leaderboard. Now turning our attention back to Fun plus Phoenix, giving chase over here to team BBE. VVV waiting for the rest of their team to press up here, using that bounty on their head as bait to bait BBE into a bad situation. And here we go. We're going to see BBE up top here on VVV. VVV almost eliminated immediately. A single hit is all it's going to take. They do not land the stun either, as they are too afraid to push in with that one tick of HP. Fun plus Phoenix trying to bait BBE into a bad situation, baits themselves into a bit of a bad one, but they do find AZ Bond caught out and are able to capitalize on it. Snack now stuck to the side here in a Bane's Breath that is not their own, and BBE is completely split up due to this teamwork from Fun plus Phoenix. Fun plus Phoenix coming in with the F2 here, able to capitalize and pick up another kill onto BBE, and BBE with a single player left remaining alive. This team, of course, holding on to a bounty means that Fun plus Phoenix can use it to reverse bounty him, and there's no place Rathin can hide here as the full might of Fun plus Phoenix collapses onto him.
Meanwhile, Fun plus Phoenix still has that full advantage of their Bane's Breath here. Still got 15 seconds left on the clock, but I highly doubt anybody is really going to try to rush into this. Meanwhile, BLD is going to be fighting this out with NV. It looks like they found their first target, and that it might be possibly Loves, but they're on the inside here, so that advantage is going to be a little bit interesting for them as they're outside of the front, and Mr. BK ends up getting sent outside as the Tumult ult comes through and slows down the movement, as BK is going to get caught inside of it, slowing down and losing sight, and sadly does end up getting clopped out. Unfortunate. Meanwhile, Uyaji looks like he's going to be able to find his ulti as well here, trying to see if he can find it. He's by himself here, so he's going to have to either run away or fight this out, but it doesn't look like he's going to try to fight this out, but it looks like Loves is going to be able to pop his ulti, and he's going to make it a lot harder for him, but sadly, Uyaji might end up getting eliminated out of this one here. Trying to scramble to get out, either that or create some type of damage for these teams, but they are absolutely putting in work. Do you remember when this character first came out and the moment that ult came out, everybody ran for the hills? Now look at how these players are playing. The amount of aggression coming in and not caring that his ult is there. They're like, no, we're just gonna get right up in your face. We're gonna put in this work. We're gonna get in this action, and we're not gonna let you leave.
You know, he suffers the same thing that the Monk does, right? He kind of needs support for him to do the thing. If he's up against multiple numbers, there's really not a whole lot he can do. You just have to not be grouped standing on top of each other, and you're able to capitalize and just pump damage onto him. And he's very, very slow, right? You think about those sweeps and you're like, yeah, if you get hit by that, you can just get juggled. The problem is there's actually a huge amount of time between every one of those sweeps. You just wait for him to throw one, and then there's about 1.5 seconds where you can just pump out damage freely with no worries whatsoever. Speaking of pumping out damage freely with no worries whatsoever, J-Team slides in and picks up a kill on Tamura's Q, but Ace, waiting in the wings, comes in with yet another third party that is successful as they pick up J-Team's lead. J-Team down to 2 members, and Ace more than happy to give chase as ZK heads off in a direction by themselves. ZK gonna pop up topside in the tree. Alex going to continue the hunt, but misses the grapple here. Decides to back off just a little bit, but no, we are going to see ZK actually heads back into the rest of Team Ace, and that's where Alex is going as we finally catch up with where those grapples are landing, and ZK going to get completely picked up here. Ace needs to be careful though. Fun Plus Phoenix looking to come in to pick up a third party of their own. The Viper ult comes out. They're able to get the stun. This is the V2, the shorter version of the stun, and it looks like they're going to be able to do a little bit of damage onto Ace here, but not fully capitalize on a kill. And then the cannons come down as BBE comes in for the 5th party and picks up the elimination onto Ace's Alex. BBE now more than happy to be the one controlling this third party situation. They pick up an elimination. Fun Plus Phoenix and the likes of Ace need to leave. Now XCG shows up as well as one of the surviving members of More gonna get picked up here, and that is gonna be it for Team More as they are completely eliminated from game 1 here. XCG with the 6th party and the Bane's Breath looking to make something happen here.
Kind of insane, though, how they've been able to rotate it around as XCG going to be able to move out of their Bane's Breath here. Meanwhile, BBE on the other side of this one as well. ASE already leading the pack with an extensive lead of 11 eliminations. Full team still alive here. More, sadly, is eliminated, and NV has lost one of their teammates so far here. Looks like they might be able to possibly do a pickup here, so let's see if they're going to be able to do it. See if they can keep that same momentum going into it. Meanwhile, looks like they are going to be able to find their first target here from BBE. 17 GAO is going to be able to find it from Mines here as he's going to force the Monk ult to come out, keeping that same aggression coming through, and he looks like he's going to get the first swipe. He's going to nab one. Can he nab the other? Dangerously low, though, already, and it's not looking good as he will get eliminated. 17 JL keeping the same aggression right towards him, not giving him much of an opportunity and or spread to try to at least get an elimination or even a throwdown here. Now, mind you, it's still only version 1, so it's not like it's going to create an insane amount of damage, but it does give enough to get something. But sadly, like you said, you know, even alongside the Monk is also a support character as well in some way, shape, or form. You need some of your other teammates in order to help you kind of finish it off. And ladies and gentlemen, here comes the first realm coming through for our trios, as OUG is in the middle of their fight right now against them, and Viper's gonna be able to pop their own, and so does Wolf U High. And oh no, the stun actually stops them just in time. The full team ended up getting absolutely decimated. Oh my goodness. OUG just put on a show and shut them down. And then look, the other teammate said, well, I saw that happen. That's not about to be me next. Not today. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker and Orion, WBG gonna be going at it. The NA team going at it, trying to see if they can get anything going. Tryhard ends up getting grabbed and thrown as Poobie trying to run to get out of this situation. Fight, 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 fight. I need you to punch him, man. As Poobie looks like he's gonna be able to demonk this out, trying to see if he can get away from this. He's still going to be able to find it as well here. Let's see if they can find this out towards this one. And it looks like King is going to try to see if he can find it with any type of a momentum. All three of them are still alive here. Nobody has gone down yet, so no momentum has been moved to any advantage currently. So both of them have been playing really well, keeping this game alive, as Poobie is going to be the first one that possibly does get eliminated out of this one. And it does leave the first two vulnerable as well, as King also is eliminated as well, as they're both going to find this out. WBG finding this out, holding on as best as possible. Try hard, the last member of their team, and sadly, WBG is going to put Orion to sleep.
Yeah, WBG, again, you know, this is exactly what I talked about, right? We have one classic version of the Transformers comp here, WBG running Karumi into another Transformers comp into these realms of Yang with the Tumulk, right? Tumulk has classically been very, very good in the previous meta because you allows your team to secure those Morris blessings and covers a lot of weaknesses of the Monk, right? But once you get inside those realms of Yang, he really loses all advantage. All his ult really does is gives you a little bit of slow and creates an arena for your team, right? Well, here we are. You're in an arena. It doesn't really cut off that much space when the arena is just slightly smaller than the one you're already in. It doesn't serve you as well as having that Karumi. And we saw Orion almost turned that fight on its, or almost won that fight initially, and the Karumi ult came in, turned it on its head, was able to save two members of WBG from dying, and then WBG, with fuel still in the tank, was able to just keep pushing it down, eliminates King first, Poobie gets caught out after that, and then Tryhard, unfortunately, is in a 1v3 situation, and he needs one of WBG's members to make a mistake, and at this level of play, it's very rare to see that come through. BBE here on the likes of XCG as well while I'm discussing this, and he gets the double grab as Bond here goes through with it, but one of the members able to pop the bell, keep themselves alive off of the grab, but they are going to pick up Nye HQ, and in return, Lingix Hen is actually going to pick up Asbon, snack the last remaining member here for BBE, or sorry, not the last remaining member, but one of the last remaining members for BBE is going to get picked up, and now Rathan by themselves, waiting in the wings to see if they're going to be able to revive their teammates here. Asbon looks like they have a resurrection available, so they're going to go ahead and burn that before we head into zone 3 and those disappear. As we take a look here, Orion looking to find another team to pick up and eliminate here, as it looks like Poobie has been able to get rid of that nasty debuff, but the other two members of Orion still on that timer. They need to find Soul Bloom Essences, and they need to find them quick. TM shows up, and this is it. This is exactly what I talked about TM. As soon as a member of an enemy team steps out of position, TM moves in and are very quickly able to capitalize on that mistake. Poobie gets stunned out here as well and goes extremely low. We're going to see the bell come through, but they're waiting in the wings, and there it is. We're going to see Tryhard go to 1 HP. Poobie, just a little bit of shield left. There it is. TM loses Yin. They lose Poobie. TM picks Yin back up. That's going to be it for Orion, and TM finds themselves on the board.
You said it before also as well. It definitely comes through with that advantage, right? If you have the advantage, if you know what's going on, they're going to be interesting to see how they're going to be able to work towards that one. That's actually pretty impressive, though. Wow. You did say that before in the late, and I'll tell you what, they definitely took advantage of it, and they did not give them any momentum to try to switch on at all to anything else. But make sure to check and see if you have an active Steam code. If you do not, I suggest you go snag one right now. And if you do already have the game, go check someone else. Come through. Yes, sir. Show love. And if you do have people that don't have the game, tell them, hey, come get this code right now. Now's the time. Meanwhile, BBE trying to see if they can maneuver through. Trying to see if they can go through from what's next. It looks like Rathan trying to see if they can go through with it, but it looks like it will be the slow down period, at least for right now, just because of how spread the circles are here. See currently in terms of how they're going to be able to do much more than that. Let's see if they can find through it. I don't know.
What we're see here, we've got these realms of Yang getting ready to come through, and many of these teams trying to prioritize it. This one's going to be very interesting. In the top northwest of the map here, we see a ton of teams collapsing down on to this realm of Yang, and only 2 teams can enter, right? So as soon as one member from each of those teams touches the portal, none of those other teams can even go inside and try to contest those. It is just those 2 teams going head to head. What they can do is try to keep those other teammates from getting to the portal and being able to go through and try to pick off some eliminations. But with 4 to 5 teams there, it is going to be an all-out fight to see who gets inside this realm of Yang. And we've got Fun Plus Phoenix, BBE, the likes of Team GD, J-Team also waiting in the wings as well. There's the realm of Yang. It's going to be BBE and GD who managed to get inside. All 3 members for both teams very quickly get in before the other 2 teams can press in and can contest. So it looks like we are going to see GD and BBE go head to head here inside the realm of Yang. Kakaichi wasting no time. Go ahead and pop that monk ult to go straight in here. We're going to see BBE answer in kind with the monk ult of their own. Both Yuashans playing the slow game here, unfortunately, as we see the monks come out, and we've seen time and time again the team that waits for their Yuashan to pop last typically is the one who ends up getting eliminated. BBE's Monk Azon here actually gets grabbed up after being forced to cancel his ult and goes very low after being grabbed. Team GD putting in absolute work onto the likes of BBE. BBE has saved that Yuashan ult for last here, but typically this is where these teams get in trouble, right? They're already on the back foot by the time we see Snack pop this. They are trying to make something happen. Maybe a little too late here. K starting to go very low as well, though. Snack D pops his ult a little early on this. Now K actually gets picked up, though, and it looks like BBE actually able to clean up that fight. Very well played there on the side of Asbon, who ends his ultimate early and is able to capitalize on the craziness created by Rathan to get those heals off and get back in the fight. He actually uses the bell at one point to keep his entire team from being slammed by GD's K there as they were in that Yuashan ult, and it's a ton of damage that he's able to save for his team. BLD out in the zone, Loves here, D transforming, taking a ton of damage from Zone Tick as they are into Zone 3, and they are starting to take that zone depletion. Now Team GD out, this team on the timer, they see Team BBE, and this is not the team they want to fight. They just lost this fight. Team BBE has a buff as well, and they have that Mystic Might, which means they're going to be taking 25% reduced damage as Team GD needs to capitalize on this fight. The problem is they are at a huge disadvantage. They have to deal an additional 25% damage to pick up these elimination. Asbon is able to pick up K. K gets eliminated. Team GD finding themselves in a very similar situation to they did in the realm of Yang in this same fight, and BBE with even more of an advantage just going to start picking these players off. Looks like Asbon almost gets the grab, but he de-transforms so it doesn't go all the way through. Dunk King gets picked up, Kakashi gets picked up, and BBE picks up 6 total eliminations off the back of Team GD. That said, the third party coming through from both J-Team and Aces, who have been waiting this entire time for these 2 teams to come out the realm of Yang. The third party coming through going to be very strong as BBE burns all of their ultimates in the fight with Team GD. Snack goes down, and Aces picks up one of the eliminations.
Even with that, they played their absolute heart out trying to fight this out, and very unfortunate that the moment they resurrect, they find the same team that they were fighting earlier. It's just kind of one of those just tough timings on whether or not do you commit to this fight or do you hope to maybe just dip out and maybe get lucky enough to find another team. But sadly, they had to take that fight because when I showed you the map prior, look at the map spread. The map spread was very wide. To get to the next team was like the next space over, and it was a lot of terrain to get through. And by the time you got to it, you might have had maybe 2 minutes, maybe even 1 minute to be able to get those eliminations, and being able to get that rush like that is very tough in these situations. You can't do that.
You know, sometimes it comes down to the patience, right? You're on a timer. You can't let it force you to make mistakes, right? They knew J Team was nearby. They knew Aces were nearby, and they knew that BBE were nearby because they just came out of the portal there. It's a bad situation to be in, to have to fight the team you just lost to when they also have a buff giving them an advantage, much less knowing that there's a massive third-party potential. Yes, you're going to run out of some time moving across the map, but you've got to remember, when you're a ghost, you move twice as fast. You cover terrain twice as fast. You need to be patient. You need to analyze the situation you're in and go, okay, hey, this is a bad spawn. It's a bad call to give this team the run it back, much less when there's a huge potential for third party. We need to be patient, move to the other side of the map, and then once we spawn, start worrying about that timer. And unfortunately, they don't. They find themselves running it back into the worst possible team and getting third partied. And the thing is they do cost BBE, right? Because BBE is down to a single member here, but it's off the back of Team GD being eliminated with no kills whatsoever, right? BBE, if they go out now, they've already put together almost a double-digit scoreline for this particular game. And that's kind of huge for the likes of BBE, if we're being honest, right? For a first game, consistency is not a bad thing to happen, and a 10-point scoreline is likely to put you in top 6 pretty easily. Whereas Team GD gets eliminated with a 0.5 points, that's a really bad game for the likes of Team GD. As we are now Zone 3 collapsing onto Zone 4, we're going to see OUG catching into a fight with Team ASE here, looking to just poke them down. ASE with much better loot and gear here than OUG, but neither team wanting to commit as they are on the short side of the circle here, which is collapsing readily onto both of them, and they need to be very careful about which of these fights they're going to take.
Even with that one as well here, Fun plus Phoenix still trying to hold their own here with their 4 eliminations as well. OUG catching up with those 9 eliminations. OUG has really been playing well, both from their solo player and also their trios. We have yet to see a trifecta of seeing like one team really win it all. That'd be insane if the King ends up winning a solo and then OUG in terms of their whole trio team ends up winning. That's just a dynasty waiting to start. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, as we go back into it, OUG, as we find them, it looks like they're gonna be fighting BLD and his Minds. As Minds looks like he's going to get grappled on, trying to see if he can get away, but sadly is not able to do so here as he ends up getting long sworded from both different sides here. And oh my goodness, he ends up getting decimated and deleted. No option, no chance as BLD paralyzed. Like he's going to be able to find something as well here to do what he needs to.
Paralyzed needs to be real careful here. He just set off those birds, and that's a trigger everybody can hear. And sure enough, here comes OUG. They know exactly where he is. They hear those birds go off, and they're like, I know where that is. And this is pretty much just a free elimination here for OUG, right? They're up to 10 eliminations now. Paralyzed caught out, even by 2 members of OUG. This is a hard fight to come back in from. OUG very easily able to pick up that elimination, and they're gonna go to 11 eliminations as it looks like a third party getting ready to come in. Snack just out in the wild here, trying not to let Aces pick up the elimination, and sure enough, he's gonna let himself die to the zone here so that Ace can't pick up any more points. And you know, if you think about it at the end of the day, right, if Ace is already breathing down your neck there, that's really all you can do, is you can just deny the other team more points, because you are going to be eliminated, and it's a choice between being eliminated and giving Ace points, or being eliminated and having the satisfaction of denying ASE here even more points into their already dominant lead for this game. And you know what? I've got to say something. Ace is a team that kind of middlingly performed both seasons, season 1 and season 2. We never really saw massively strong performances from them. They either had middling games or kind of like top 2, top 3 finishes, and maybe 1 or 2 MVPs across both seasons. So it's very nice to see them coming here into game 1 of the day and starting to be a dominant force here in trios and playing much differently for themselves. We haven't seen Ace play a very aggressive game like this in a while, and this is where they really excel. So it's good to see them making a return to their old form.
Meanwhile, XZG's is down in NIHQ and Alexing Hen Inside. Whoa! Almost gets hit by that red bow, but it looks like the inside of the HUD definitely helped them out real quick in that department. XCG, look at that. They have a full stack of gold. They have so much runes on them. So many soul jades. Definitely is going to help them out as much as possible here as WBG Sleepwalker. PB and Jing also has a nice stack of stuff as well here. Even with Sleepwalker having one blue soul jade on them as well here, as ASC all the way up top trying to hold it together here. ASC has been doing a fantastic job, but the chest has come through. The Morris blessing. The question is, are they going to take advantage of this? Or is somebody else going to be able to come through and snatch it? So far, everybody's just been very wary here, but all those cannon shots are not shooting out for a reason. They are making sure that no one has free, easy access to that chest. And it looks like 17JL is going to be able to ones to push in first. You're going to pop that ulti, slow down any movement of anybody coming through, and it looks like nobody else is going to really contest this. Meanwhile, Fun plus Phoenix on top of the hill and on King of the World, as they're going to look high and by, trying to see if they can catch anything. As OUG's Double S is going to try to see if he can find something with his Viper. Just misses out of range to try to get the stun. Very unfortunate for Double S here, as Fun plus Phoenix still has that whole shield section thanks to their Wushin to try to keep the game alive for themselves. Meanwhile, Triple V looks like he has that musket, trying to see if he can hit anything and try to hit anything towards their damage for the rest of the teams here, as it looks like they're going to go through and get a nice little bit of heals as they're going to fall down towards the bottom of the hill here. The movement going very, very well.
Yeah, we're going to see XCG with their back to the wall here, trying to push some damage here onto 17JL. And 17JL getting it from both sides here as cannon shots and bow shots rain in from both the left and right side of the HUD. AS forced to go ahead and pop their ultimate here as we see them trying to push in on the other team. We're going to see another Monk follow it up, though, and the grabs being denied to 17JL. Ben Chu and ZU able to get some heals off here, but we are in Zone 5, collapsing onto Zone 6 as we speak. Things are about to get very tight as 23 players left alive. Oh, Ace's Jin, though, getting caught out here by the likes of 17JLS, and what a Wu Chen ult to keep Jin from going down here. Ace able to make it happen. WBG Sleepwalker picks up AS as soon as they demuck Aces. Alex coming down with the Viper ult, but no targets to hit as they have moved away. Alex, unfortunately, going to be burning that Viper ult for nothing. No gain whatsoever. It does threaten players off, so Jin gets a bit of an opportunity to get a heal off here, but Jin still needing to get a heal onto their HP, using that Yoda ult, trying to make something happen. Aces hazily getting picked up here by J-Team's Eagle. Eagle going to get the slam. Hazily going to be thrown immediately into the zone. J-Team able to pick up an elimination. Now TM coming out looking to capitalize on a team's mistake, but Fun plus Phoenix's VVV comes in from up above with a massive Viper ult, isn't able to catch on to anybody, but TM's Pampy actually covering for his team here, allowing Akami to get away, but not for long, as Leo from Fun plus Phoenix is able to pick up the elimination. And now Pampy trying to pressure Fun plus Phoenix off of the body so that they can go in and get a resurrection, forced to pop the F3 so that they can take a heal here at the edge of the zone. Not going to be able to use it to cover the rest of Team TM so that they can get that resurrection, and TM finding themselves in a bit of a hard space here. This chaos just a little too much for them to overcome for their collected playstyle in these final circles. WBG Sleepwalker picks up another elimination onto OUG's SS, and OUG goes down to 2 members. Ace down to just their Viper. Wade gets sent into a zone. XCG with a massive bow shot from downtown knocks Wade back into the zone and eliminates him. What a shot, Dobby.
Absolutely insane up top there. They're still going to be able to try to find it as best as can. Sleepwalker's going to be able to try to see if he can get a grab, but 17JL is not going to do it. As Brampy ends up getting grabbed so far from halfway across the map here. 17JL holding on as best as possible. Meanwhile, TXJ still has his Yodohime ulti, holding on for as long as he needs to, just to see if he can get anything, but he ends up getting grabbed immediately and body slammed all the way from Sleepwalker. Sleepwalker getting an insane elimination of 2 off the rip here. Absolutely needed here, as J J-Team's Lee trying to see if he can do anything with that long sword here, as WBG doing the same thing. Sleepwalker all the way at the very bottom, absolutely trying to decimate as much players as possible with the heavy sword. Still, there's still a lot of momentum to be had here. The cannon shots ricocheting on each side, trying to get as much damage as need be. The damage coming in from whoever team is going to win is going to be astounding, and I promise you, the cannon is definitely going to be the MVP for this game. Meanwhile, after all of this going back and forth, it is J-Team, Sleepwalker, and 17JL holding on for as long as they absolutely can. Meanwhile, one of them I know for a fact is up on top of the tree. I think it's 17JL, as J-Team and WBG is going to force the fight out. Jing is going to be on the other side, immediately pops the Terracotta Warrior. Eagle immediately pops the V3 of his Monk, immediately tries to see if he can go for the grab, ends up grabbing one, at least for what it looks like. Actually, no, he doesn't. He does end up grabbing one as he swoops over to try to get the other, throws him on the outside, immediately gets the double slam. J-Team's Eagle is going to be able to go for a massive shutdown here, making it almost impossible for any other team to come through and clutch up this game. J-Team Eagle really putting in enough momentum and madness to do what they need to, as their team is going to come through, and Jing is going to decide to take matters into his own hands and dip out and get eliminated by the circle, not giving him the opportunity. All he needs is one, and it looks like they might have actually got it.
Yeah, J-Team's Lee able to pick it up. Yeah, Lee actually grabs that elimination in the end, but I think at the end of this, it's still going to be WBG on top. They have enough eliminations in a second place finish to take this one home. 13 elims, and this is the WBG we saw on day one. And you know what? I wish Jake was here right now, because he would be eating his words. WBG talked about how everyone said that Group C was the group of death, and they disagreed with it. They said Group A was the biggest group to fear because they were in it, and WBG has been on top of their game. We have not seen them perform like this since they were the overall winners in Season 1 of the NBPL, and they are back to their old form here. And sure enough, we didn't talk about them almost all game, but they slide in here into the final circle. They take control of it. They absolutely dumpster all these teams, pick up a huge number of eliminations. They go head to head with the J-Team. They don't come out on top of it, but it doesn't matter because J-Team hadn't already put in the work. So it's going to be WBG who walks away our MVPs for game number 1.
Absolutely insane. They did such an amazing job, really able to hold that in. Got to give it up to BBE as well. BBE actually played a fantastic game too halfway through that. They definitely were a very hardcore showstopper, but WBG definitely holding their own here with nice little smirks and smiles, getting that first dub of the day here. And they absolutely made it look good all the way towards the very end here. I think Sleepwalker and Jing really putting in enough energy and momentum to do what they need to. And I mean, just, man, at the end of the day, they've done a lot. But I got to give it up. 17JL really held their own all the way to the very end here. They did a great job of really realizing, even towards the very end, if there's only one player alive, still holding on to the very end when they really need to. And sadly, I think they only went in 3rd place, but still, they still held on for as long as possible. They still got a decent amount of elimination. So I'm excited to see where they place in their standings. To be honest with you, I feel like 17JL might get second.
17JL has been doing very, very good. I don't think 17JL gets second. There was another team. I think Team Ace goes out in 5th or 6th, and they had also a total of 13 eliminations. So it is either going to be between them or, of course, J-Team in the very end, because J-Team is going to get those 5 ranking points and that 1.4 times multiplier on top of, I do believe, the 8 eliminations they got. It's going to be very close. Huh?
I think AST is going to get 4th.
You think they're going to get 4th? I don't know. That's a tough call. I think ASE is either 2nd or 3rd. We'll find out when we go to those standings. But overall, a lot of surprises in this particular game. ASE making a return to form, dominating the early to mid game. Unfortunately, getting caught out there in the late game. We see HZ get caught out, and when he gets caught out by that grab, he's just so far across the circle from the rest of his team. There's not really anything that they can do. So that's when we see Ace really start to crumble there. TM tries to slide in and make something happen onto Ace after that grab goes through, but Fun Plus Phoenix, waiting in the wings, flips that script onto Team TM. And this is the only thing about Team TM that is a little rough about their gameplay. They are very methodical, and early to mid game, they're able to use that methodical gameplay to put a lot of points on the board. That said, if there are too many players left alive in the final circle, they don't thrive on chaos, and that chaos is a little too much for them to overcome, and that's why we're going to see them in 8th place right now with a 6.8 game score. But it is going to be WBG in first with 13 eliminations for a total of a 21.2 game score. J Team in second place with 10 eliminations. I thought they got 9. I miscounted one cheeky elimination here for a total game score of 19, and Aces in third place with 12 eliminations, a 15.4, and OUG 11 eliminations, a 13.1. 17JL not quite there, but still picking up 7 eliminations, does go out in third, picks up a 12.1 game score. And man, again, some very interesting turns of events, right? WVG making a return to form. This was a team that just kind of sputtered out in season 2, barely made it here to the group stages of the World Championship after being the overall winners of the NVPL season 1, the champions for that season, now making a massive return to form here. J Team also are defending world champions, doing much better today than they did in day 1.
Absolutely insane as we see 17JL with that 12.1 and a Fun Plus Phoenix with that 10.6. 8 eliminations shared between both them and BBE. Absolutely insane. 17JL ending it with those 7. OUG with 11 as well. This was a very close game for our top 7. Just in general, in terms of kills, this is a very impressive letting alone. But like I said before, this is a different game. These are some of the best coming into this and absolutely decimating, as it looks like probably going to be Jing that ends up taking that MVP with those 6 eliminations and that 21,000 damage coming alive from him, really keeping the game alive for him all the way towards the very end here. They did a fantastic job as we see them come through. They did an amazing time. Amazing portions here. As that Terracotta Warrior Dart started to come out, and I was correct, as it is going to be Jing with that 21,000 damage, 6 eliminations, 5 assists, and his first MVP of the World Championship. Armor Pierce, Heft the Detach, Curative Bolts, sorry, I don't know how to spell. Pride's Fall, Slow Shot, and Assassin's Lunge. Absolutely doing fantastic work with that musket coming through with a 9,800 damage. To be honest with you, I thought it was going to be a cannon. 9,800 damage coming in from the musket. Skill and ultimates coming through with a 4,700, almost 5K damage. Absolutely putting in work. Jing definitely deserves that.
Look, Armor Pierce and Slow Shot, absolutely huge, right? Armor Pierce upping your damage, as well as making you ignore someone's armor. You deal damage straight to their HP. Slow Shot making you fire slower between shots, but doesn't matter if you can land your shots because it makes you do way more damage overall with the musket. So that combination able to let him pick up huge shots left and right. And you saw it in the end, right? He definitely leaned on that musket when J Team picked up the last remaining member of 17JL and had them in the monk's hand. He's taking shots left and right, and you see the HP bar draining underneath the armor as he's trying to get that elimination. He's just not quite quick enough to get that final shot through to pick up an extra elimination for WBG, but he does try and does very, very well with the musket. Clearly, almost 10K damage with the musket is absolute insanity when you think about how accurate you have to be with those shots and how much chaos is going on in those final circles. So WBG's Jing, a wonderful job here. And I want to talk about WBG in particular. They were the only Transformer comp that came through and rocked the Kurumi that we saw on day 1. All the other teams opting to go back to the Tumult. But as we saw, the Kurumi coming through for them as they go head to head with another Transformers comp while they were inside the Realm of Yang, and that Kurumi ult and the healing actually saving them and letting them flip that fight on its head and being the ones who win that fight. And we still have a 100% win rate in Realm of Yang between Transformer comps for the teams that have Kurumi versus the teams that have Tumult, which is absolutely insane. Statistics don't lie. Kurumi being the way to go. But we also have another way to go, and that's towards our interview. Terry, take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. Now joining us here will be BBE Asbun, who just finished his first game of the Trail Mode. Hello Asbun, please say hi to our audience.
Xin chào AZBON, thì bạn có thể chào viewer được không ạ?
Xin chào mọi người, mình là AZBON ạ.
So hello everyone, I am AZBON from BBE.
Hi. So during the mid game, we saw you. There were 3 teams waiting for the second rim of Young, and you guys finally went in. How do you make the decision?
Ở lần xuất hiện cổng thứ hai thì lúc đấy đã có ba team ở đấy, thì tại sao mà bọn em lại chọn vào cổng?
Khi vào cổng bọn em có khả năng thắng nhiều hơn ạ.
So we think that we get into the rim of Young is have more chance to win than outside. So we just go in the gate.
Yeah, and you defeat GD in there. How did you feel?
Sau khi mà đánh bại GD ở trong cái cổng đó thì em cảm thấy như thế nào?
Tự tin hơn ạ.
Yeah, so I feel more confident than all of us.
Yeah, and after a fight, you guys lost 2 teammates, and you decided to revive Yueshan instead of Tamuj. What was the reasoning behind it?
Khi mà team mình đã mất 2 rồi thì em lại quyết định dùng bùa hồi sinh Yueshan thay vì là Cát, thì tại sao em lại có lựa chọn đó?
Em nghĩ cuối game em cần Yueshan hơn Cát ạ.
So I think in the late game we did Yueshan more than Tamuj, so I just revived Yueshan.
Nice. And Bamboo Esports was here last year too. So what's your goal for this year? Do you think you guys can go further?
Bamboo Esports thì đến với giải này lần thứ 2 rồi, thì mục tiêu của em ở trong giải này là gì so với lần trước?
Mục tiêu lần này sẽ là trong top 5 chung kết thế giới ạ.
So we are looking into the top 5 in this tournament.
Nice. Thank you for joining us. Hope you will keep performing well. All right, that's everything. We'll give back to our casters and take a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen from around the world, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, and joining me is my main man, my right-hand man, Dabier. He's been with me since the very beginning, and there's no place we would rather be together than here at the World Cup with you. I am, of course, the Runekeeper, and we are one game deep in today's 6 games of trios. And what a game one it was, Dobby.
Absolutely. It was absolutely amazing to see how these teams really can balance out all of this madness, let alone with the Realm of Yang, let alone with some of the team comps that have switched around. There's a lot more confidence coming into these teams. I really didn't think we would really see more confidence coming out of trios, but man, was I entirely wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Look, you have to be confident in this new pace and game mode. But chat, I need you to be confident when you answer this question. Which weapon on the MVP caused the most damage in game one? Is it A, longsword, B, musket, C, greatsword, or D, cannon? If you get this one wrong, I'm gonna be very sad, because me and Dobby spent a hot minute talking about exactly which weapon it was and how he was able to do exactly what he did here in game one. So that's your hint here for the first question. And you guys are gonna be picking up those Lotus treasures if you get this right and you get picked out of all the people who answer in chat. And let me tell you, the goodies in this Lotus treasure are chef's kiss. I'm still chasing them right now. There's so many that I want, and I can't get enough of these.
Certainly wasn't longsword. Tell you what it wasn't. Now I have to figure out what the rest of it was, but it wasn't longsword. Tell you what. Now, as we were gonna be able to lock this in for our next game here, game number 2, things are gonna get a little more spicy, because now we're in Holoroth. Now, personally, I would like to think that for myself, I was right. Because Rune here thought that the monk comp wasn't going to be good in Holoroth. And now look where we're at. It's thriving. It's thrashing. It's all over the place. It has been absolutely a prime treat to see the amount of insanity that we've seen thus far when it comes to our trios for Holoroth. Now, obviously, now with the comp scene has definitely changed. What have you noticed that's changed for Holoroth gameplay with this new composition?
The biggest thing in Holoroth is that Takeda sees more play here, right? Takeda works very, very well in the tight spaces. And the thing is he's been able to facilitate some of these monk comps, right? The monk himself isn't particularly good in Holoroth in those final circles, because what happens is typically you see them monk up and everybody else just has terrain to hide in. But the monk then facilitates Takeda in some of these transformer comps who are running him over Yuashan to be able to then go hit as many people who are grouped up behind those bits of terrain. So the terrain's still not good for the monk, but the monk able to facilitate another hero running well, who also just works well in general on Holoroth, is really great. We actually see a lot, even Takeda comps that aren't running monk, doing well in final circles where monks pop up and players group together behind little bits of terrain that there is, because Takeda is just able to capitalize so well on it. But we'll see how it goes when we come in for this game 2 in Holoroth. But first, we've got a short video for you guys.
因为3排来说的话，可能是更需要你的经验和一些意识吧。然后我们就想从打做第1赛季的人员中入手，然后当时就是PP 的位置正好是在这个版本是沙男双变嘛，正好也不会和我的位置冲突，就把他招过来了。S2 的时候，可能我们打得非常的不好，导致很多粉丝们批评我们啊，或者是说一些鼓励我们的话都有。所以说到现在为止，我们终于算是成绩稍微好了一点，所以很感谢各位粉丝，哪怕是批评，哪怕是支持，对于我们来说都是支持。所以我们这次捷杯一定不会让大家失望，争取在总决赛拿成一个非常好的成绩。
And even with that too, WBG Sleepwalker is still keeping the mindset really, really hard, as they're going to be able to rotate this in and look good towards it. But they're placed in 50. ASC still is going to be able to put some work in, and they still need to make some magic happen towards this space. 12 average kills. 12! 100% top 5! Rune.
100% top 5.
Keep in mind, I do believe those are the stats just for today, Dobby. So they've only had one game and they've been in top 5 in that particular game. But we will see if they're able to hold that 100% top 5 going forward throughout the day.
It'd be amazing. That's all I gotta say. They can do an 100% top 5 and hold it. I'm just saying, if I think about it right now and I look at it, now let's see what we can do towards the very end here. Because personally, I think it'd be a good thing. That's all I'm saying.
TM here still currently holding on to third as it is their day 2 here. And, you know, they did not have as great as an opening game here today. But this is kind of TM's MO. They started out very weak in day 1 and then we're able to follow it up and we're able to make that methodical play style work more and more throughout the day, whereas WBG today starting off very strong with a huge MVP for game 1, and yesterday they started out weak and were able to progressively get better throughout the day until they were finally able to get an MVP from their 6th and final game. Let's see if WBG holds it together. And if they only get better every single game today, this could be a massive day for the likes of WBG. As we get ready to lock in for game 2 here, we're going to take a look at the hero picks coming through in WBG and to be rocking that classic Transformers comp. This is going to be interesting. They took Kurumi last game and it served them well. Into every other Transformer comp, they won inside of the realm of Yang. So interesting to see them potentially locking in the Tumulk over the Kurumi this particular time, where we're going to see the likes of Wolf Yu bringing Kurumi back into that comp. VL going to be rocking a classic Viper comp, as well as J-Team and Team More, but J-Team going to be bringing in the Takeda. And this is very, very interesting. A single Takeda into Holoroth. We typically see much more Takeda coming out of trios here into Holoroth, as this is a map where he thrives very well. So many of these teams either opting to go for a traditional Viper comp to counteract some of these Transformer comps, or just banking it all on being able to be the better Transformer comp in these final circles. And I hate to break it to some of these teams, but in a lineup where WBG's doing well and has Sleepwalker, you've got J-Team who has Eagle, who's not playing a Transformer this particular time around. You're talking about trying to out-monk 2 of the best monks in the league, right? And it's not a position you want to be in, because these players absolutely dominant on this character. Thankfully, GG's 330 not here for them to have to contest with here today.
Looks like they will be able to rotate this into and be smart with it, as it looks like OUD and WBG looks like they're going to be fighting in the very center of Salvation Podium. Meanwhile, a little further to the right is J-Team. XCG is going to be inside of City of Tang. Going to be able to hold that all the way, but the top right section is going to be very, very popular, with all of the top teams going to be heading in. And it looks like 17JL also is going to be able to head there too, on top of Wolf U and a couple others, as GD is going to be, looks like one of the only teams that land in Plum Castle. Meanwhile, Volume down to the very bottom, and at the top, one of the other teams as well, leading into this game number 2 for Holoroth. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fun one. Let's see what we have in store for this game.
Looks like WBG trying to solve the puzzle early here. We're going to likely see Jing go bot side here to go for the answer. And yes, we are. Sleepwalker setting himself up in position to go ahead and start moving those statues. They want to go ahead and get that chest before anybody else. And if they're able to get that red armor, going to be absolutely massive for the likes of WBG. VL off to a much stronger start than we've ever seen from them here, as they pick up 2 eliminations, and we're going to see Zay hungry to go ahead and pick up the 3rd, giving chase to NV's Mr. BK here. Zay unfortunately loses sight of him, and BK just hiding, hoping nobody notices him over here in this tiny little spot, and he decides to go ahead and keep things moving, but needs to be careful as he goes into the hut and is caught out here by VL's Revelia, and Mr. BK, no weapon in hand, still is finally able to find a set of dual blades. Armor swaps into a white set of armor, goes for the parry, but it is a complete whiff as all 3 members of VL very quickly collapse onto him, and VL finds themselves on the board here with 3 eliminations right off the rip.
Love to see it, how they're going to be able to get this really packed in. Meanwhile, Revelia is going to be able to come through and see if they can get something. Meanwhile, GD try to see if they can get as much loot and as much opportunity as possible to get the best loot that they can. Meanwhile, Kakaxi already starts off with a purple shield. already a good start here when you have the advantages of your team that have better shields. Let's see if their other team is going to be able to find the rest of it as well. Meanwhile, TM also nearby. It looks like they're going to be very close by to where GED is. I can see them actually coming into a fight. Meanwhile, Wolf Use Choice ends up getting absolutely destroyed in seconds by an absolute insane musket shot coming in from a triple V as the whole team of Fun Plus Phoenix is going to come through. The bell comes through. LYD is going to claim one on high. And it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is also going to do their own, as they're going to do their own team wipe of their own, as Fun Plus Phoenix is going to claim 3 as well, tying it up with VL and 17JL. The confidence coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix has been pretty much astounding. Absolutely astounding. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum coming into it, but this is going to be fun.
Oh, absolutely. You know, Fun Plus Phoenix, the second most favored team to walk away the champions here in the World Championship. You know, it's between GG and Fun Plus Phoenix, everybody said, coming in. So they have to be bringing at least that much confidence coming forward, being the second seeded team in the opinions of the fans, right? You have to come in with that confidence. You have to think you're going to win it all, or you're just not going to perform as well as you think you are. And Fun Plus Phoenix clearly has the confidence. They are able to perform. They just need to lock it down and continue to have these good, consistent games until they're able to find their momentum and have that pop-off game they're hoping to have. XCG here, as we see, giving chase to the likes of 17JL. 17JL with just a white set of armor and a blue set of armor. Benchu trying to get a heal off here. Has just a couple of powders. He's got to do these one powder at a time. So he's finding himself on the backside here. AS just burning through their shields, trying to cover for Benchu here. A parry comes out from Benchu. They're able to get the riposte on to the likes of XCG's Xiaonan and followed up with a jump right click. Xiaonan very, very low here, tries to transform but is not able to find it as Benchu is actually able to come through and make it happen. And XCG regretting this engagement thoroughly here, regretting not picking off the weaker of Benchu, who is off to the side healing now and trying to focus down the other members. NiHQ, the last remaining member here for XCG, just trying to pump out some damage and maybe create a way to escape. I have to really give it to NiHQ here. Instead of just turning his back and running, every opportunity he gets to slam in and do damage, he's taking it. He knows that he's got resurrections. He knows there's no real way he's going to escape. At least try to pick up one more elimination there. He doesn't find it, but he does play a good, clean game of Naraka, and he gives it all. Got to give it up to NiHQ.
Meanwhile, even with the rotations, though, BBE still, I'm very impressed by BBE and their performance. This is my first time really getting a chance to cast and or see BBE's gameplay here, and their confidence is very high. I can only imagine how they are when they really have the right momentum, the right pop-off, and things are just going right. Meanwhile, Moore and ASC is also going to be able to fight this out as well here, as it looks like they're going to be able to put this forth towards the next fights here. Let's see if they're going to be able to work towards and figure it out here. As it looks like Alex all the way around this space, trying to see if he can find a grab of something here, but they're not making, Moore is not making it easy for him to get the free grabs, as Hazy's going to find one on the backstretch here, to try to see if maybe he can find one here. Meanwhile, the grabs start to come in, and he does end up grabbing Ku, but sadly not going to be enough, as Ku ends up surviving just a little while longer, and now they're both going to be able to patch this on. Meanwhile, Sui is going to try to see if he can find it, but sadly it looks like Asus Jin is going to be able to find that elimination. But here comes VL all the way towards the top to do a beautiful stun, exactly where he needs to, as they're both going to be able to run him down all the way towards the very center and middle. Meanwhile, isn't able to do more than he needs to, as Rizvalia is able to get the elimination off of Hazy. They're able to close it down more and more and more, pushing in towards it.
VL doing very, very well here. This is the VL I'm used to seeing. This particular team from EU here typically runs with a lot of aggression, and day one, they played very, very safe to no benefit whatsoever. Here, we're seeing them play very aggressively, and at the moment, holding on to that first place position with 8 eliminations underneath their belt, and they see more down below, and they're just looking for the opportune moment to go in. Zay able to go in and pick up that Soul Bloom Essence, keeping it away from more, keeping more from having the opportunity to pick up any more of that healing. And now we're gonna see Zay come in with that ultimate. He went in and picked up that Soul Bloom Essence, able to keep them from healing and able to get enough enough rage to go ahead and reinitiate that ultimate here for Team VL. Lao Wang able to get his own ult off here, but Creditor covering with the F here for the rest of Team VL. VL gonna back out as we see a third party coming in from Wolf. And this is very, very clean from VL. They pick up one elimination. They see things start to go wrong. They see the third party coming in. Their Wu Chen instantly pops them out. And I've got to give it to Creditor. Creditor not only picking up the majority of the kills right now, not only able to use that F instantaneously to keep Zay alive, but the almost instant ult from him coming out as soon as he realizes things are turning topsy-turvy with Wolf showing up for the third party. Very, very clean plays from the likes of VL's Creditor, and he definitely is going to be the MVP for Team VL in this particular game.
Absolutely playing it to the best of their abilities so far here. Still working towards this one. Let's see. They still have a lot to do in order for them to actually claim themselves as the MVP. And there's still a lot of teams in front that also want to be able to claim their title as the MVP as well here. So let's see if they're going to be able to follow suit all the way towards the very end here. As it looks like even with the spread of the circle here, there's still a whole lot. Meanwhile, OUG is still outside of circle. They're going to need to start rotating in very, very soon. But there's a team, at least two teams right in front of them. So they're going to need to scale out, at least in some way, in order to do what they need to. Meanwhile, still going to be able to run this back up top as BBE towards the bottom. WBG all the way up top. They could have a surprise attack if they really wanted to, but they don't have a Viper really to go through with a beautiful stun. It could be amazing. And meanwhile, wait a minute. We could solve this in a different section. Let's go towards the realm, ladies and gentlemen. It's game time as both of them decide, you know what? Let's take this right in the front hand of how we can make the... Oh, wait, this is a totally different team.
Yeah, WBG is getting packed up against Orion for the second game in a row, and it is Transformer versus Transformer. This time, however, both of them, I do believe, running to Mulk. So no Kurumi advantage for either side, but it's King who gets grabbed out early. And I've said this so many times during our first day of trios here. You can't wait to pop the Yueshon ult in this matchup. All you're doing is giving the Monk an extra target to be able to grab. If you pop that Yueshon ult, the enemy Monk cannot grab you. Why are these teams waiting to pop the Yueshon? It's not like they have to worry about holding on to ults because the fear of a third party coming through. That's the whole point of the Realm of Yang, is you are eliminating third parties. It is just your team versus the other team. Don't hold your ultimates. It's not going to get you anywhere. And what do we see? King holds on to the Yueshon transformation, trying to wait for his team to be behind, gets himself grabbed up, and that is it. That is absolutely everything for Team Orion. Now we turn our attention back to Team TM, still going head-to-head with BBE here. BBE has lost Rathan, and it's just TM's 3 members against the 2 members of BBE. Snack trying to catch something out here. Pampy coming in with these nunchucks, putting in absolute work. You're going to take a huge chunk of damage, though, from Asbon, and now it is a 2v1. Might be a 1v1 if Pampy gets caught out by that shot. They do not. Asbon gets pushed up on by Akame, and Team TM is going to clean up the fight here for 3 eliminations as they go ahead and pick themselves up some necessary loot, and we're going to see which buff they take here. If I had to gander a guess, it's probably going to be Vermilion Bird's Might.
Absolutely. The Vermilion Bird's Might has been a very big favorite for a lot of these teams here, and obviously we've seen it pretty consistently so far, and they've done a fantastic job of it. So let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it. As now, still working towards it, Vermilion's Bird Might from all over. We have 17JL, we have TM, we have WBG. And it looks like Orion is going to be able to go through with a resurrection here. 3 minutes left on the clock for them. Orion's going to have to start rushing in real hard and real aggressive if they're going to have a shot at their second resurrection for this game. If not, that is going to be a GG's for Orion in our second game. One of our NA teams are going to need to put in more momentum and time coming into it. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it and figure it out.
Very unfortunate for Orion. Both times being pitted against WBG. inside the realm, and then unfortunately they do make a huge mistake waiting to burn that UA shuttle. It's just you just create an extra grabbable target for the enemy monk. There's no reason to hold on to it. There's no third party coming through. It ends up being a massive mistake for them as King does get grabbed out, but they do have time here. The crucial thing is that they don't run into one of these teams that currently have Vermilion Bird's Might, right? Because what happens is if you kill these teams with a Vermilion Bird's Might, there's no Karen and there's no Soul Bloom Essence for you to pick up, because those teams just pop the buff and are able to immediately go resurrect. It's the worst case scenario for Team Orion, who finds Team TM, and here's the thing, even if they come out on top of Team TM, who currently has the buff to back them up, the problem is they get nothing from it. They get the eliminations and that's it. It does nothing to solve the looming problem over top of their head here. Pooby trying to land some grabs here, not able to really make anything happen. King going very low. BBE also shows up to make a third party happen here. Team TM's Pampy is going to get the grab on to Tryhard, but now Pampy goes down, but TM's more than happy with it. They're going to pick up multiple eliminations here, and they have that Vermilion Bird's Might. They're not really giving any advantage to these other teams. BBE, of course, going to pick up some points from it, but they will not be able to pick up that loot. That is going to be it for Orion as Pooby goes down. King goes down to TM. BBE is going to pick up another member of TM here. Yin is going to get picked up as well, but TM has that Vermilion Bird's Might and is just going to go find somewhere else to spawn onto the map.
Meanwhile, OUG and the rest of the team are going to be able to push in on BBE. Looks like BBE still trying to be very hesitant. Oh, man! Oh, Asbon pushing up, keeping that Saber Crushing right in front of him here. I really thought he was ready to commit to it, to be honest with you. Very, very surprised by that one there, as it looks like the firebows are going to come through. It looks like all three of them walked right into the fire. Oh. All three of them walked right into the fire. Now, mind you, it's just small little bits of ticks, so it isn't anything too massive, but still. Very, very surprised here. Meanwhile, OUG still going to be able to rotate this around here. It doesn't look like they fully committed to that fight here, as they're going to be able to find a better space for it, though. Probably for the best currently. As now it looks like they will be able to rotate and rush this in here. Fun plus Phoenix still has to figure it out. I'm curious what happened with... Oh, I don't think they made it. Yep, Orion, the full team of Orion didn't get a chance to find anybody. Ended up not making it. I saw all their bodies in the very bottom right section of the corner, right where the big puzzle is Salvation Podium, and they was not able to find anything. Meanwhile, ZK is in a different type of league of his own, trying to get away from Xinyu. Xinyu wants his head, as ZK is the only team from J Team left alive here, wanting to fight this out here. But ZK is trying to keep the game alive for himself, and he's going to need to resurrect. He's going to need to dip out as far as possible here. Curious where the rest of the team is for OUG. Oh, OUG is definitely ahead of them. Still have a lot to do here as well. Meanwhile, BBE on a different section here. Looks like they're just looting and they're just kind of just relaxing. Here's what they doing over there.
Well, we are going to see those Realm of Yang come through. WBG looking for the back-to-back Realm of Yang. The question is somebody going to contest them? We see Team TM, Ace, and GD all over here in the no ult zone. It looks like TM was the team who popped the anti-ult zone here, and they're just safeguarding the entrance to the Realm of Yang here, trying to keep other players off of it, it looks like. Very interesting to see here. I'm not sure, maybe two teams have already gone in and nobody else can use it, but nobody wanting it to pressure into that Realm of Yang right now. It looks like it must be used up. Otherwise, these teams would 100% go in. WBG going to go completely uncontested in their Realm of Yang as they go ahead and pick up some much needed loot, as well as yet another buff for themselves. Interesting. Not sure why Team TM or one of the other teams not wanting to go into the realm there. Maybe being too worried about the fact that there were other teams waiting outside. They did not want to come out of the Realm of Yang to be called out by multiple teams waiting in the wings. XCG just going to opt to go for the classic Moore's blessing over here as they get some much needed loot. They are holding on to a Mystic Might. They've got 30 seconds to pick that up, so they're just waiting to the last possible second to pick that Mystic Might up so they can utilize it for as long as possible heading into the next set of buffs that will be coming through. BBE finding themselves engaged with WBG, and WBG with that Mystic Might has that 25% damage reduction. Absolutely huge for them. Jing's going to pick up the elimination on to Rathan. Rathan going to pop that Poison Splash onto the team. Asbon not able to do anything as he's picked up PP, as he's just bullied around, and that's going to be it as WBG picks up all the eliminations onto BBE, and that is going to secure them 5 eliminations thus far, and BBE gets sent back to the lobby.
Meanwhile, still able to rotate this around. It's very unfortunate that they were able to get sent back to the lobby here, but WBG has been putting in an absolute performance thus far here with everything happening. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep the same momentum all the way towards the very end. WBG has been playing the game of their lives currently, and it's only game number 2. It's only game number 2. Let's hope they can keep the same momentum going into it. Meanwhile, Wolfshoe and 17JL right in front of him. I mean, look at the beautiful mountains of this game, man. The quality and the graphics of Naraka Blade Point is just absolutely beautiful. This is why when you see the active codes, if you have not played the game, I suggest you go snag that and make sure to copy. And also make sure that your Twitch is linked to your Naraka Blade Point account, because this stream has drops. Yes, it does have drops.
Yeah, you want to make sure. Yeah, you want to make sure you're getting those drops for yourself here, as we see BLD going head-to-head with Team Moore here. Ku going to be popping the Viper ult. Needs to be careful, though, as the Temi ult looking to lock them down. We are going to see Paralysis get stunned out here, but we're going to see the remainder of BLD show up and come in with the bell to save them here so that BLD can live to fight another day. Moore going to back off onto the other side as BLD looks to take that reset. They are able to get some pots off here onto mine. Paralyzed going to get some off as well. Loves still running around in that Terracotta Warrior looking to make something happen. And Ace sitting up top waiting for this fight to break out again so they can be the ones to third party it. But 17JL secretly on the backside of the hill over here waiting for that exact same opportunity, and they have made themselves known as they come in and start raining down bow shots from up above. Ace trying to engage onto Team Moore now as BLD has completely backed out, but XCG shows up, and it is a third party, fourth party, fifth party bonanza as all heck breaks out here in our second game in the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. Ace deciding to back out of this fight as things have moved drastically out of their favor.
Been doing a fantastic job of it thus far here. Let's see if they're going to be able to keep that same space coming in as GD. Also another team, I think GD has also been playing pretty decently well too, from what we've been seeing here. But obviously BBE with 8 eliminations, sadly eliminated so early into this game though. That's very unfortunate. I think BBE got a little greedy. Confidence was very high, which I always love to see, but sadly it did come back to bite them on the behind as VL is leading this with 9 eliminations, 8 coming in from 17JL, OUG with 5, and ASE coming through with 3 eliminations. Looks like it's going to be 4 as they eliminate Team Moore, which is unfortunate because sadly they was not able to give any more from this game, as their fight is going to be able to close in and close out here as BLD all the way up top, WBG towards the bottom, the cannons ricocheting all the way like a Britney Spears music video. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it out. let's if you saw Rune's face, chat, Minds and Love's gonna try to see if they can get out of the way here. Very caught in a bad situation. Gonna need to get some heals going here. Trying to keep this alive. Does not want to give them a free elimination. Definitely does not want that. Don't want to screw them over in a bad space here. He has to be very, very, very careful with how this is, and the grabs coming in. Jing just feeling the absolute wind near his face as the arms just grab. He's like, oh, thank God it wasn't me that's getting grabbed. PP just absolutely scared out of his mind, and so does the rest of the team here's Minds. Can really get grabbed in any situation. And ends up getting grabbed from the other side of the mountain, gets thrown smack down all the way down to the very bottom. Can AS get out of the situation? Yes, he can, because he's also gonna mug at a beautiful time. Definitely the time that needed to be, because man, that could have been really bad if not paying attention currently, as AS is gonna see if maybe he can find a free grab as well, trying not to jump down, but he's gonna have to, as the rest of the team is going to be able to come through. The ulti coming around. The Terracotta Warriors coming out on both sides here, making it not easy for AS to try to see if he can get a free grab, as he's going to try to back out as hard as he can here. Even with that, the Tumult's trying to see what he can do to try to slow down the momentum, trying to see if he can get him away. As Sleepwalker's going to claim a bow elimination onto Hazy from ASE. ASE trying to hold on for as long as they can here, as Sleepwalker is going to be able to do something with the gold. What is that? Is that a gold bow?
That's a gold dagger here on Sleepwalker. Absolutely huge.
That's an interesting looking dagger.
Yeah, great skin for this dagger. It's actually the skin I run on my dagger. It's my favorite skin for dagger. We're going to see here as Ace's Alex starts to push up. And, you know, Ace finding themselves in a really bad situation here. They need to cover. It looks like Jin is trying to get the resurrection. But WBG being up top is going to make it very hard for them to get that resurrection. Alex body blocking hands here still doesn't buy them enough time to resurrect their fallen teammate, and WBG doing what WBG does best here and just controlling this space from afar, taking range shots and then coming in and dominating a space while these other teams focus each other down. GD, we're going to see the likes of Kakaishi and K go very, very low here. K still extremely low, going to be forced to pop the ultimate to hold on, and BLD loves in a very tiny space, just holding on, hoping nobody notices where he's at right now. ASE 17 jails AS caught out once again in a bad situation. No place to go. K is going to pick up the elimination, and we're going to see a bit of those daggers coming through here from Ziyu trying to pick up the elimination, but Don Quink's having none of it. He says, you're not going to sit here and just assassin lunge K on repeat. No. Ziyu gets picked up in the grab. GD going to pick up the elimination on to Ziyu, and 17JL down to a single player left remaining on their team. WBG once again finding themselves in a great situation. Kakaishi goes extremely low, and they're just more than happy to take these range shots. Look at this, just trying to find the angle onto Kakaishi and not pushing in. That box is a death trap down below. Every team that has gone down except WBG has lost a member to this little area from players up on the hill, and WBG wants to continue to be the ones who control the top side of that hill and do not want to come down here and get involved in too much, as all the teams are pressured together here. 27 players left alive. J Team ZK going to be caught out by OUG's Wade, and that's going to be it for the likes of J Team here in game number 2. As is pretty typical here for Holleroth, the game's a little bit slower than they are in Morris Isle.
Not as slow as we're used to, though. I will say that.
Well, no, not as slow as we're used to because of the new meta, right? But still much slower than that of Morris Isle. Typically, we come in here in Morris Isle the last couple of games, and we've been down to like 14, 15 players. We've got 10 additional players left here, and this is a more regular kind of pace for Naraka, right? The changes serving very, very well to increase the tempo of the game across the board, but this map still typically proving to be a much slower play style for these teams because of how much terrain is here. Team GD here looking to try to push in onto WBG, but WBG does not make that easy whatsoever. And really, WBG here not missing a beat, right? And Jake, I hope you're watching right now, because you are gonna have to eat your words, my friend. WBG, you said you didn't expect them to perform, you didn't expect them to impress whatsoever, and you said you would be happy to eat your words, but you were going to wait to the very end. I don't think we even need to wait to the very end with how WBG has been performing in the first day. They were in the top 3, and they are continuing to be in the top 3 of every single game here today.
Pampy dangerously low here. He's going to have to be very careful here. Really going to have to force himself to jump off as he ends up getting cornered by GD. And it looks like GD is going to be able to capture the free elimination coming through. Meanwhile, WBG is going to see if he can throw at least a couple of arms out, trying to see if maybe he can get a free grab. And he does as he gets LYD. The question is, does he have enough time to see if he can get a secondary one? That'd be absolutely massive for him, but sadly he won't be able to. Gets the throw down, sends him back all the way towards the ground, ends up catching another one towards K, as K is going to end up getting grabbed as well. Can he get a secondary one? There's one that's also dangerously low. Sadly, not enough, as he is going to be forced to demonk, as he ends up getting shredded immediately from a longsword here. Immediately getting the throws and the grabs. LYD actually catches an elimination from Nye HQ, trying to keep it alive as OUG's Wave catches a double. beautiful time to be able to find one. Almost grabs a third. Could have been absolutely insane if he was able to clutch that up. It could have been a real good look for him all the way towards the very end to be able to dish this out. Meanwhile, still all the way within this side rotation. Look at the openness of this map here. We usually don't get these amount of circles, let alone within the frozen ice sectors of this map. But to get it this open is absolutely massive. OUG Wade is going to be able to go for the D-Monk, immediately trying to help their teammates out from the very bottom, but immediately gets shredded. Xin Yu trying to hold on for as long as possible, but then Wade actually catches the wrong side of the sword. As Cassie on the outside here is going to have to be careful. He's taking so many ticks of heals and HP. He has to be very careful here because it's going to be really bad for him. He's not paying attention here. Ends up catching Riven Rivera way on the other side and ends up sending them all the way into the ice core. Meanwhile, GD with that Flamebringer is going to have to try to make some damage happen as LYD is going to catch another elimination. Fun Plus Phoenix finally able to catch and make some magic happen. 7 eliminations for him, even though they're in 6th place currently. But OUG still leading the way with 11 eliminations, 9 fully with GD. VL officially eliminated, but they still get some multiplayer points and they still get some placement points. Obviously, their points with 11 is going to be massive for them. So let's see how that ends all the way up towards the very end. OUG trying to hold on for as long as possible towards the very end here. Doesn't really need to fight this out all the way up top. Meanwhile, Fun Plus Phoenix is trying to find their next play. As now they're still working towards what's next. They've been playing this off as best as they can all the way towards the very end here as GD is going to be able to try to hide this out all the way up top. Meanwhile, PP trying to hold it together, doesn't want to be shown. He's the solo player here as he finds SS and now he has to force himself to move out of the way. Definitely does not want to get caught. Ends up finding Don Queen. It looks like GD wants to be able to catch him as PP is going to try to see if he can run all the way to the other side of the section here. But he has to be very careful. He's still dangerously low on HP. He's going to need to find something, whether it's shield swap, whether it's heals, whether it's any resources that he can to be able to hold on for as long as possible. The Tumult ult comes out, forces GD to force this fight. K getting absolutely decimated, but still has the time to be able to resurrect and go for another section here. Meanwhile, PP by himself doesn't really want to force this fight. Doesn't know how low K is. This could be a massive elimination if he decides to push in on it, but LYD still trying to hold strong here as TXJ is going to find the first grab on it. Don Queen gets the throwdown. Immediately is going to try to see if he can grab him again, but is unsuccessful. Grabs double SS. He's already dangerously low. All he needs to do is throw him down. And oh no, he does end up getting heals off just in time. So WSS is actually still alive within this fight. Hey, trying to hold it together here and keeping the game alive here is now Fun Plus Phoenix THJ is going to be able to snag the elimination and the kill, get it done and get it finished, as Triple V is going to be able to finalize it all the way towards the end. Does an amazing job towards this one, as now we're going to be able to clutch this up as PP holding on to the very end here. Fun Plus Phoenix clearly is going to get the dub, but PP holding on to the very end. This is why you play the best of your abilities, because PP is going to be able to hold WBG to get that second place finish, which is fantastic points for their multiplier and for their kills, because they already have a good set. But clearly, Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to hold it all the way to the very end and be your selected winner. TXJ, Triple V, and LYD shut it down for our game number 2 at Hollow Rock.
Fun Plus Phoenix coming alive here in game number 2, able to pick up their first MVP of the championship here, and they're going to be very happy about it. Again, we're talking about the second favored team here. Between GG and Fun Plus Phoenix are the two teams that everybody expect to be walking away with this championship. That said, many of these other teams having thrown a wrench in that, with the likes of WBG, etc., coming in and performing extremely well. But I don't think there's any question whether the likes of Team GG or Fun Plus Phoenix are going to make it through the group stages into the grand finals. It's just a question of how much are they going to dominate. But I want to talk about Team VL from EU here today. This was a much better performance for them. They get caught out a little in the end there with WBG able to dominantly control that space in that little tiny gorge where all those fights broke out, but VL able to capitalize, put 11 kills together here for their team and hold on until 6th place, the best finish we've seen coming out from Team VL. Hopefully they continue to perform and improve as the day goes on, because they are fan favorites from the EU, and it's nice to see them coming a little alive here in game number 2, starting out very strong. They picked up the first 3 eliminations of the game and were able to carry that energy with them throughout the entirety of the game, picking up multiple eliminations, winning their own realm of Yang, and just overall performing very, very well for the likes of EU. But we got to give it up to Fun Plus Phoenix, who do walk away our overall MVPs. No real surprises there. Fun Plus Phoenix, typically, if they get any sort of momentum under their belt and do make it to those final circles, they're able to use that momentum to kind of take control of the situation and dominate. And that's exactly what we see them do here. It's a very different play style, right? We talked about TM a little bit earlier during game one, and it's the opposite of TM's play style. TM is very methodical. They want to pick off stragglers. They want to capitalize on teams making mistakes, which we saw them do very well in game one. But once they get to those final circles, if there's too many players left alive, they kind of crumble under the chaos a little bit, whereas Fun Plus Phoenix thrives on that chaos, and they're able to actually just completely take control of a final zone like that. And that's what we see them do. Every single team kind of tries to hold onto their space, and Fun Plus Phoenix doesn't care about you holding onto their space, onto a space, because they're immediately just gonna dive in and take that space away from you. And you know what?
Hold on.
I'm gonna say it. Hold on.
on.
I got one thing I have to say first, and that is that they made it come out like a Britney Spears concert.
Okay. Hold on. But let's talk about this, though. You said the same thing in terms of inconsistencies, and they ended up getting eliminated very early. Let's talk about BBE doing basically the exact same thing, but with 8 eliminations and ending up in 8th place. Yes, it's still 8th place, but that's still 8 eliminations, and that's 8 less than what the other team had. Now, if we look at it from the top point, 14 eliminations from Fun Plus Phoenix, ending up with a 24.6. That's massive. But let's not sleep on OUG, who's been very consistent and at least getting it in top 3 so far within these first 2 games, 17.3. OUG been able to hold that on for as long as possible. But I got to give some love. 7 eliminations, 5th place, 12.8 points coming in from WBG that held on all the way towards the very end of getting that 2nd place finish and getting the ranking points of 3. That is very vital and so helpful for them as they're working towards getting all the way to the top. Now, obviously, that wasn't enough, as obviously we still have the 9 eliminations coming in from GD, 11 tied up with BL and OUG. They've still been doing this massive, rapid amount of eliminations early on, but the fact that BBE gets eliminated so early, if they ended up getting some ranking points at all, in any which way, shape, or form, they would have been in a higher placement than where they was during these games. Now, obviously, if we look at Fun Plus Phoenix, clearly, wait, ooh, this be TX, now this would be LYD. LYD would probably win this. LYD would probably end up getting the MVP for this. 14k damage, 7 eliminations. They've been putting in work so far here, and Fun Plus Phoenix has been looking really good all the way towards the very end here. So even with that, within this space, they still have been able to make it look good all the way, as we're gonna look in. And yes, we're gonna see the Terracotta Warrior come alive for this. Terracotta Warrior has been such an MVP so far. That is the 2nd one back to back here, and it looks like it will be LYD that does get that 7 eliminations, 14k damage, 7,700 dual blades, soul release, armor pierce, cavalry bloom, dual blade staff, advanced heal, and an aerial rend. Been looking good all the way towards this one, and clearly Fun Plus Phoenix, ZQ, clearly his first MVP too. Well deserved, buddy. Well deserved.
Oh yeah, look, LYD here doing it very, very well. And you got to look at this: 7 eliminations, but 6 assists. Most importantly, his kill participation for Fun Plus Phoenix nearly 100% across the board, right? Absolutely massive, as LYD is just able to come in and make things happen here for Fun Plus Phoenix. And, you know, we talked about it, right? Fun Plus Phoenix thriving on the chaos in the final circles. And who was making that chaos? It was LYD. He would transform into that Terracotta Warrior and dive into the middle of teams. And those teams were forced to scatter in every direction into other teams. And it just creates pure chaos where the rest of his team is then able to capitalize on it, and he's able to also put in big damage and make a lot of that work happen for his team. LYD really the MVP 100% for sure here for Fun Plus Phoenix in this 2nd game. And Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be feeling good. It's their first day to compete here in trios, and in game number 2 they're going to be walking away with an MVP already. Fun Plus Phoenix, if they keep the momentum going, is going to prove that that fan favorite position of theirs is very, very well deserved.
That and some cash too. Don't get me wrong. Each game win gets them a nice cash prize here too. So best believe they're already splitting some bread as it is. Here you go. There's a little bit. There's you a little bit. I get the other half. Here we go. We're gonna try to get this again and see if we can get another dub out of our belts. All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Fun plus Phoenix. As we're gonna be able to lock this in. Fun plus Phoenix looking good, but as we're gonna be able to lock in and we're gonna be able to spread the wealth around. We're gonna spread the wealth to you as we got another interview coming in. So Terry, do your thing. Take it away.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. Now here with us is Zay from Team Volume. Hello Zay, please say hi to our viewers.
Hello everyone.
Yeah, so that was a fantastic performance from you guys. And you got many kills early on in the game. Is that part of your game strategy before coming in?
Yes, we really wanted to do the hot drop, secure the early kills, and buy all the good soul jades, because we saw like all the CN teams early game, they had like plenty of good soul jades, and yeah, we wanted that as well. So that was strategy from us.
Nice. And we saw that most team picked Tamoj, Tianhai, and Yueshan comps, but you guys bring out that Yoto, Viper, and Wuchen comp. What was the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, we play Yoto, Viper, Wuchen really well on Holorod. Creditor is a complete god on Wuchen with the TPs, and he plays them so well on Holorod. And yeah, we have good map knowledge there with that comp, so we want to play the comp.
Nice. And I think this is the second time that you guys had a strong lead early on, but didn't manage to secure the victory at the end. What can you do better next time to make sure you guys win the game?
I think next time we need to panic a little less. We're a little bit overwhelmed with endgame, how the Chinese played. They played really well. We need a bit more communication in the end, and I think if we can get that down, we can get very far, and maybe even win a game.
Yeah, and you have seen all the teams for the trio mode so far. Which team is the best, or which team impressed you the most?
Yeah, definitely OUG. They're like really good. They're really consistent. If there's third party, it's them usually. Like their map rotation is insane. They're super clean, and yeah, overall just a really solid team.
Nice. And for last, could you say something to your European fans that supported you?
Yes, for my European fans, I'm sorry that we disappointed you guys with our past performance, but as you can see, we can actually do it. So we're going to try our best in the next couple of games, and hope we can get through the group stage, so we not disappoint you guys.
Okay, that's everything. Thank you for joining us here.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, that's it. I will take a short break and come back soon.
WBG's double Transformers comp with lousy quality equipment and heroes with insufficient rage suddenly encounters YZG's Viper, Wuchen, and Yorihime's comp. WBG's Sleepwalker, who first had ult, used Titan's Call, but was surrounded by enemies and instantly defeated. and WBG Jing escaped with more than 200 meters after attracting fire from two rivals, which were YZG's QGG and YZG's CXZ. Then unfortunately, knocked down. On the other side of the battlefield, WBG Xiao cautiously approaches WBG Jing and successfully resurrects WBG Jing in the nick of time. This time, there must be viewers who want to ask, how did WBG Jing determine that he could revive his teammates in time? In a team with casualties, fallen teammates must turn into Karens and come with a dwindling red progress bar. Before the progress bar goes dark, if a teammate approaches and uses the resurrect, it will fulfill the red progress bar and bring the hero back to life. If two teammates perform a resurrect 2-1 at the same time, it will double the rate of reviving. The speed at which Karen's red progress bar decreases will also relate to Shadow Corruption's progress. In the first Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar decreases at the slowest rate, and in the second time, the red progress bar falls at a somewhat faster pace. And in the third to the seventh Shadow Corruption spreading, the red progress bar depletes at a consistent rate, which is about twice as quick as in the first Shadow Corruption spreading. As the first healer on Morris Isle, Kurumi is naturally mighty regarding resurrection skills. Other heroes who want to perform resurrection can only do it close to a Karen. Kurumi's binding player can connect with Karen from a distance and perform a revive to avoid the battle near a Karen and avoid damage from Shadow Corruption. It is worth mentioning that all three forms of binding player can also link Karen, and the speed of resurrection is the same. Because of WBG Xiao's unhurried efforts to revive team WBG Jing at the last second, the team was able to enter the final circle with no casualties and win the championship of 2022's NBPL Season 1 Trio game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the World Championship for Naraka Blade Point 2022. I'm your host, Davier, accompanied by my main man himself, Runekeeper TV. As we're going to get ready to lock in for our trio game number 3. We're headed back. We already went across the river. We're back on the beautiful island of Morris Isle. As we're going to get ready to lock in, but our first 2 games so far has been an absolute treat. Not a lot of downtime. From what we're used to when it comes to our trios. There's a lot of aggression, a lot of games, and a lot of pressure coming in from a lot of these teams here. And honestly, the treat that I have seen is the realm of Yang for our trios, that those 3v3s have been such an interesting battle to see how they strategize these 1v1s of each other going into a 3v3 match. It's so different from what we're used to. It's very... It's almost methodical how they play it sometimes too, in terms of like just where certain things are, the timing of the monk ults, and I mean, they're immediately ready to rock and just immediately off the rip here. So I'm excited to see how they keep that strategy going into this game here. But so far, a lot of teams have really been playing smart here, trying to keep the game alive here. And obviously the people that go out kind of early, perfect example, BBE, who really has had the opportunity to get some insane kills, but sadly has not been able to get any placement points at all whatsoever. But in terms of that, let's get you guys placed in a right space of mind. How many kills did Fun Plus Phoenix DQ claim in game number 2? Is it 12, 13, 14, or 15? A lot of eliminations, but I'll tell you what, certainly ain't 12.
You gotta love it here, chat. Make sure you're locking your answers in, and make sure you're keeping your eyes peeled at your whispers on Twitter, because if you are the person who wins this, that's where you're gonna find your goodies to be able to go throw over into your Naraka, and you don't want to miss out on these Lotus treasures. I know, trust me, if any of you seen that new longsword skin, the one that looks like a lightsaber, that's in these treasures. That's one of the ones I'm hunting down right now. I'm like, look, I gotta come out here looking like a Jedi. I gotta be hitting them with the mind tricks. Like, look, these ain't the droids you looking for.
Listen, just because we're casters does not mean that we cannot be out here trying to find out what's next. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my goodness. But no, speaking of what's next is game number 3 as we head back across the pond over to Morris Isle. And this is where things get interesting in the day, in my opinion. The kind of early game jitters are gone. The teams have they felt each other out enough, right? And if there's a game to start carrying momentum into, it is certainly game number 3, because it is the only time today that you're playing the same map back to back. It's a Morris Isle followed by Morris Isle. So if you're able to find a rhythm here in game number 3, take that MVP, you are very likely going to be in a great mindset coming into game 4, and the potential for the back-to-back is huge here. If you go back and look at the Pro League that we had here in China, you will see that the back-to-backs that have occurred have mostly occurred during games 3 and 4. And it's because there's no change up in the map. The strategy you used in the previous game, as long as you still have the hero points, is very likely to work for you in game number 4. But first, we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're gonna come back straight to game number 4.
我觉得不可能，因为我觉得我们回安境的话就是拼阵容跟那个个人实力嘛，然后还有团队配合，就可能阵容这方面就比较关键。但是也有打回阳境外的阵容嘛，就可能不只是回阳境里面，就可能跟之前会很大不同吧。
Triple V noticing that the outside of the realm of Yang is very, very important in these games here, as we're going to be able to lock this in for a game number 3. We're already at our halfway mark for tonight, as it is for our trios. They've been doing a great job so far with all of these teams. So much madness happening, as we're going to see half the teams on stage and half the teams inside of the production studio in Shanghai. They've been able to still do a lot of momentum here, but check this out. The orange and red shining strong with these two from WBG and Fun plus Phoenix, as we're going to go into midday on Morris Isles. We're going to lock in all of our teams. And like we said before, the fun doesn't stop here. Rune, tell me what's going on.
I mean, we're going to come in here, the GD coming in, bringing some of that Takeda. We're going to see J-Team also rocking Takeda BLD. The midday here, we're going to see a slight increase to the number of Fireflies here, which is why we're going to see some more of these Takeda picks being locked in. This is a comp I love from J-Team. The one I was talking about earlier, where they replace, of course, Tumulk here with Takeda onto the Transformer comp, and it's a phenomenal comp, right? Because Takeda is not loot reliant whatsoever, and his ult is able to provide so much support and so much damage for the likes of this Transformer comp. It's a huge shift in the meta, and J-Team, as always, being one of the pioneering groups, the only one playing this particular comp right now. BBE going to be running that classic Karumi into the Transformer comp. More also going to be bringing the Karumi, but very importantly, a lot of Vipers in this lobby. People tired of seeing those Transformers come out on them, so they're going to be running these Vipers in an attempt to try to go ahead and counteract that meta from these other teams. Fun plus Phoenix, XCG, many of these teams running that Viper comp, and we're going to see lots of variations of it with a Yodo version, a Matari version, Wu Chen being slotted into many of those versions. Well, Badabi, tell me about this map.
Looks like it's going to be a nice, decent spread here, but not as big of a spread inside of Shadow Jade Mine, as we got about at least 4 teams heading into Shadow Jade. They're immediately going to start duking it out as it is. Meanwhile, 17JL is going to hold left side of Celestial Valley, right inside of Celestia, as it looks like one team is going to be headed towards Ghost Town, a team that we rarely get a chance to see, and Spring Valley and Council Courtyard is going to fight at least 1 or 2 teams that's going to fight this out. Also, VL and another team is going to be all the way down to the very bottom, very bottom, inside of the near Desert Graveyard. That place doesn't even have a name for it. I don't even know where they're going to be landing in the front. There's no name towards it. Meanwhile, Fun plus Phoenix is going to hop in, immediately find some gold spaces to see if they're going to be able to catch anything, as Alex is going to be able to get caught in the whirlwind of teams trying to fight this out here. TXJ trying to see if they can find anything, but it looks like Fun plus Phoenix definitely has the advantage of finding those weapons to start it off, as Hazy doesn't have anything towards him, as he's going to get absolutely bullied into a corner like a 5th grader trying to get his school lunch. Not looking good all the way towards this one, as it looks like Alex is going to be able to rotate this out and dip out as fast as possible. He needs to go back to the school nurse and tell him, hey, we got caught in a fight here and it's not looking good. You're going to need some help, and call the principal. Meanwhile, Alex Hopefully he's going to be able to follow suit with TXJ as well here. And it looks like Triple V and the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix is also going to be able to rotate this in as well here. Sadly, not able to find too much, but we're able to at least capture one elimination, and that's from Triple V. So let's see if they're going to keep the same momentum going in as OUG already getting started, and so does BBE. BBE has just explosive starter games so far. Meanwhile, Moore has just been struggling to really try to capture any eliminations here. So let's see if they're going to do it right on the hands of GD, as GD also we're going to keep that together, as CC is going to get the Karumi line healing patching coming through, as K is going to be all the way on the resurrection side, as they're going to be able to use that to put as much momentum as possible. GD is going to be able to capture elimination on a coup, and they're still going to be able to hold strong as BBE. Both players going to get hit by K, as the Bane's Breath comes in at a beautiful time, forcing them to move themselves out, as BBE is going to catch another elimination, but it looks like it's going to be on Gone Queen, as it looks like they're going to keep the same aggression onto one of them, and they're going to stop him right before he hits the Monk ulti. And K, holding off by himself, ends up getting parried right in the very front, trying to hold it together, but it looks like it's not going to be very helpful for them, though, as the Reza comes in. It's going to be able to try to get at least some form of damage, but not enough, as the full team is going to be able to come in, give them so much pressure, not giving them any source and any space to try to see if they can get anything happening, as they're going to be able to capture the elimination and keep it going. Meanwhile, BBE is in the lead with 6 eliminations, and it's a 3-way tie between OUG, GD, and NV with 4 eliminations apiece, as never mind, as they're going to capture 2 more on top of that, tying it up with BBE for 6 eliminations, resurrecting their teammate in Celestra, and they're going to have that whole space, a very powerful space of Celestra, to themselves.
Yeah, NV here, very, very interesting team. Of note, the only female player here in the World Championship on Team NV. So all eyes peeled on them, and of course all of our female fans very happy to see a lovely lady here in the professional space. NV holding on to the top of that leaderboard, tied it up with BBE right now. VL in a bit of a pickle here, as they clearly just recently respawned, and BBE on to their scent. They see that white armor and are more than happy to give chase. Asbon doing a little bit of repair to the bow, trying to let VL maybe get a little bit of breather here, think that they're in an okay space. Maybe they can slow down, start doing a little bit of looting. And that's exactly what we're going to see Zay do here. Zay going to find a little bit of gear here for themselves. BBE, though, very, very close, waiting in the wings up by this ballista. Creditor going to get caught out here by Asbon, immediately just dropped off of the ballista. The ballista no longer holding any power in this particular fight, as everybody is too close to the side of the mountain here for that ballista to add any coverage whatsoever. Creditor being completely caught out is going to go down, and BBE in classic BBE fashion drops yet another Bane's Breath on top of the ballista here. Very smart move here, because now not only can VL not push back up into the ballista, but if they push out into this fight with VL, nobody else can sit up on top of that ballista and to try to use it as third-party potential here. Fun Plus Phoenix instead is going to offer themselves just straight up into this fight, and BBE is going to find themselves third-partied once again. And this is typically what we see happen to BBE. They get the hyper-aggression going, they get so focused on these other teams, and they pick up eliminations, but they end up getting third-party. They don't have the gas in the tank to keep it going. This is where they kind of fail, where Team TM succeeds. TM will go in, they'll pick up 1 elimination, maybe 2 eliminations, and then back out, reassess the situation before they decide to recommit. That said, Asbon able to find at least 1 grab here. They do get the resurrection onto Snack. BBE able to pick up the elimination onto TXJ here. VL's Revelia coming back in with an ult as well, looking for that third-party opportunity, catching out a ton of damage onto BBE. Creditor also was able to be resurrected here. They're going to slide in with that Wu Chen ult, get their teammate out, and try to get the full team of VL back into this fight. BBE Snack going to back off as they see their ult ending, and BLD comes in for the 4th party, looking to take this fight to the remaining members of Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix was able to get one of their members back, but VVV going to go down. BBE all of a sudden finding themselves re-engaged with WBG, picks up a kill onto Sleepwalker. Leo able to grab the elimination onto Loves, and it is a 2v2 fight breaking out between the likes of BLD and Fun Plus Phoenix. Leo very, very low, though, and BLD keeping that mentality where they're like, we're going to just dog one member of your team down. And now it's TXJ versus two members of BLD. TXJ turns around with the charge left click on the dual blades, is able to put them in the blender, but the parry comes through as they go for the third attempt on that charge left click, and Paralyzer is able to pick up the elimination onto TXJ. Now back to BBE, still engaged in this fight with the likes of WBG. We also see the corpses of Team VL nearby. Only one member left remaining alive, and BBE Snack holding on for dear life, the last remaining member of BBE, trying to win this fight into WBG. WBG able to get some resurrections off, and Snack just holding on for dear life here as his Yueshun transformation slowly ticks down, and there it is. WBG picks up the elimination, and all three members of BBE will be sent back to the Soul Altar, but not before putting together 12 eliminations.
Absolutely insane. 12 eliminations, and it doesn't look like they're going to be stopping anytime soon, and let's hope that they don't. They've been working towards it so well here, and they've been making it look good all the way towards the very end. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum putting into it. Been working a whole lot with everything going on. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum going, as now we're going to go into ASE and Wolf U, and they're both going to be fighting it out. Duking it as Choice has just been absolutely getting shredded so hard, as it looked like one of the teams are deciding to back out. That Wushin teleporting has been so beautiful for a lot of these teams here. Meanwhile, NV caught in a tough situation. Mr. BK ends up getting absolutely shredded here. Dangerously low on 1 HP, ends up getting the grab and gets thrown down by Choice. Choice chose the observation here and is able to get it and claim it. And now back at it again, does get the finish. Makes it look good all the way towards the very end here. And now we're back at it towards the end of it, as ASE is going to be able to walk around towards this one and probably play it off to be the best places that they need to, and probably be smart here, because at the end of the day, you still have to be a little bit more careful on how certain things are done and how certain people play certain things here. So let's hope that they can work towards this one, as now they're going to be able to move towards it and past it. Let's see if they can figure this out here, as ASE's Alex and the rest of the team is going to be able to rotate it in. Doesn't look like they're going to be really able to find anybody else towards this. Let's see if they can work towards what's next here. Absolutely insane timing is Choice. Well, ASE, full team walked right past him. Oh, no. No, don't change the camera angle right as he was about to. Oh, no, they did find him. Wolf Chief's Choice trying to hold on as best as possible. He's going to end up getting found, and the whole team of more is going to be able to find it. And it looks like they finally was able to get their first elimination of this game. They finally were able to find it. Moore gets a point on the board, ladies and gentlemen. I'm clapping for them. I'm so happy for them. They needed it so badly. Meanwhile, back at it with the entering of Yang. J team versus BLD. It's going to try to see if they can find it immediately. Mines is going to get immediately grabbed from Eagle. Eagle's going to be able to throw down the massive impact here. The Takeda coming through, absolutely swooping down so much momentum as the Justine is going to be able to freeze leave one of their teammates, helping them a little bit create more of that damage. Mines is clearly going to get eliminated as well here. Beautiful grab, throw down all the way down to the ground, and Paralyze ends up getting grabbed too. Sadly, no support to be able to get enough damage in to get the elimination, but Loves ends up going down, as J-Team is going to be able to get the next grab, but it looks like it's going to be a 1v3. Paralyzed trying to hold on for as long as possible here, questioning if whether or not can he even pull off the 1v3. It's very, very hard, but it isn't necessarily impossible, as it looks like he's going to get massive hits and damage coming in from all three of these teammates at the same time. Paralyzed trying to juggle him as best as possible here, but sadly, it's not going to be enough, as J-Team is going to be able to sweep up BLD.
Yeah, J-Team playing this very, very smart. Focusing out the Justina. Eagle knows that Justina is the threat here, and she's going to be able to freeze both of their Transformers and lock them down. He holds on to that Justina for as long as possible, does as much damage before they're able to slip away and get the ult off. But by the time the Justina does get the ultimate off there, she's so low, there's not really anything she can do. The Yueshun comes back out of the freeze, hits her, and as soon as Justina is gone, that team comp kind of just crumbles apart, right? They don't really have a great way to answer those Transformers after the Viper ult has already left the building. So they just find themselves completely on the back foot there until they're finally eliminated. And we're going to see BBE here looking to move through Celestra. BBE with a ton of eliminations, but right now, no loot whatsoever. And they need to be careful. VL waiting on the other side over here. And of course, XCG in behind. They need to not let themselves kind of get slammed between these two teams. Getting sandwiched right now could spell disaster for BBE because they do have a dominating lead here in this lobby. And it's the same thing we've seen time and time again. If they go out in the middle of the game here, yes, they're going to hold some points up. WBG here picking up a kill onto TM Pampy. TM not able to find that same momentum today that they were in day one. And BBE Snack here going to be caught out by the likes of XCG. But this is it. If BBE goes out here, it's going to be that same repetitive pattern where they are very aggressive early, able to pick up a ton of kills, find themselves third partied, and then they aren't able to find themselves back into the game. They just can't find the loot, and then they get eliminated towards that middle of the game, and they just get raw points. Luckily, it's enough raw points where they're actually doing fairly well for themselves. They're kind of always in the middle of the pack, and right now, it's not about being in those top positions. It's just about being in the top 16, so you move on from the group stage into the grand finals. Now, this same strategy obviously won't work once you're in the grand finals. Grand finals is all or nothing, so BBE gonna have to make some adjustments going into that. Hopefully they can find their footing under their feet today and learn from it so that they can change that strategy up going into the grand finals. XCG here with that Vermilion Birds might looking to hunt out some of these other teams. BLD Loves out here by themselves, pretty far away from the rest of their team, going to pick up a bounty here as they go to head towards, I'm guessing, back towards the rest of their team, if I had to guess, because they're very, very separated. Where is the rest of BLD? Okay, here we go. We're going to see Paralyze way behind. Mine's also way behind, but finally moving back in closer to Loves. And it's a good thing, too, because J-Team waiting in the wings here. And BLD, very, very separated. This isn't good for them at all. If any team sees them, they're going to instantly look to capitalize. Here we go. BBE looking to find some momentum here as they were able to get Snack back. They've got one grab here, but NiHQ not looking to let them get the slam off. And unfortunately, now they are going to pick up NiHQ, but the Wu channel is going to save NiHQ. BBE's Asbon going to be forced to go ahead and demonk here. As we see the crew mule come out, they're just going to take the reset, and XCG is going to opt to back out of that fight. WBG on the other side of the map here, just north of Shadow Jade Mine, going head-to-head with Team BLD. And WBG also going to be using the Wu channel to get a little bit of a reset for themselves. BLD able to regroup here and get back together, and good for them because many of these teams looking to capitalize on mistakes being made. Loves looking for an opportunity to go into WBG, and unfortunately what they are going to find is the likes of Sleepwalker waiting for them to come in, looking to make a mistake. Sleepwalker pops the ult but isn't able to find it. Now, that said, BLD Loves is completely separated from the rest of BLD. Looks like they are going to be eliminated as well. And Sleepwalker's strategy here for WBG paying off in spades. Yes, he doesn't get the stun from the Viper ult, but he causes enough chaos that it Loves gets separated from the rest of BLD, and they're able to start picking them off one at a time. Now they need to be careful, though, with Fun Plus Phoenix coming in for a third party here. We're going to see Jing immediately pop the Yodo Hime ultimate, trying to make something happen. The other Yodo going to return the favor. Fun Plus Phoenix's VVV gets the stun from the Viper, and immediately WBG's Jing disappears in a flash. TXJ looking to give chase, but realizes the rest of WBG is long gone as Team GD shows up. Kakaishi coming in with the Justino, immediately going for the freeze, and we're going to see a Wu Chen ult come out from the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix as GD goes back on the hunt.
Taxi holding it all the way towards the very end, though. Meanwhile, they're going to be able to push in and keep the same aggression coming in towards Leo and TXJ. Triple V as well here. They really want to try to see if they can connect this fight here, as the Takeda's going to be able to get the first strikes in. Meanwhile, Wushin immediately is going to try to guard them as well, as Triple V gets absolutely decimated by Kakaxi and Dunquin at the same time. And immediately the longsword is going to be able to catch Triple V within its stride as he's trying to see if he can dip away as best as possible. Meanwhile, Dunquin getting a double as well, being one of the best players as well, being able to work towards this. Meanwhile, J-Team waiting for their next opponents to pop in here. It doesn't look like they're going to have one. It looks like they might get a free chest. Just in general, though, as K is going to be able to pop the Terracotta Warrior, trying to see if maybe he can separate himself from the rest of the roster here, trying to find some damage, and he ends up hitting Alex for a decent amount. Tries to see if he can find anything else towards this one as he's going to push in and keep the same aggression. Meanwhile, ASC's Jin trying to do the same thing as he ends up decimating one of the other teammates as well. Trying to push in and keeping the same aggression. Comes in beautiful right click coming in from Kakaxi as Jin ends up getting absolutely destroyed by two of their players at the same time as ASC is going to force the Wuxin back out. The teleportation has been very, very helpful for them as they're going to need it. It doesn't look like they took them too far, but it's still far enough where they are able to get what they need to and dip out. Meanwhile, J-Team Zingle, it looks like nobody was actually able to get it in their realm, and they end up getting a free Mystic Might for themselves.
Yeah, Mystic Might huge for J-Team here as they come back out. If they're able to find anybody, that 25% damage reduction really paying off in spades. Since it's been moved from the Dracostorm onto the Mystic Might. These teams utilizing it to a great effect, especially coming out the realms of Yang and getting back into some of these fights with other teams almost immediately off the rip and using Mystic Might to be able to hunt down teams while they actually have an active advantage. WBG right now, first place in the overall standings and 9 eliminations this game. The only team who's currently broken 100 points so far with 132.2 points. That is a 30-point lead over everybody else in this competition. And you know, I find myself wishing Jake was here as he gave WBG so much on day one. And now here they are, not only in the top of the pack, but with a dominating 30-point lead. XCG coming in here onto Team NV, catching a massive parry onto Mr. Beak is NiHQ almost with the elimination, but the Wu Channel does come out and buys them just enough time for Mr. BK to go ahead and start getting that reset. NiHQ a little upset that they didn't play that a little more aggressively, because that could have been a very easy kill for them and some extra points under the belt of XCG. NV looking to re-engage onto this fight here with XCG, knowing that they have the advantage in terms of ults at the moment. Even though Hong does not have the Yodohime ultimate, they need to be very careful about how they engage here. Hong going to take a ton of damage off of one of their other teammates getting parried. The riposte just blitzing through Hong. LingXQ going to catch up to Hong and actually pick up the elimination. And now NiHQ finally going to get a little bit of payback here as he's able to catch the elimination on to Mr. BK and Uyaji, the last remaining player here for Team NV, holding on for dear life as they keep things moving. Turning our attention now to 17JL looking to find a little bit more loot for themselves heading into the late game here, as we are zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. They need to be careful though. Team Ace waiting in the wings. HZ clearly playing a bait here. They want to bait these players over into the ballista where Alex is waiting in the wings and they have an advantage. So they just have Hazy kind of acting as that bait, but it doesn't look like anybody going to fall for it. Fun plus Phoenix riding a ballista on the other side, looking to do exactly the same thing.
Looks like it as well here as Fun plus Phoenix still wants to see if maybe they can get lucky enough to find somebody here, but sadly it's going to be outside of the circle. So it's not going to be the advantage that they want to, as they are going to have to start maneuvering in towards the circle, but they still have time down the... Oh! Wow! As these Alex is going to be able to find TXJ and open very open. Oh, ends up catching Triple V doing this the exact same thing here. He says, listen, man, you thought you had the opportunity. I love that we just saw like a side corner of it, and then just all of a sudden TXJ just explodes in front of you. Like, where did that just come from? Hello? Oh, that came out of nowhere, and you love to see it sometimes when you just get the surprise attacks like that. That's better than a fireball. Meanwhile, VL down on a different section, trying to keep this game alive, doing what they can to do what they need to here. They've been doing an amazing job thus far here. Let's see if they can work towards what's next here. As Zay also, the NA team has been putting in work, trying to hold on for as long as possible. See if they can keep that same momentum pushing into it, as now looks like Ben Shu and the rest of 17JL also in a very open area space. Has a whole lot of space that they need to. Doesn't necessarily need to do any more, as we're going to go back towards the replay here from OUG. as OUG is also going to be able to find at least 2 here from BBE. This is when they absolutely went for the absolute attack here. As Double S absolutely putting in work here to try to decimate their teammates here. And obviously they were able to find it and they were able to capture the snacks that they need to. So coming into this, OUG coming in with a lot of confidence thus far. Coming in with 9 eliminations thus far with this game. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going all the way towards the very, very, very end.
Look, Dobby, sometimes, you know, you're in the middle of a competitive tournament, you're on the world stage, maybe your tummy was flipping before you got on stage because of nerves. You just need a mid-game snack. You know what I'm saying? You got to reach out and grab whatever's closest to you. And in this case, it happened to be BBE's snack, as OUG was able to secure the full elimination on BBE. And BBE, once again, suffers the same fate they have all day today. They have an explosive start to the game. They get caught out, and then they're unable to find their feet once again and go out into the middle of the game. And they get a ton of eliminations. They walk away with a 12-point game. The problem is they're not getting any multiplier. They're not in those top 5 finishes. They're not doing anything with all of those eliminations except taking raw points. And it's good to have those points. Don't get me wrong, a 12-point game is not exactly a bad game for the likes of BBE, but they would much rather be taking those kills to late game and making something happen with it. Sorry, a 13-point game. They picked up 13 eliminations. Unfortunately, they are no longer in the game. They walk away with a game score of 14.8. WBG and OUG currently tied for second with 9 eliminations each. Fun plus Phoenix, Team GD, Team NV holding down the fort in second place, tied with 6 eliminations apiece, as we are seeing the final circle start to collapse here just north of the Shadow Jade mines, as all these teams look for a little bit of space to call their own, as Zone 5 is getting ready to be collapsed on in the next 3 seconds. We are going to see things get very tight for all 28 players left alive here in this lobby, Dubby.
Still been able to work towards this one, and they've done an amazing job thus far here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going in, but they have been putting in so much work towards it. Let's see if they can rotate all of which way, in and or out. See if they can figure this out towards the rest of the spaces, though, and still, it's been looking good all the way with how they've been looking. Fun plus Phoenix, Triple V still working, trying to see if maybe they can find anything, as Uyaji is going to be all the way. It looks like he's going to get pushed in on Double S and OUG squad. Zinyu is going to find him inside of this corner here. They're both going to be able to absolutely decimate Uyaj. As it looks like they're just going to absolutely give them not in any time at all to do what they need to here. As WBG Jing all the way on the other side here, really could be another opportunity here, but let's see if they're going to be able to also take this down as well. I don't think so. I don't think they necessarily want to go for this necessary fight. It might not be worth it, and sometimes you do have to play this very, very smart. Let's see if they're going to be able to figure this out. You have to be smart all the way within this rotation side. Let's see if they can work all the way towards it. Like
what an interesting spot for that Moore's Blessing, by the way, Tobby.
Very interesting, don't you think?
Yeah, they're almost always outside, kind of in the middle. I've never seen one actively spawn in a cave like that. I wonder if that's in one of the recent patches where they made changes and they're able to spawn in some different locations. But very interesting, teams looking to capitalize on it. And it's kind of a very high-risk spot to try to go take some of that loot as well, because you put yourself in a cave, and here we go. Talking about being in the cave, VL finding themselves in that very same cave right now, on the receiving end of some massive pain from Team GD. Rivalia, once again, the last remaining member of Team BL, which lasts not that long, as GD quickly cleans it up. But now GD gonna be the ones on the receiving end of some pain inside this cave, as WBG Sleepwalker comes forward with the Viper ult, and now they receive a Viper ult as well. This cave proving to be a death trap for many, many of these teams, as these Vipers come in stun after stun, locking teams down. GD manages to get away, and WBG also as well manages to get away unscathed, but some very close calls for both of these teams.
Absolutely close calls here, but it's only going to get a lot closer, though, as they're on the other side of this mountain here. Dun Queen dangerously low here. Looks like he's going to get pushed in by ASE. ASE not going to give him any chance for Dun Queen to try to dip out. And he says, hey, buddy, where do you think you're going, bud? You're not going to go anywhere at all in any which way, shape, or form. You're going to make sure that you absolutely go down here, and we're going to make it a lot more harder for you, as you're going to be able to rotate this in and do what you need to. As WBG Sleepwalker trying to push this in towards it. Sleepwalker trying to hold it together here with this, and goes for the massive amounts of cannon shots. Let's see if Sleepwalker's gonna be able to find what he needs to. He's been doing a fantastic job of it thus far. See if he can work towards it though with Sleepwalker. He's gonna be able to work around it as well and does what he needs to. Wade absolutely getting hit by one as well. Zinyu all the way on the rotation side here. Look at the circle. The circle splitting everybody up a little bit widespread. A lot more surprising than I actually expected for them to be. They are not making this game easy. They're not making it easy for everybody. Meanwhile, Leo on the other side at the very bottom is XCG also finding this out. Xiaonan is going to be able to pop it and absolutely spread the rotation as Leo is going to get absolutely decimated by the full team coming through. TXJ trying to hold on for as long as possible, trying to get as much slashes as he needs to. He was able to get at least something here, but it looks like the rest of the team is also going to come in as ASE is also going to try to see if they can claim some eliminations. And oh my goodness, ends up sending him all the way outside of the circle, absolutely destroying him.
Ace up top here with another massive Viper roll coming out. Gonna actually land the stun onto OUG's Wade outside the circle as Ace's Alex picks up a very, very easy elimination for themselves here. GD coming in, and we're gonna see Ace forced to use that Wu Chen ult to go down to the gorge to buy themselves just a little bit of space. Gonna throw the Wu Chen Fs to also buy them some protection from those range shots while they look to take a reset. Ace able to get back up top and claim that high ground, but XCG and Team GD not looking to let them hold on to it for too long. WBG Sleepwalker gonna die to the burn here from 17JL's AS as they put in absolute work with the Flamer. WBG down to a single member, unfortunately, as 17JL, they have plenty of armor when they come out of that transformation. Not a lot of HP though, and AS making the smart decision to swap to the Flamer so that burn damage can tick through their HP only. And unfortunately for the likes of WBG, that does leave them with a single player left alive while they're holding on, tied for second place with 9 eliminations with 17JL. And now we are going to see their team is no longer resurrectable. It is just the Wu Chen holding things together here for WBG. Ace holding on to the other side of the map, and J Team likewise holding on down here. This is very similar to game one here as J-Team on the transformation combo once more looking to land some grabs here and dominating our space like they did at the end of game one. Not quite able to take the MVP from WBG, who had put in so many eliminations, but J-Team having a very good game here could potentially make it happen. They've got the double grab. They can't get the slam though in the face of 17JL's AS once again putting in huge work with that flame breath. A massive stun coming out from XCG Xiaonan, who catches out another Viper as well. And all of a sudden, it is elimination after elimination. And we're seeing these players drop like flies. 17JL goes to 13 eliminations. GD goes to 14 eliminations. And we're down to our last 4 teams. XCG, 2 members left alive. WBG, 1 member. 17JL, 1 member. And GD, 1 member. XCG trying to hold on to it. GD's Kakaishi gonna go down to 17JL's AS. 17JL's AS putting in so much work here. Absolute insanity from player AS. WBG's Mi Tian opts to go into the circle, dives to the zone, doesn't let anybody pick up that elimination, and it comes out XCG is going to walk away with the win, but I don't think they're going to walk away with the MVP. I'm pretty sure 17JL off the back of AS actually is going to be the MVP here for this game. We're going to see in just a moment when they announce our winner. Man, look at all these teams. Sure enough, it looks like we might be looking. Yes, it is 17JL is going to be your MVP for game number 3.
And absolutely putting in so much work here. 17JL has done an amazing job thus far, really holding it together all the way towards the very end. And look at it as Shanghai going to be reigning supreme here for our trios game number 3 at the halfway mark. 17JL putting in the time and the effort, and they've been absolutely putting in so much work, and they've made their point across very deeply in these last 2 games here, at least getting top 3 or top 5 every chance 17JL got. Whenever they had the opportunity to get some pushes, whenever they had the opportunity to get some eliminations, they were able to do it at the best of their abilities. But now back at it again. They're still able to do it as Orion over here trying to work forward. One of our only NA teams, Hooby, trying to do what he can here, and so is V. They've been able to put a lot of effort towards this. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it, but they have 3 more games left.
Yeah, this is day 2 for VL as well, right? They put up hardly any points on day 1. They have got to find their footing. They had a good game number 2 here. They were able to pick up 11 eliminations. It wasn't quite the MVP they were hoping for. They need to keep that similar momentum going today if they have any opportunity of making it into top 16 and being able to go compete in the grand finals for the World Cup.
Looks like it, though, and they have done a fantastic job of how it looks as well here. So let's see if they're going to be able to work towards it, as they will lock this in as best as they need to here. So now, even with all of this, we still have 3 more games left, and we still have to be able to knock out some more stuff as well here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it. But now, I'm very curious here. Who do you think needs to be able to step up within these games so far?
I mean, look, number one, VL has to step up. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. VL has been struggling. Their day 1 was not good. You know, they haven't had quite as much practice in Immortal War. Day 1, you have to look at it and go, okay, hey, they're getting used to the meta. They're getting, used to being on the stage. It's their first time here on a big stage at a LAN event for Naraka. There's some jitters to get over. It's day 2 today, though, and there's no more games after the next 3 games for them. VL, everything is riding on these next 3 games for them if they have any hope of competing in those grand finals, because there is a 3rd day of trios, but you only get 2 of the 3 days, right? Because it's Group A versus Group B, then Group A and C, and then it's going to be B and C. And unfortunately for VL, this is it. They have 3 games, 3 opportunities to prove that they deserve to be on that big stage. Whereas on the flip side of that coin, WBG has proven without a shadow of a doubt that the expectations for them absolutely wrong. They struggled in Season 2. Season 2 was not a favorable meta for many of these teams. The changes in Season 2 slowed the pace of the game down very drastically. And for many of these teams, that pace was not the pace they were used to playing Naraka at, whereas WBG thrives in this particular meta. As we take a look now, we're going to see our top 3 teams, 17JL with 14 eliminations in the first place finish, a 22.6, and I don't even need to guess to know who our MVP from 17JL is. It's AS. AS absolutely picked up 17JL in these final circles and put that team on their back. Between every elimination they picked up with the Flamer, the number of players that they locked down, the amount of damage they were putting out, they eliminated WBG in one very quick, smart moment for 17JL, and WBG was their biggest threat going into the final zones. It allowed them to clean up. Yeah, look at this. There's no question. 7 eliminations and almost 18,000 damage. Benchu and Ziyu didn't even break 10k damage. AS, the clear MVP for 17JL.
Absolutely putting in the work. As you said it yourself, AS clearly going to be taking it as well. But still a good look for the rest of the team as well, just in general here. Still just trying to make sure what was going on here. And obviously, it's still been a good look for him as well here. Is we're going to see the Yoda Hime. Very honestly, a little bit rare, to be honest with you. We haven't really seen too much of the Yoda really put in a lot of work, even towards the space of our trio games here, as they have the Sweat, Soul Release, Switch Dazzle, Pride Fall, Dagger Sap, Juggernaut, and Advanced Heal. With very tight damage coming in with the 5,900 from the Nunchucks. The ultimate Yoda Hime ult coming in from 5,400, 5,100 coming in from the Flamebringer. His 3rd MVP and 17,000 plus damage. Absolutely putting in work. AS looking real good for his team, and clearly MVP for game number 3.
Yeah, huge game for AS here. The thing is, going into this final circle, regardless of whether he actually had more damage or more eliminations than his team, just watching the way he takes control of the final circle for his team, he sees that opportunity with WBG where both of their Transformers de-transform, hoping to capitalize on the fact, okay, hey, we transformed when we had a lot of armor, so it doesn't matter, we're not going to have a lot of HP when we de-transform. He sees this and goes, oh, hey, I've got a Flamebringer in my back pocket, immediately pulls it out, sprays both of them down, and they go, oh, we're dead. It didn't matter what they did there. Didn't matter that they were at full armor, because that flame tick goes directly to HP. And at that point, they were so low when they de-transform, AS just wins the entire game for 17JL in that immediate moment. And you know what? You know who's winning for us right now? Terry, who's getting ready to take it away with another awesome interview before we come back for game number 4.
Welcome to the post-game interview. Now joining us here will be Snack from Bamboo Esports. Hello Snack, please say hi to our audience.
Xin chào Snack, bạn có thể chào viewer được không?
Hello, xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Snack đến từ đội tuyển Bamboo Esports.
So hello everyone, I am Snack from BBE.
So today is you guys' first day playing in the trail mode, and you guys performed very well in the first 3 games. So did you do anything special to prepare for today's game?
Hôm nay là ngày đầu tiên mà đội em đánh trio, đánh đội, thì trong 3 game đầu bọn em đánh rất là tốt, thì có bí quyết nào cho việc đó không?
Có lẽ là bọn em đã thường xuyên tập luyện với nhau rất là nhiều ạ.
Yeah, so it is because we keep practicing a lot when arrive here. So
very nice. And you got many kills early on this game, but you also got knocked out pretty early as well. Could you make any change in the future games to get a better multiplier?
Team mình có rất nhiều kill ở đầu game, tuy nhiên thì lại không thể sống sót đến sinh tồn đến phần sau và không có được hệ số cao, thì team em có cách gì để giải quyết vấn đề này không?
Có lẽ là đây là ngày ra quân đầu tiên nên bọn em đang khá là hào hứng cho ngày đầu tiên ạ. Bọn em sẽ cố gắng khắc phục ở những game đấu tiếp theo ạ.
Yeah, so this is the first day of the trial for our team, so we just join into many fight, and we think that we need to calm down into survive into the later circle.
Nice. And you also play in the solo mode as well. So how is it different? Do you get a different feeling today in the trail mode?
Hôm qua em cũng đã đánh giải ở thể thức solo, thì em cảm thấy thế nào giữa sự khác biệt giữa ngày hôm nay đánh đội và ngày hôm qua đánh solo?
Có lẽ là khi em đánh trial thì em có cảm giác tự tin hơn đánh solo ạ.
So when I play with my team, I feel more confident than previously solo the game.
All right. And what's your goal for this tournament?
Mục tiêu của đội mình đến giải đấu này là gì?
Mục tiêu của bọn em có lẽ là không cần đặt ra trước, bọn em chỉ cần cố gắng hết sức là sẽ được như mong muốn ạ.
Yeah, so we just try our best in this tournament. We hope that we can get into the final and maybe even more. We don't have the ultimate goal yet. We just keep fighting and try our best.
All right. Hope you achieve your goals, and thank you for joining us. Okay. That's everything here, and we'll take a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen from across the globe, welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point World Championship. I'm your host and your caster, the Rune Keeper, and right beside me, as always, is my main man, DAY4. And man, what a game number 3 this was, man. Things got crazy towards the end of this. And AS from 17JL with a huge big brain play coming out with the Flamer. He sees WBG, both of their transformers clumped together, de-transforming, and goes, you know, I bet they're low HP. We're going to burn right through it, pulls the Flamer out, serves up some barbecue, a number 2 with a Sprite. But yes, we got a question for you guys, and it's which hero was the MVP in game number 3? Is it A, Viper Ning, B, Wu Chen, C, Yodohime, or D, Yueshun? You know, I'm pretty sure, you know, here's your hint. Dobby literally said, we haven't seen this hero in the MVP slot in a while.
We haven't. That's the crazy part. We really haven't. And usually, especially in trios, we would definitely see that amount of player, definitely amount of legend happening for that type of thing. We would see it consistently. So the fact that we didn't was like absolutely shocking. And then knowing that, hey, we're going into these games going, okay, now there's different ways that people are playing this. There's different ways people are pushing this. They're exploring this. And they've been doing a fantastic job of it. So it's been really, really awesome to see how they've been playing this. But clearly, like I said, and you're absolutely right, we have rarely seen this comp get played. We don't see it much in the scene so far today. So I'm very, very surprised. That nerf changed the scene.
Look, you know, the nerf to that particular hero didn't change it as much as the Z-Ping nerf did, obviously. But thus far, it's been very, very good changes overall. As we take a look at the overall standings right now, VL just on the cusp of being able to move into that top 16. The thing is, many of the teams below them here have only had 1 day to play, right? Moore is one of the few teams that hasn't, that is on their second day to play. VL is likely going to find themselves at the very bottom of this table unless something explosive happens. Even Fun Plus Phoenix, GD Aces, BBE, it's their first day playing, and they're currently above VL. VNGC, EWG also only 1 day towards the top of the table. OUG, of course, look at this, 44.6 points today from Team OUG. Been a very, very good day thus far. They have almost as many points as EWG had on day 1, and they're only 3 games deep in their first day of playing. So OUG looking to move up that leaderboard. There's going to be a lot of shifting by the end of the day and by the end of day 3. Taking a look at the overall leaderboard right now, WBG holding on to first place with a dominating 136.5 point lead, still holding on to a 30-point lead overall. 17JL moving up into second place over Team TM with a 106.9, and TM, a team that had a very, very dominating first day, only 12.8 points today, barely holding on to third place at the moment. The question is, will TM do what they did yesterday and pick up the momentum here in game number 4 and find their footing again the same way they did their first day playing? Only time is going to tell. Only game 4 will tell. And like I said, going to be very interesting. 17JL walks away MVP from game number 3. And we're still on Moore's Isle. There's no more heading across the pond to Hollowroth till game number 5. So 17JL could very easily carry the momentum from game 3 into game number 4 and have yet another pop-off game. You know, it's been really interesting in terms of MVPs when you start looking at some of these teams and like how many teams are getting like double MVPs during the day, including solos. Like yesterday, solos was crazy. OUG's The King picked up 3 MVPs in a single day.
He picked up 3, man.
Yeah,
3.
Wang Liang picked up 2 in the same day. Yeah, it's been crazy in terms of MVPs. I think we're gonna see some back-to-backs here. I think we're gonna see probably another MVP from WBG before the day's over.
Next season needs to be a cash prize for who has the max amount of MVPs. That needs to be a prize. That needs to be a prize.
I agree with you. I agree with you. I think
Whoever
that
gets
would be
the
a wonderful prize.
Who gets more MVPs throughout the whole world, that needs to be a cash prize. That needs to be, that's impressive within itself. That should be some money.
To be fair, if you've got the most MVPs as a team out of every other team, you're winning. So your cash prize is you get first place because you played better than everybody else.
That's true. No. That is true, though, because you do get cash prize for winning the MVPs, but I do think there should be like a total one, too. So, hey, you just got, $12,000 because you done won 8 different times. Here's another $5K.
Well, that's what I'm saying is if you have the most number of MVPs, nobody else could possibly be the champion. You're walking away with the championship money for having the most MVPs. Does that make sense?
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's so
lot.
they already getting paid for getting the most MVPs. We're talking about $500,000. That's a lot of cheddar to be walking away with the most MVPs. Not to mention you're still getting paid for every MVP you did get. So you walking away with some nice bonus cheddar for getting all them MVPs.
For every MVP? Listen. Like I said, all I said before was about the same thing. All that for the MVP? All that for the MVP? All of that? All of that? That's a lot. All of that? All of that? A lot. It's a lot.
Dobby getting a little excited over here. He's about to retire as a caster, join that pro league. He wants that cheddar. He wants to go buy himself like a Murcielago.
No, I'm not. Don't do that. No, I'm not. I'm not that type of pro player. But in speaking of pro players, I think we got a video to show you guys of a pro player. And no, it's not me because I'm not a pro player.
From last year's Poopy to this year, NBPL, I think I'm a completely different player. As a teammate, as a person, just completely overall, I think I'm a lot stronger this year. And I think not only that is because of my personal grind that I've put in, but also the teammates that I have to help enable this. I think there are a lot of good teams this year. Team OUG, Wade, their Monk player, I think he's a phenomenal Monk. As a Monk main myself, I've seen what you've done and you're great. Your work is great and I'm ready to fight you.
Pooby talking about who he thinks the best Monk in the league is.
I love Pooby.
Look, Pooby's a fantastic player. I mean, honestly, again, I've said it before. He's the only Monk in the West who's ever been able to lay hands on me. Every other Monk be throwing hands out, and I'll be over here giving the old left and right, pulling the old shuffle on him. You know what I'm saying, Dobby?
Yeah.
But Pooby, hands down, the best Monk player in NA, in my opinion. I don't think there's any dispute there. That said, he's saying OUG Wade is a player he's very much looking into playing to, and I'm not going to dispute that Wade's a good Monk player. But I think we all know, in terms of the best Monk players in the league, we got to talk about Sleepwalker, Eagle, and GG's 330, right? Those 3 players just dominate in that Transformers comp, and they land those double grabs like ain't nobody's business. As we take a look here at the overall MVPs, of course, it's been WBG, Fun Plus Phoenix, and 17JL. We're heading back to Morris Isle, and it's nighttime, which means them Fireflies going to be everywhere, which means we probably about to see some Takeda, Dobby. Sure enough, we're getting ready to...
Let's see if they're going to be able to find this out, though.
It's time to look at these lineups for these teams coming through, and man, no question about it. We see 3 Takedas immediately pop up. J-Team going to be going back to a more classic Transformer comp. This is an interesting run coming from J-Team here, as it's going to be their 3rd time running Monk into this, using a lot of those hero points. You can see how many hero points these teams have left in the top right-hand corner. The more they use the same heroes, the more it costs them hero points. And as you can see right now, Team BBE down to 8 hero points left. Team BLD down to 10, and a BLD going to be running a comp that they have not used these heroes at all yet, so it's going to cost them a big fat 0 points here in a game number 4. Going to be interesting to see how these comps thin down as we head into games 5 and 6. But Dobby, tell me about these landing positions.
Oh man, it's going to be absolutely different in terms of how the game has been played, but it's going to be absolutely packed this time. Notice the spread is way smaller this time. We've got teams like Volume, we've got teams like BBE all the way in the middle of Celestra by themselves. J-Team's going to be all the way in the backstretch of Sunwing Rest. SCG is going to be in Victim's Haven by themselves. J-Team is going to get a full section to themselves. Don't need to be anywhere else. Meanwhile, there's at least 4 different teams going to be landing in Wreckage Plains. One team's going to be in Pheromos right near Stillside Temple, but everybody else is going to be basically near that center side. They are going to be fighting. They are going to be going back and forth. This is going to be very, very fun to see, and it's going to be super aggressive. So let's see how fun and how wild these next couple of rounds are going to go for the start of it, as NV immediately is going to push in, immediately start going in on Team Moore. Moore has been absolutely struggling to really get even a single point on the board here. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it, as they do get the first point on the board. His first kill. Koo finally is able to catch one after 4 games. He's finally able to do it here for the EU scene. Meanwhile, NV is going to try to force the back out as hard as possible, though. They do have one down here, but it looks like, check this out, they were able to find it as best as possible. They were able to do it, and absolutely Hong is going to try to see if he can separate himself as best as possible, and so is BK.
Yeah, look, Hong is just trying to lead the likes of Team Moore away from his other teammate here so that they don't lose another player immediately off the board. So you take a look at WBG with 2 eliminations under the belt, and man, look at this, all heck breaking loose. 17 JL fighting out Team GD, Orion nearby, as well as the likes of GD. All these teams going head to head here. GD's K getting caught out here by Orion, but it's 17 JL's AS who's able to pick up the elimination there off the back of those dual blades. They're able to slide in and make it happen. Pooby getting separated from the rest of Team Orion here. Orion trying to collapse to come in and cover Pooby, as he doesn't have the ultimate yet, but it's not going to be enough, as ZU able to pick up that elimination. We see WBG picking up an elimination onto TM's Pampy in the kill feed as well. Tryhard putting in absolute work with these dual blades here onto 17 JL, but I don't think it's going to be enough. 17 JL going to use the Wu Chen ult to back out, and Orion will find the resurrection on to Pooby. The question is will they re-engage into this fight? They've already expended King's ultimate, and I do believe they've also expended their Yuation ult as well, and the only ult they have left is Pooby. Are they willing to bank that fight on the Monk alone or not? BBE caught out here. BBE having a couple of very aggressive early games, been finding themselves progressively in worse situations. BBE going to find all 3 members of their team eliminated here. Ace's Alex going to find BLD's Mind with the Viper ultimate as they pick up an elimination. BLD Oliver coming in, trying to pick them back up, finds themselves also in the blender of the full team of ASE here. Oliver going to go very low. We're going to see a Clank come through, but it's not going to be enough, as Oliver tries to push back Alex, and Alex is going to help Jin find that elimination. We are going to see the rest of Ace looking for the other members of BLD as they hide out. And now, NiHQ here from XCG going to pop their ultimate as we turn our attention to Moore, and XCG going head-to-head here. The Bane's Breath put down by XCG. Moore CC threads the needle and finds a pick onto Ling HQ. Ling HQ going super low as they get slammed here by CC, but it's not enough for them to pick up the elimination. NiHQ gets grabbed, but CC takes multiple hits from the Bane's Breath and is going to be eliminated as Ling HQ finds them with a bow shot. Moore's Coup able to hit all 3 members of XCG here with a spear, but not able to pick up an elimination. Coup now with the ultimate transformation, just trying to take this fight to XCG as much as they possibly can. Doesn't want to find themselves in that Bane's Breath, turning around, trying to do as much damage as they can, but XCG refusing to clump up. Coup not going to be able to do anything here as they just continue to take massive damage, not doing a lot of damage to themselves as they don't have the best of gear, and XCG is going to be able to clean up Team Moore.
Absolutely coming through with this as the F3 comes out for Yodahime, though, as King is going to be able to go right through that one. Orion's going to keep the same aggression coming in as Pooby is going to be able to pull the first Monk out, as it looks like WBG is going to back out of this before things can get very hasty. Probably the best call, as Pooby sadly is going to be able to waste that ulti, but that's totally okay. as they are going to be able to work towards the next phase here, as it looks like ASC is going to come right back in towards the next fight. Ends up getting caught by the tornado, but it was only for a couple seconds, as Tryhard is going to be able to push in and keep the same aggression. Not going to be able to make it a lot harder as the Yoda ult comes out, trying to see if they can get some slashes. He comes forward towards it, waiting for the opportunity to strike, as Poobie is trying to hold on as best as possible. So much energy and momentum coming in, as Poobie sadly gets destroyed by Team ASE. ASE and the rest of Alex trying to hold on as Tryhard trying to see if he can juggle this 1v3 here, as Jin gets absolutely destroyed, as it looks like it's going to be a decent 1v1 coming in towards him and Jin, as Tryhard is trying to hold on as best as possible, but Alex is going to be able to close this in. Meanwhile, WBG wants to be able to get some of that energy going, as Alex gets absolutely destroyed, and ASC is going to be able to pull them out in a beautiful time when they need to.
Yeah, WBG with yet another clean third party coming through here. 6 eliminations under their belt, or sorry, 5 eliminations under their belt. ASE with 6 just above them. I mean, WBG has just played such clean, consistent Naraka today. Even in the games where they're not MVP, they're just putting up a substantial number of points and playing very, very well. Very rarely have we seen them make a mistake, if any, today. The only times they really get eliminated is by some unlucky third parties, or in the chaos of the final circles. We've seen maybe one of them get grabbed out by another monk or something like that and lead to their downfall, but just very clean Naraka. GD here gonna catch a huge parry onto the likes of BLD Loves, and immediately follows it up with the Nej's Might. Don Quinn gonna slide in and pick up the elimination. BLD Mind's gonna find the resurrection onto Oliver, while Loves baits out the rest of that other team and gets eliminated. Trading 1-for-1, BLD still down to 2 members. Ace gonna catch out Orion's King.
ASE really doing a good job in terms of just using their full team with the advantage of just absolutely putting in pressure on those 1v3s here, really not giving too many players really an observation here to really try to do anything. Meanwhile, Creditor caught outside of circle here, not looking good, as he's going to force the Monk ult to happen, as they're just going to absolutely slash and dash as much as possible. They're able to get one grab. They're able to get the throwdown immediately. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it again here. Creditor being absolutely smashed on each side is able to get another throw in, as Double S is going to get smashed all the way down to the ground, but sadly isn't able to do enough, as Zay and Creditor both go down. OUG is going to be able to close that. Does a fantastic job of it. Man, they were able to do a lot of it, but sadly it's just not enough. BBE still trying to put it together here, as they sadly are at the very bottom with 0 eliminations. They haven't been able to do much this game.
Yeah, BBE gets caught out early and not able to capitalize the way they have these other games. And the thing is they continue to go out in the mid game. They're in the middle of a fight right now with Team Envy, and it looks like they might find some more of that momentum back underneath of their feet here if they keep things going here. They catch out Mr. BK here from Envy and start to punch down a lot of damage onto Envy. Envy is going to lose Mr. BK as BBE finds themselves on the board finally here in this game with 2 eliminations. But here comes TM finding them in a situation they should not be in, and it is a classic TM style. They are going to happily capitalize immediately on it. Asbon, it picks up Pampy. The rest of TM backs away, so he can't get the double grab. They're just playing good, clean Naraka here. They don't want to risk a double grab and the possibility of the flip. They'll just let Pampy take the damage, knows it's not going to be enough to kill them as long as he doesn't get the double grab. TM methodical, clean, more than happy to catch players making mistakes and capitalize straight on it as they slowly climb 1 elimination at a time. Moore's coup here, gonna come through, gets caught out in the poison, but more than happy to just keep covering for their team as we see Lao Wang with the tether trying to help CC get back up. But this is gonna be a bad situation as WBG shows up for the third party. Now Lao Wang goes down, WBG picking up yet another elimination. Coup completely caught out here by the likes of WBG as we see, unfortunately, Orion go down in the kill feed. That's gonna be it for Team Moore as well. Both the NA and EU teams going to be eliminated at the same time, and WBG picks up their 7th elimination of the game. WBG is absolutely on fire here in the World Championship.
Meanwhile, Wolf U trying to see if they can hold on to it, and they are going to be able to push in on this, playing this to the best of their ability. Oh man, the absolute decimation, but looks like the Wushin is going to be able to take them out yet again and making sure that they're not going to get touched. in any which way, shape, or form here. They're going to be able to back this out. They only have 2 eliminations, so they're going to need to do more. Meanwhile, XCG still holding on to that Vermilion's Bird Might. They still have a lot of time left to do what they need to here, so they're going to need to create some type of momentum. But Wolf's going to need to create some momentum. They only have 2 eliminations. It's ASE and GD up top with 8 eliminations full right now. They still need to do more than they need to as of right now. But ASC and GD in the lead here. WBG slowly at hand with 7 and OUG with that 6. Now, even with that, they're still going to be able to put more towards it. Jin trying to put it all together here. Let's see if they can be able to work towards this one. Jin able to put it all together. Let's see if they can keep all of this together. Wolfyu on the other side here is able to do something. JT with 1 elimination. VL with 1. NV with 1. What is going on? These are some of the BBE eliminated. This is a very different switch up from the games that we've been experiencing thus far. Fun plus Phoenix with only 2. Huh? What? Huh? I'm confused.
Look, you say it's a very, very different game, but I want you to take a look at the teams who are currently at the top. It's ASE, WBG, OUG, and 17 Jail. These are 4 teams that we've seen consistently at the top of every single game today. Yes, some of the names have changed. Fun plus Phoenix, XCG, GD's at the top for the first time today, you know, but consistently those 4 teams have been coming in and putting in work. We're going to see Wolfyu actually catch out a member of TM here uncharacteristically as we see TM go down to a single player left alive. We're going to see the likes of Ace come in and start to push on to Wolfyu. Wolfyu is stuck here in the no old zone, looking like they were going to capitalize onto TM, but Ace waiting in the wings, more than happy to come in and crunch and munch on these hungry wolves that came through. TM able to slide back in during the chaos. Pampy able to get a Kame back into the game, but now Ace's Jin sees that there's some vulnerable players over here and wants to lock it in. Pampy and Akami going separate directions here, and this is very, very smart. At the very least, as long as one of them gets away, they're keeping themselves in the game here. They're not having the greatest of days like they had on day 1. They had almost they had over 80 points in day 1. But here and now, TM not able to find that same success. They would rather lose 1 player and have 1 player keep them in the game. Oh my goodness. Look at this play from TM's Akami. Just all of Ace slides through. Jin does come back and starts looking for them because they realize they didn't see them. If I'm Akami, I hate to say it, I would have moved around to the backside of this little hut and dropped off the back, right? As soon as they walked past, you just kind of got to creep because you know once they run past and don't see you, that they're going to have to come check the only places you could possibly be hiding, right? It's time to just keep it moving in another direction. Ace, though, getting caught out by 17JL now as they gave chase. And what a parry coming in from Benchu, follows it up into Aneja's Might and absolutely blitzes through 2 of Ace's members, and the rest of them fall. ASE goes down as 17JL secures their 6th elimination of the game, and now TM Pampy trying to keep the game alive, also caught out by 17JL. They came back thinking maybe they could pick up Akami back up again, and it's really unfortunate because they split up specifically so that if one of them get caught out, the other one could keep the game alive. Pampy, feeling a little too much need to come back and help their teammate here, finds themselves being caught out by both 17JL and Fun Plus Phoenix. There's no way Pampy comes back out on top of this. They're just buying a time for themselves, and it's not enough time as LYD finds the elimination onto Pampy, and that's going to be it for Team TM. Well played, good effort. Some mistakes made by Team TM here, but still one of the 4 running teams right now. They're not happy about this game, but it doesn't push them out of the grand finals, and that's for sure. We're going to see now as some of those realms of Yang start to come up here yet again. Team GD looking to find themselves into one of those realms. Wolfyu waiting nearby. It looks like Team NV heading all the way up north to contest another one of those realms of Yang, as we are 27 players left alive before Zone 3, Dobby.
Still able to hold on for what they need to, though, even with it. Sleepwalker is going to be able to rotate this around, but hey, check those Steam codes. You got them Steam codes available, though. Let's see if they can be able to keep that together, though. Looks like K is going to be on the other side too of this one, as Kakaxi is going to be able to try to see if he can create some type of momentum towards this one. Let's see if they're going to be able to find anything towards it. Looks like they're going to be waiting for the chest. Fun plus Phoenix is going to be right behind them, though. This is going to be very interesting, though, towards this one. Fun plus Phoenix want to try to see if maybe they can keep something, but they're going to need to do something. Oh, boy, as K is going to be able to push in on this, and J-Team Eagle is sitting there waiting for their time to strike. I love these 1v1 so much. Ladies and gentlemen, GD versus J-Team starts it off in the realm. Let's see if they can make this magic happen here as the wall comes down and they start immediately going towards it. ZK gonna see if maybe he can find the first impact. The ultimate immediately comes out. Kakaxi ready for it as both of them are gonna come in, absolutely spiraling out with the dagger, and the Wushin's gonna be able to take them out on the other side of the corner, both immediately getting ready and starting to heal off of the top. As immediately they go for the reset, the bow's coming in for the triple, as the Wushin is gonna be able to come through and get the protection, as the Eagle is gonna immediately pop open. The absolute insane one, as Eagle is going to get absolutely hit so dangerously hard, going to force the back off as best as possible, but now Eagle goes down, and the Monk is officially out of this. J-Team trying to hold on as best as they possibly can currently here with all this space. J-Team Lee trying to hold it and trying to see if he can create some damage. K popping open the Yotahime ulti, trying to create a maximum amount of damage though onto ZK, hitting almost all three of his slashes towards the very end of it. Meanwhile, Kakaxi and K caught inside of the wall, absolutely getting thrown outside almost off of it, as Lee is going to be able to catch it, but Lee dangerously low now, still has to be able to rotate towards this. This is still that 2v2. It still could be a massive advantage for him, as Lee still holding on as best as he possibly can here, trying to hit some massive hits towards GD's Don Queen. Don Queen trying to hold it together here as he immediately hits the parry, and just like that, GD is going to be able to shut them down.
Yeah, very, very well played here from Team GD. I've got to give it to Don Quing here, the Wu Chen, actually saving this team, right? They go in, Kakaishi's holding that ultimate. He knows he needs to use that Viper ultimate to stun out the Monk if they have any chance of winning that engagement. So he needs to wait for the Monk to come in. They go in, they pop enough damage onto them. They try to force the Monk. The Monk doesn't come. The Monk knows he's trying to get the Viper to force them to use their ultimate first, waits for it. They don't find the positive engagement that they're looking for. So GD's Monk immediately teleports them away, throws the wind wall down to buy them enough time to get pots off, which these teams typically don't ever get any pots off when inside the realm of Yang. It's very, very hard to do. The Wu Chen buys them that time. They go back in, find a much more favorable engagement. The other team panics, pops their ult, and as soon as they do, we see them dogpile onto the Monk, get the Monk relatively low, and as soon as the Monk starts trying to back out of the fight, the Viper knows that they can secure the stun from the ultimate, pops their ult, or they're able to find the stun, they're able to find the elimination on to the Monk. J-Team then sees that they are in a bit of a huge pickle. Lee able to use that UA ult to buy them a ton of time, to buy them a ton of damage onto Team GD. Almost picks up the elimination when he pins them both against the wall, but they weren't quite able to find it. The damage that had been dealt to ZK from the Yotahime ultimate ends up being detrimental. ZK gets picked up, and then as soon as the UA ult runs out, it's a 1v2 situation. The Yodo is able to use the F3 to buy them as much space as they possibly want, and at that point into the 1v2, there's just not enough that ZK can do by himself, and they see themselves getting eliminated. A great fight between J-Team and GD, just absolutely
love to see it.
Yeah, it was anybody's fight by the end of it, quite honestly. They both played it very, very well. Both of them knew. It's kind of the opposite of the Transformer comp going head to head, right? In the Transformer comp, if you're the team that's too slow to burn your ultimates, you're the one losing that fight, right? When it's the Viper comp versus the Transformers comp, it's the opposite direction. The team that burns their ultimate too early actually is the one that loses. So you have to go in off the back of pure skill and create the optimal fight where you force the enemy team to go ahead and burn their ultimate, and then your team is able to expend theirs and pick up the victory once that ultimate is fully burnt out. And that's exactly what we see happen. GD forces J-Team to burn the ultimate early. J Team, because of that, gets stunned out by the follow-up Viper ultimate and ends up losing the fight. And just classic textbook Naraka. We could sit here and break down that fight for the next 2 hours and talk about why these guys are the peak of the peak when it comes to Naraka. J Team in a bit of a pickle here as they go in to push on to Fun Plus Phoenix. They need to pick up those Soul Bloom essences so they can get rid of that degradation and keep themselves in the game. They are on a 1 minute and 16-second timer, but unfortunately, Fun Plus Phoenix over here is able to pop the no ult zone, and then the likes of OUG also show up, and J Team really just in a mix-up they don't want to be in right now as that time continues to tick down. 1 minute and 2 seconds remaining here for them, trying to lock down SS here. If even one of J Team can pick up a Soul Bloom here, it is huge. It keeps them in the game, and they are hoping SS is going to be the one they pick it up off of. It looks like Eagle going to be able to get that Soul Bloom essence. He's able to wash that debuff away. Now the question is, can J Team find some more eliminations and get that debuff off the rest of them? Time is going to tell. 38 seconds remaining here is Lee trying to pop some shield pots and move towards the next fight. They're going to find Fun Plus Phoenix's VVV a little separated from the team here. Lee not really wanting to force into it. The team has a lot of money here. Lee's going to drop all their money, their soul jades and stuff, and let the team buy him back. He knows he's going to die here. Look at this. He's going to go out in the zone. He doesn't want to give anybody else the elimination, right? He doesn't want to be in a position where people can loot his body either. So he's just going to come out here, die. The team has already spent the 12K to buy a resurrection charm. They are waiting for him to die so they can buy the resurrection charm. There it is. Now it's gone. We're going to see very shortly J Team move to a box, pick up a resurrection charm, and go pick him back up because they do have the money. It's just a question of when is this going to be favorable. ZK just purchased that rebirth charm exactly like we said he would, and hopefully they're going to be able to get them back into the game.
See if they could rotate that all the way around here as they're going to be able to put that down towards the next steps here as GD is going to be all the way around this rotation here. Let's see if they can put it all together. They've done a fantastic job of it thus far here. Let's see if they can figure that out towards the rest of it here. They've found a fantastic way of putting it together. 17JL AS is going to be able to rotate it around. The question is, did GD back out? I think they did. I think they might have been able to find that out and be able to put it down. They made it look good all the way towards that. It looked like they still will be able to go forth with the rotation. Fun Plus Phoenix, TXJ finds that gold. TXJ only has 4 eliminations under their belt here. This is very shocking of a performance so far here. Now, mind you, they've been doing well thus far, so obviously they're still doing well, still end up getting some stuff here, but now they still need more to be able to do it, so I'm curious to see what is next.
I mean,
and how are they going to be able to do this, though?
I was going to say, Fun Plus Phoenix, what's next for them is the chaos of the final circle, right? We talked about it in game number 1 and game number 2. They thrive off that particular chaos and being able to just pick teams apart in the middle of all the craziness that is those final circles. Fun Plus Phoenix, only 4 eliminations under their belt here, but they are late game players, right? They like to play late game comps, and late game is where they like to pop off. They're running a variation of this Takeda comp that uses a transformer specifically so that they can still pop off late game with it while having that early game aggression provided to them by Justina and Takeda, as well as Justina also being a late game hero who can buy them some of the much needed CC and damage that they need coming into those final circles. Fun Plus Phoenix is waiting. They're playing their methodical version of chaos, right? They are waiting to come in and thrive off these teams. The eliminations that they do have together are from teams that they've caught off guard and brought in with that chaos. And unfortunately, while I'm talking about this, 17JL picks up another elimination here, and it is on to VL Zay, the last remaining member of VL. So that is going to be it for VL here in game number 4. I'm sure they are not happy with their performance here today in game number 4, especially considering they only had 3 games left to put some big points on the board. BLD Mines Topside here, making themselves a big signpost with that Yodohime ultimate, but they needed to buy themselves some space to try to get away. And you can see all the musket shots and grapples just ringing out at BLD here. Mines no place to go. A cannon shot does land, and eventually it is going to be a musket from ZU that buys 17JL. Yet another elimination as they go to 8 eliminations. Wolf used choice here, trying to get the Viper ult off before they get eliminated, but Envy's Uyaji not going to allow that to happen with a bow shot coming down from downtown, picks them up yet another one. J team coming into the box. They desperately need this, as Lee only on that white armor right now. Because they had to resurrect him. Gonna find himself a purple weapon and that purple armor for the transformation that he desperately needs here. So Lee in a much better situation. J team able to find themselves all the way back into this game number 4.
Let's see if they're going to do well here. Let's see if they can find it out. They've been doing a fantastic job of it thus far. Fun plus Phoenix TXJ is going to be able to do so much more. And OUG as well, double S by himself, ends up getting absolutely grappled here. Curious where that even came from, though. Double S trying to hold on as best as possible here. Sadly, doesn't have much. Let's see if they're going to be able to walk towards this one. Like I said, they've done a fantastic job of it thus far. Let's see if they can keep this going and work towards what's next here, as 17JL, Ben Shu, and the rest of their full team is ready to fight this out. For what's next, they've done a fantastic job of it so thus far here. Let's see if they can rotate and figure out what's next. They need to do it.
I hate to break it to you. Unfortunately, SS just got picked up by 17JL's ZU. That's the 4th kill ZU is picked up with a musket from downrange. Just bop, 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 bop. ZU does not miss today, apparently, as 17JL finds themselves with 9 eliminations off the back of ZU just putting in massive work. XCG catches out Wolf use a Shinyum here and just absolutely puts the barbecue on with that flame breath there, and ZU finds themselves eliminated here. NV down to 2 remaining members, trying not to get caught out. We're going to see GD topside going to use a little swapperoonie here as WBG teleports themselves up topside. Fun plus Phoenix shows up as well. We're going to see GD looking to teleport away, and WBG more than happy to take this fight with Fun plus Phoenix as they try to hold on to this very tip-top space. But GD shows back up with a Yodohime ultimate of their own and starts pumping out massive damage onto the likes of WBG, and it's Sleepwalker who's going to find himself eliminated here. And then Mitian also getting picked up by XCG. 17GL's Ben Chu coming topside, looking to create some chaos there with that Viper roll. Not quite finding what they wanted as Fun plus Phoenix actually comes in and secures the kills on to XCG. Fun plus Phoenix finding their 7th elimination of the game here, holding on as LYD trying to use his Terracotta Warrior to come in and pump out some of that damage that they need. Fun plus Phoenix does not want to give up this high ground. They have fought very hard for. GD
They're gonna need to move out of it, though. They got 30 seconds left. They're not gonna be able to hold it for too long.
Yeah,
I mean, do something.
Right now, though, the best place for them possibly to be, they've got that legendary flamer. They just, anybody who comes up here is absolutely butchered. They're gonna hold on to this space for as long as humanly possible.
It's K. Ends up getting sent all the way down towards the very bottom of the cliff and says, see you later. Don't you ever decide to come up here again. Next time you knock, you better bring a pot for us to eat and make sure it's sweet potato. As it looks like now that we'll be able to find this out and see what's next here. Don't you love sweet potato pie? Do you like sweet potato or you like pumpkin?
I like sweet potato pie, 100%.
I like sweet potato.
I'm a sweet potato kind of guy.
Sweet potato is it, for sure, 1000%. Meanwhile, K is going to be able to come through and try to see something as LYD decides he wants to be able to take a shot at it, and he ends up getting decimated as well. So clearly probably wasn't the best decision as well, as Kakaxi is going to go all the way down towards the very bottom with that heavy sword. It's going to find Ben Shu right in front of him. The question is he going to be able to hit him? No, but it looks like 17JL is going to bully Ben Shu. Let's hope Ben Shu maybe can be able to get out of there. And it looks like Ben Shu is going to be able to claim an elimination on Kakaxi as well. It looks like AS is going to be able to go find this shield swap and is able to do much more than what he needs to here. NVBK is going to be able to find TXJ, hit a couple of damage hits onto him with that gold shield. His Eagle is going to immediately pop the Monk ult coming through very decent time here as he looks like he's going to grab Don Keen. Don Queen going to be in a very open space and isn't getting thrown down and eliminated. Beautiful timing to be able to hold that as he grabs Mr. BK. And the same thing happens as well. He ends up getting a double off of that one as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the grab off of TXJ. If he gets a TXJ grab, this could be massive for J Team's Eagle because TXJ is a problem. And TXJ from Fun Plus Phoenix has been an absolute MVP for their team here. So very curious to see if he's going to be able to do exactly what he needs to. His AS is going to get absolutely sent by Benshu. Going to be able to go through with the rotation. The ulti comes out on the left side here as Benshu immediately is going to get caught outside of it, but immediately catches them inside of the tornado as the F3 comes out from the Yorihime trying to protect themselves. As AF immediately is going to try to come through, but he ends up getting stopped by Eagle. Eagle trying to do what he can, but it looks like AS is going to be able to take them out, at least of Dodge's way. As now they're going to try to see if they can re-shield up ZU, trying to do the exact same thing as well, doing what he needs to, and is trying to play this the best as his ability. Like I said, Funplex Phoenix TXJ right now is a problem. He has Gold Shield and he has the Flamebringer. That is a max amount of damage and could be absolutely decimating and lethal if he plays this correctly. He's been jumping up and down, trying to get a little bit of that fire damage. That fire tick damage can be just as big as he needs to, as long as he plays it smart. 17JL doing the exact same thing, trying to see if they can find something as well. Benshu and AS trying to hold on as best as possible, knowing that they are one player short of this game. Meanwhile, Jing forced to use their Yorihime ulti, and he does end up finding elimination onto Eagle. J-Team trying to work towards as best as possible, finds a second from TXJ, trying to hold it together as best as he possibly can, as AS is going to be able to claim another. And ladies and gentlemen, they're going airborne as best as possible, sends K all the way from the outside here, trying to prevent him from coming back out to inside of this circle here. As K says, now it's my turn, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to try to see if he can get something as well. It's massive damage on two of his players, into K, into AS. K ends up getting 2, gets 3, and GD closes out the game. K's gonna be able to shut it down, but was it enough to make it the MVP team for our game number 4? Is it? Yes, it is. GD is gonna be able to claim it. Katsi on Queen, and K is gonna be able to shut it down all the way at the very end, and shining gold all over the stadium for a game winner.
Team GD coming in strong here. Great game coming in from Team GD. You know, this is a team that a lot of people were kind of 50-50 split on, right? In Season 1, Team GD, an absolute force to be reckoned with. Coming into Season 2, they kind of become this kind of coin flippy team, and a lot of it being, you know, some of the nature being shifted as Don Quing becoming the shot caller for Team GD. And Don Quing, very much a solos player, right? He plays both solos and trios for GD, so a massive adjustment for them in Season 2. And unfortunately, because of that in Season 2, they kind of were all over the place. Their games were in the middle, their games were really low, their games were really high. They never found any sort of consistency for themselves, and it seems to be the same case here in the World Championship, right? Their highs very high, their lows very low, and this particular game happened to be a very high game for the likes of Team GD, and I know they got to be happy with themselves because it's going to be a very big scoring game for them. They put a ton of eliminations under their belt. They find themselves in a bad situation where Kakaishi gets caught out, and they are left with 2 players left alive in that massive, crazy circle. And by the end of it, they're able to hold it all together and take it all away here in game number 4, where they walk away the MVP. And just a great game for GD in general. They've got to be patting themselves on the back right now, going, cool, let's do this for the next 2 games and run it back.
Absolutely. They're going to have to run it back as well, as they were able to hold on for as best as possible here. 17JL as well, holding on to the very, very end. Looks like they had an opportunity, though, potentially as well here. They might have popped the Yorihime a little too early within that final circle, but it looks like that's all they really had to do. They were dangerously low, and they needed to do what they can to try to solidify at least something of a top 3. And it looks like they definitely did. The question is, did they secure second place as well? They did end up getting a lot of damage and a lot of eliminations within that game here, but obviously GD was able to take it all the way towards the very top and plays it really well towards that end. I gotta give it up, especially to AS. AS was holding on for so long, all the way towards that very final circle here. It really could have been anyone's game here, and honestly, GD was able to just send them home just as quickly as they do, and I gotta give it up. K's gotta be MVP after that one. Holding on for the very end, that Yorihime slashing both players at the same time, getting max damage, knowing that the circle tick was right there, and he's just sitting there, just high and mighty, like, yo, what's up? I got my massive brain.
Yeah, like Team Team GD plays it very, very well. They walk away in the MVP. 17JL, though, this is what I talked about, being able to carry that momentum over from game 3 to game 4, though. 17JL are MVPs from game number 3, definitely carrying that momentum over into this game. Yes, they don't walk away with the back-to-back MVP, but this is still a very high-scoring game for the likes of 17JL. This is in no way a bad game for them. Yeah, they're going to take second place, almost a 20-point game for them, a 19.8. 17JL doing very well here, but Team GD with a 17-kill game here and 28.8 points, almost a 30-point game for Team GD. And once again, WBG still in the top 3, 10 eliminations, a 16-point game score. WBG just doesn't miss.
Woo! They really haven't, though. And they've done a fantastic job of it. I do got to give it up, though. Fun Plus Phoenix and ASC in another very similar situation as well. 11.6 and a 9.5 coming in from both of these players here. But just look at the player eliminations between 4 and 7, 6, 8, 9. Just going back and forth here. Meanwhile, the top 3 teams getting those double-digit points, absolutely putting in so much work here, as K is going to be your MVP with those 8 eliminations, 20,000 damage. I mean, it definitely has to be K. If it's Don Queen, I'm going to be very surprised here. But that ending of K, it has to be the MVP of that game. Putting in so much work for GD, just making it look good towards this, as it is going to be K with the Yoda Hime animation coming in towards this very center. High and mighty, his second MVP of the games here for our World Championship with Pride's Fall, Suna, Focus Slide, Dagger Sap, Cavalry Boom, and 1 Health Soldier. He was the one with the blue. He was the one with the blue that had him on him. Meanwhile, with the 6 assists and a 9,600 in healings, I mean, it definitely an overall a fantastic performance coming in from the man himself, GD, coming in out of this one. It's just been putting in work, and I mean, K just put in work here. 8 eliminations? Yeah, he did what he needed to.
GD does a fantastic job here and definitely deserves MVP. You know, he comes in, he's able to put in the damage, he's able to put in the eliminations, puts in the work. But I got to give a shout out to GD's Don Quinn, because there's a moment where they enter Realm of Yang in this particular matchup, and it's a matchup between them and a Transformers comp, right? And they go in, they find themselves in an unfavorable engagement, and many teams have been kind of reluctant to run Wu Chen because that teleport doesn't really buy them a lot of space in that Realm of Yang. Right? It doesn't really get them away from the other team. There's no place to hide in the Realm of Yang. But Don Quinn very quickly teleports them perfectly to the other side of the arena, immediately drops the F, and buys them enough space to at least get 1 pot off before the other team can push in. And because of that, they're able to walk away the victors in that particular Realm of Yang. So Don Quinn getting an honorable mention for me. But you know who else is about to get an honorable mention? Terry, because Terry been killing it with these interviews, and he's about to give you another one before we come back for game number 5.
Hello everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. Now joining us here will be Wolfview Choice. Hello Choice, please say hi to our audience. Choice 你好，请跟我们的观众先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 Wolfview 战队的 Choice。
Hello everyone, I'm Choice from Wolfview. So here's our first question. In this meta, we have the Realm of Yang, and how do you determine if you want to go in there to fight? 所以我们的第一个问题是，这个版本我们有回阳镜，那你们一般是怎么决定要不要进回阳镜的
呢？我们拿双面阵容的时候就会考虑进去回阳镜。
Yeah, when we got the two transformers of Tianhai and Yueshan, we'll probably go in there. Okay, and there comes our next question. So you got that Yuto, Wu Chen, and Viper come this game, and what was your game plan for this game? 我们的问题是，你使用了妖红尘这样的一个阵容，然后那你们这一把的这个比赛策略是什么样的呢？
我们主要是打黄雀吧，然后就是黄别人，就偷个几分，这样容错比较高，有分数。
So our plan was to play the third party and try to get points, trying to attack the teams that are fighting, because this plan will give us more room for error. All right. And here comes our next question. As the captain of the team, how would you try to cheer your teammates up and try to play better in later games? 我们的下一个问题是，那你作为你们队伍的队长，你要怎么来帮助队友提升士气，然后打好接下来的比赛呢？
因为现在队友还是有点紧张的状态，所以 我是叫他们放松心情，然后认真打就好，就是不要有压力，然后下一场好好表现。
Yeah, my teammates right now, they still feel nervous. But what I will do is just try to have them relax and don't feel the pressure and just think about next game and try to perform better. All right, this is our just first day and for you guys, so I'm sure you guys will perform better. Is there anything you want to say to your teammates or to the opponents? 我们的问题是，就是今天只是第一天的比赛，然后你后面还有很多机会，那你接下来有什么想对自己队友或者对手说的吗？
我想对我的队友说，就是不要因为前几场打得不好，然后有点气馁，所以就是好好表现，发挥自己就行了。
Yeah, just don't let down yourself. I just want to say to my teammates, don't let down yourself. We still have chance. Just don't let the performance in the first 3 games affect you. We just keep playing well and we can have a better chance. All right, that's everything. Thank you for joining us. 谢谢这就是所有的采访了，加油。
好，谢谢。
All right, that's it, and we'll get back to our casters and take a short break.
All throughout the season here, as Jin is not even giving T25 even a shot or a momentum to try to get any types of hits here. Oh, and take it back as he ends up getting caught inside the tornado, and T25 is going to be able to switch it around.
Pop the ultimate, gonna catch it on, gets caught by the F ability, won't let him heal, and Roy, he coming in with his second kill onto Chili, but Chili is not gonna make it easy for him. It might not even be the second. No way! Just gonna finish up looting. And oh, this was actually the previous one in the replay. So this is how Tryhard beat out Wang Liang and denied him the Mora's Blessing from this Rubber Yang.
Looks like they're able to find it as well here, able to do what he needs to do. Kai Bao looking up in the air. The king ends up going flying far and high. Let's see if they're going to be able to push in on this dual blades versus the dagger. Dagger able to come through and see if he can get a nice little bit of some hits coming in, but it looks like he's not going to be able to hit too much. Nice shields come through. Kai Bao trying to do what he can. Tryhard does able to get the dagger down, but Kai Bao able to get a nice little teleportation switch. Is actually able to do enough, and he plays with him. He plays with his toys. He plays with his food. Kai Bao able to do what he needs to. His Tryhard is going to be able to work towards this one. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. That was actually really slick. I got to see a replay of that one. Meanwhile, Tryhard is able to do the nice little dashing dance, though, with the dagger. Is able to get nice, massive amounts of hits, but Tryhard is able to shut him down and says, haha, that was very, very funny. The opportunity, though, a Snack is able to further away from it. It looks like he's going to decide to actually fight the one that's right in front of him, though. Oh, beautiful carry coming in from a long fly here as G has T2225. Very rare to see G in a tough situation here, but looks like he still has an opportunity, though, to come back from this one as well, as Roy Yi, it looks like he's going to be able to fight that within it. Long Fly is able to do it, and he does it again with an insane parry, but the recovery coming in now, but it looks like, oh no. I need to know where that is. That is absolutely beautiful. It's giving me the same thought process as my whale, which, Naraka, where's my whale? Where's my whale?
I love it. Also, we just heard from broadcast that is Singapore Central Park. It's gorgeous though. I love it. It kind of looks like mushrooms. I want to know what's going on with the top of the tree. It looks like there's like a lounge up
next
there.
Year? And like I would love to just go on tour and just see all of this. Anyway, welcome back to the World Championship for Naraka Blade Point. I'm your host down here, and I'm accompanied by RuneKeeper. Back at it again here as we're gonna lock in for our game number 5. Where's my whale? Looks like we're gonna be able to put this together here, and then we're gonna see what's going on here. But who was the last player alive in game number 4? Also, another question: where's my whale? 17JLAS, Ben Shu, K from GD, or WBG's Gene, or number E, where's my whale?
Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you lock in your answer for a chance to win some of these lovely Lotus treasures, and make sure you're keeping an eye on
where's my whale in
whisper
chat.
Box. So that you can pick yourself up surprises. And apparently, if you want to pick up Dobby a Christmas present, you know what to get him a whale. But
a big plushy whale would be great, preferably a penguin, but you know.
Like enough talk about the potential future, whether our whale will make a return or not, because we here in the present, baby, we still got 2 games to play. We can't be talking about next year. We got so much action still to happen this year. You know, it seems like so much has come and gone already. We've had so many tournaments from of course, the CN Pro League to the SEA Challenge Cup to, of course, the Morris Cup, the Shadow Jade Cup in EU as well. You know, all of these things has happened in a relatively short period of time, and it feels like, oh man, where's all the Naraka gone? But we still got a lot to go, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 more games today. Of course, tomorrow has been moved to the 8th. Don't forget, if you want to see the solos finals, you need to not tune in tomorrow, but tune in on the 8th. And I do believe it's going to be Dobby and Jake coming back to cast your solo finals, so you know you don't want to miss that. And then, of course, on the 7th, we'll have our trios finals as well. And then that determines who goes on to the grand finals for the World Championship. So plenty more Naraka to be had, just like we've got another short video for you before we come back and lock in for our 5th game of the night.
Where's my whale?
Sau ngày đầu tiên thì team mình đã đạt được mục tiêu đề ra ban đầu, nhưng mà cũng khá tiếc nuối vì thiếu một ít điểm để lên top 1. Thì mấy game đầu thì có thể là hơi cống tay tí xíu, hơi run á, nên là, nhưng mà may là mấy game cuối thì tất cả đã vào form. Vượt qua vòng loại thì em nghĩ là team em chỉ cần đánh bình tĩnh vào ngày thứ 2 thì có thể vượt qua rồi, và mục tiêu của bọn em trong vòng chung kết là top 5.
TM Zakami here talking about their goals here in the tournament and how far they reached. And I mean, the first day for them, very, very impressive. They've struggled to find that footing here today. That said, with their impressive performance from day 1, I don't think it's a question of whether they're going to go compete in the grand finals, but how far they're going to go once they get there. We are 4 games deep today. No back-to-back victories. 17JL almost makes it happen in game number 4, but it's GD who comes out on top as we get ready to take a look, because we are locking in for game number 5 here. We're going to take a look at these hero picks going, of course, across to Hollowroth here for game number 5. And some very interesting comps coming through. I like BBE's comp here, quite honestly, with Takeda, Justina, and Matari. Very, very strong comp here. And the thing with Matari is Matari's ultimate here buys you the ability to do those grabs when she teleports aggressively after she's popped her ultimate, and that locks players down. BBE has been a team that has consistently been able to pick up eliminations when 1 or more of the enemy players are locked down, and this is no different for them. Matari just going to be acting as a way for them to butcher single players here. And whoa, Dobby, look at this spread.
Oh my dear Lord. Far right side Titty Tang is going to be absolute. I can't wait. Are we going to get the same amount of momentum that we saw in the last week? Oh my God. Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm actually shivering. Whoa. I'm sorry. There's like 5 teams that's headed fully towards City of Tang by themselves. There's another set that's also going to be headed towards right behind them. There's another team, a set that's going to be headed right in front. Ladies and gentlemen, Rune, do you remember when we casted the first few games of Holoroth when it first came out and there was an absolute massacre of fights that happened in Trios? I mean, it was just back to back to back to back to back. Aggression, fighting, pushing, fighting, reveals, fighting, resurrections, fighting, more resurrections, more fighting, more resurrections, and then fighting. It was so much impact back and forth. It was absolutely massive. So now, even with that one, they're still going to be able to rotate this around. We need to get immediate footage on the inside because I'm trying to see how drastic and how insane this is going to be. I need for them to be aggressive, and I need to go in. They need to go into this absolutely fast as possible. I am ready. Bring it.
Yeah, 17JL here already hunting down the members of the Wolfpack here as they've been able to secure one elimination. AS coming in over here onto Choice, just putting him in the corner here. Ben Chu and AS telling Choice, hey, look, I need you to take a time out. But AS going to get picked up as it looks like BBE shows up to come in now for the third party, and 17JL down to a single member left alive after they aggressively tried to hunt down the members of the Wolfpack here. High also down as a solo member here as BBE gives chase. BBE off to another strong start here with at least 4 eliminations. They're about going to go to 5, if not 6, as they find out 17JL's Ben Chu as well. No, sorry, that's going to be 4 eliminations. It looks like both Wolf, 17JL were able to get at least one of those eliminations out of there. TM being caught out early once again here. It looks like many of these teams have adapted to TM strategies from day one. What a charge left click out of those dual blades. TM's Pampy able to turn it around onto the likes of Fun plus Phoenix. What in the world did I just watch? 1 HP in a dream. Pampy says, I'll do it all, chat.
They was able to put that down and then absolutely shut it down, making it so much harder for everybody else to be able to do anything. Good googly moogly. They shut that one down. They were able to do so much more than what they needed to, and they made it look so nice. Meanwhile, Moore is trying to fight this out with J-Team. J-Team is catching Sissy in a corner here, and it's not looking good as he's going to be able to finally try to see if he can get out of it, but it's not going to be enough as ZK and Lee are going to be able to do what they need to as they're going to push in and try to catch Eagle, and it looks like they will.
Yeah, what a huge engagement there for Team TM. To be able to turn that around, Pampy just flips the entire script onto Fun plus Phoenix with those dual blades. That is one for the highlight reel for sure. So we take a look over to WBG here, who's opting for a slower game here. And quite honestly, WBG can play any way they want to these next 2 games. They have such a dominating lead in first place. There's no way any team could ever potentially knock them down into the bottom 8 of these 24 teams, right? It just can't happen. They've put up so many points. So WBG can afford to play a nice slow game. They can go take in the scenery. They can get some nice loot. BBE going to catch on to Ryan over here. Tryhard going to go down to the boys of BBE here, who have picked up 5 eliminations for themselves, looking for their 6th. They do find Pooby, but TM's Akami comes in and picks up Raffin. And TM here, man, they're hungry. They're not happy about their performance in the first 2 games today. Going to slide right in onto BBE. BBE going to slip away here with, I do believe, a Wu-Chen ult. And TM just going to keep things rolling. They are looking... Yeah, I mean, look, they're looking to repeat their day 1, where in the last couple of games they come in and just absolutely have dominating performances here. TM, pretty safe in terms of their positioning. The odds of them being knocked into the bottom 8 and not being able to go from the group stage to the grand finals, very, very low. That said, they still want to have good games today. It's their one opportunity here on the big pro stage, so to speak, outside of their own region to make some noise, so they don't want to end up not making said noise. Pampy trying to get the slam down here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. XCG, of course, coming in for the third party, kind of putting a little bit of wrinkle into their plans here. J-Team following it up with a 4th party of their own. TM really unfortunate for them here, as there's not a whole lot that they can get away with all of these teams coming in. BLD showing up for the 6th party as well, turning it on to J-Team. J-Team going to be forced to use the Wu-Chen ult. A lingering member here of Team TM and BBE still floating around. TM trying to get away as BBE wants to turn a little bit of revenge onto TM. BBE has been able to either get their members back or gone to the Soul Altars for a little bit of a salty run back here. And TM, this player, just trying to hold it together here. Not going to be able to as J-Team shows up. But BBE Snack able to pick up an elimination onto J-Team's Lee while they're hyper-focused on picking up the elimination off of TM. ZK using that ult to lethal effect here as they pick up Rathan, but ZK goes extremely low, and Asbon not going to allow them to get away for even a moment. Snack going to come in and pick up another elimination onto J-Team as Eagle also gets sent back to the Soul Altar, and J-Team going to be sent all back to the Soul Altar here as BBE now giving chase to XCG, and BBE really trying to do what they've been doing all day, trying to capitalize on a strong early game, but XCG coming in, IHQ with a massive Yodel, picks up 2 of the members of BBE. BBE down to a single member left remaining alive. BLD coming in for the third party now, and it is just third party central on this side of the map as fight after fight after fight breaks out, Dobby.
Even with that one, though, XCG still able to hold it together as best as they can. BBE eliminated, but they still have another shot. But look at it, 9 eliminations so far, but they've been in this space before. They cannot risk another early elim like they've done so far. They still have 43.6 points, but it's not going to be enough here as they're still not even cracking the top 10. So they're going to need to do a little bit more and possibly play more smart than they are being super uberly aggressive. As now we're going to be able to work towards this and figure this out here. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this in towards it as the Tornado is going to be able to push in towards this one as Wolf Shoe Choice is going to be able to push in and get the Monk to be pointed out towards this. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the grab, though. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. As Lao Wang is going to be able to hit massive damage onto it as Ku is going to get grabbed. He's going to grab the second, gets the double slam and the double finish on both sides. You love to see it. Great call coming in as Wolf U is going to be able to pick up their team. Man, Wolf U is going to be able to claim some eliminations just with the skin of their teeth because they were pretty low.
Yeah, the Wolfpack here able to put in some eliminations onto the board. The big question being is like, where have they been all day, right? You know, they've not really been able to put out the same amount of points that they were in day one. And to be honest, at the end of the day, I think there can only be one team of Wolves, and Team Wolves definitely performing better than Wolf U. So Wolf U's got a lot of work to do if they want to stay in that top 16 and go beyond the group stage. BBE here finding themselves caught out by Orion. Asbon completely by himself. I'm not sure where the rest of BBE is. Snack to the other side, but Orion not wanting to push in here, worried about being punished from behind, and smart decisions as VL Creditor finds himself caught out by the likes of VL here. King landing a massive hit with that Yodohime ultimate, but the problem is Orion is sandwiched between these two teams, making them the target for both of these teams. So it's essentially a 6v3 if you think about it. BBE's turn their attention
That's
over
also not
to
good,
VL.
though. You don't want to be a part of that, though.
No, you don't want any part of that, right? You really don't want to be in the middle of that sandwich. And VL and BBE now engaged with each other because Orion has backed off, but it doesn't look like Orion's going to get the opportunity to take a fight. As we take a look over in the realm of Yang, it looks like a team is waiting in the wings here. VL going to go down to BBE, and it is WBG waiting to see if anybody is going to show up. And is this... No, okay, I thought it was just 2 members of WBG in the realm for a second, and I was like, that's just a smidge cocky on the part of WBG, but it looks like all 3 of them are. BBE here, having a very, very explosive game for themselves. 12 eliminations under their belt, and they haven't died to a third party like they typically do in the middle game. This could be the game that Bamboo Esports has been looking for all day. All right, Fun plus Phoenix going to come in, immediately monk up. We see the 2 monks come out. The question is, do we see the Terracotta Warriors? We're going to see Fun plus Phoenix go ahead and utilize theirs. And if I'm not mistaken, WBG running Takeda instead. Yes, they are. So they are going to be running that Takeda here into the team comp. So they don't have the Terracotta Warrior, but they are keeping LYD busy here with their Takeda, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. FunPlus Phoenix's TXJ goes very low, does get the D-Transform off, finds himself taking a ton of damage to that armor immediately. Jing will find the uppercut aerial into it, though, and WBG finds themselves in a 3v2 now off the back of their Takeda, putting in absolute work. LYD going to get picked up, and it's all going to come up. WBG, God, these guys are machines here in the last couple of days. WBG just can't seem to miss in terms of the World Championship. These boys are hungry, Dobby.
Absolutely hungry. And like I said before, like, you know, we said it before, I love to see these teammates absolutely just going in for these eliminations. Like I said, even with BBE, I think that you still have to play this smart. And I'm hoping that they have the opportunity to do more, but you also have to be careful because teams like BBE has been struggling to get into the late game because of the simple fact that they have been getting very aggressive and then they get eliminated not even halfway through the turn, not even halfway through the game. They end up at least getting in the top 10, but obviously look at where they're placed. They're not even in top 10 overall. So they have to be able to play this smart. Meanwhile, WBG has an astounding lead of a 155 at 17 JL is not even at a 130.
Yeah, WBG, like I said, these last two games, here's the big difference for them. They don't have to play hyper aggression. They can literally play these next two games however they want, and they're guaranteed at this point to go to the grand finals for the World Cup, right? Obviously, they want to put on as good a show as possible. They obviously want to get those MVPs. They want to pick up that extra money, but they could afford to have two really bad games here and be okay. So they don't need to try to go into the final circle with, you know, double-digit eliminations or something crazy like that. Just putting up consistent points. They're maintaining a 30-point lead in that first place position. They can just play comfortable Naraka here. There's no pressure on WBG at this particular moment. Now, obviously, once we get to grand finals, that's completely different, right? It's all reset. WBG has to come back in and do the thing. But right now, these guys they've just played good, clean Naraka to the point it doesn't really matter for them in these next two games. They can feel out their opponents. They can take things nice and slow, and they can figure out what these other teams are doing wrong. They can kind of use these games as scouting games, if you will. They can engage onto maybe teams in ways they haven't before. Oh my God. Xiaonan going to take a ton of damage on the end of that repeating crossbow, and we're going to see XCG immediately pop that Wu Chen ult. And FunPlus Phoenix looking to pressure in here onto the team. That said, XCG has two ults waiting in the wings, and we saw FunPlus Phoenix burn at least one of theirs during this. So I don't know if they have two. They at least have their monk transformation, as we can see onto TXJ here. Xiaonan getting caught out again, though, before they ever get the opportunity to pop the ultimate. Now FunPlus Phoenix has a massive advantage. NiHQ used their ultimate already, so they would be grabbable, but they were forced to cancel it. They actually get grabbed out here as they get shoved to the side, and now NiHQ gonna be eliminated, and it looks like XCG down to a single member left alive, but BLD coming in with the third party. Very unfortunate for FunPlus Phoenix is they actually ended their monk ult trying to go ahead and start building rage back up. They did not expect the third party, though, so BLD going to capitalize on the fact that that's immediately gone, and they're going to pick up LYD, leaving FunPlus Phoenix with only a single member left remaining alive. It looks like they were able to get two members. XCG's Ling HQ going to come back through as OUG giving chase here, and Ling X10 trying to get BLD and OUG to go head-to-head here to buy himself some distance, but OUG not really having any of it at the moment. They really want to pick up this elimination on the solo player. They're not looking to engage BLD just yet, and Ling X10 not having the luck he was hoping for here when he ran OUG back into this enemy team, and unfortunate for him.
Yeah, OUG getting juggled like an absolute, just inside of an absolute circus here. So many circus balls and oranges just getting thrown around. I thought they were about to make orange juice out of them.
I mean, look, man, they put that boy in the blender. They went ahead and made a smoothie, not juice. They just made a smoothie out of Ling X10. We take a look at the map here. We're gonna see BBE looking ahead over here and head into one of those realms of Yang, and a lot of people over towards the very middle of the map, also trying to contest all of that one realm getting ready to come through. WBG being one of them, TM being one of them, J-Team being one of them, and it looks like it's going to be WBG going head-to-head with BBE. This is the best worst outcome for BBE here. They want to keep WBG from putting more points on the board, and if they can win this Realm of Yang, it sets them up to win this game and walk away the MVPs. The problem is WBG is on a roll, and this might be the worst possible opponent for the team comp that BBE has. This Transformer comp with the Takeda actually going to put in a lot of work here. Asbon getting caught out here. Rathan going to be forced to frost up so they don't get grabbed down. Asbon does go down, and sure enough, this comp is actually going to prove very difficult for BBE to overcome as WBG starts putting in the work. They don't get the slam back onto Rathan, but Rathan does find themselves caught up in the Wisp, and that is going to be enough for them to pick up both of the eliminations as WBG comes back out on top once again. They have basically a 100% win rate in the Realm of Yang. I would love to get a statistic on that if somebody could go back and check, but I think WBG has not lost a single Realm of Yang to date here in the World Championship. GD's Dongqing getting caught out here by the likes of Team TM. TM uncharacteristically letting Dongjing get much further away than they usually do. This has been the problem with Team TM today, is typically they catch somebody like Dongqing out of position like this, and they never let him have the chance to get away. They'll lock him down with triple grapples and eliminate him very quickly and then get back on the hunt. Today, we have seen TM have to chase these stragglers super far, and they're spending a lot of time doing it, and they're unable to grow that point lead as fast as they usually have been. OUG here trying to go head-to-head with the likes of BBE. BBE needs to pick up a victory here as they are on that timer, but Asbon getting picked up by the Monk once again. And again, this comp very much a struggle for the likes of BBE right now. The double grab comes out. That's going to be it. And once again, BBE has the opportunity to have a massive game. They had 12 eliminations before Zone 3 a second time, and they let themselves get eliminated in the middle of the game without any sort of bonus to all of those points that they were able to pick up. TM over here finally able to chase down the straggler there, Dongqing from GD, but they had to go deep into the zone, and the question is will it cost Team TM as we turn over to BLD, who pick up one of 17 GL stragglers, AS, and Benchu left alone here in game number 5.
Looks like it too as well here, as Benchu is going to be by himself, sadly, in this space. Really having a tough time here and absolutely been working towards it as best as they can here. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this around. They've been all over the place here doing what they need to, and now still working towards this same space. Oliver, BLD, and the rest of his team going to be hiding inside of this bush here, trying to hold it as best as they need to here. Just trying to play smart. WBG doing what they need to here. J-Team with 11 eliminations so far. They have been playing their absolute heart out. Let's see if they can keep it together here as ASE. They've still around the bend, but they don't have a whole lot of eliminations here. They're going to have to figure it out. At least from what I see on this list, though. And the overall. ASE towards that space here. Let's see if they can work towards this one as Hazy, Jin, and Alex are going to be able to do it. Yeah, they only have one elimination on their belt here. Very surprised performance coming in from ASE. Maybe they realize it's time for them to slow themselves down, focus on maybe end game, but only have one elimination. So let's see what happens though. Still gonna be able to rotate around this one as well. But XCG eliminated, Wolfew eliminated. BBE eliminated. Look at like we said before, that aggression sometimes can actually come back to bite you on the behind. 12 eliminations, 13.7 for the game score. Fantastic, but they're eliminated. They don't get no placement points. They might get a 0.5, possibly. But even then, that's still not going to be a whole lot. Either war. TM is going to be able to rotate this around. His Benchu is going to be all the way around this as well. He's going to need to play this in. Oh no, it looks like Jin might have spotted him. His Benchu is going to have to run as best as he can. He's going to have to maneuver him as best as he needs to, but it's not going to be helpful. He's going to have to maneuver this, and it looks like he's just going to be running around the entire bend, trying to just break the ankles of this entire team by themselves. The grapple is going to be able to connect as Heisey is going to just slowly catch him little by little. Benshu's trying to play the mind games of movement with this game here, trying to see if he can find it. He ends up scaling one of the walls here. I'm curious where Benshu. Oh no, I don't know exactly what he thought he was going to do. Maybe he didn't think we were going to find him, but it's not going to make it easy as he does end up parrying Alex though. Beautiful timing, though, to see if maybe he can be able to get something to possibly connect, but it's not going to be enough here. He's going to have to battle the dance of death right in front of all three of these teams of ASE. ASE is going to keep the same aggression right in front of Benshu, and Benshu is going to get finished and eliminated. The full team of 17 JL, sadly, is going to get eliminated. ASE didn't give him enough of a chance to try to rotate and get anything more of a finish. I don't know what he thought he was going to do, scaling the wall and just sitting there. I thought he was going to keep going, so I'm very surprised. Maybe he was trying to scale and he missed his opportunity.
Well, the thing is when you're trying to escape a team like this, right? He comes through. He knows they didn't see him go through the door. He's waiting to see what Ace is going to do, right? The problem with it consistently being on the move is you potentially give yourself away after you've gotten away. He took 2 different turns, jumps up on the wall, and plays the waiting game. He has to see if ASE maybe thinks he went to the right instead of going to the left when he takes that corner there, and wait to see what they're going to do before he can respond. If you just keep it moving, you're making noise the entire time. You're giving yourself kind of away there. That said, I think he had some better options. There's a lot of those double doorways, and you can actually grapple up to the roof, and it's very dark in between those doors, right? The odds that ASE was going to go to the door to the right or left and look up when they're in that tiny little gap between the 2 doors is very, very low. Sticking to just that one wall, maybe hoping for a little too much there, but he did keep it moving. He played it as right as he thought he could there. The thing is he had to wait to see what they were going to do. He waited a little too long to make a decision whether he was going to move again or not. And once the grapple came out and hit him, he didn't have the opportunity to scale rush. He needed to keep his eyes peeled, wait for them to come over the top, and before they have the opportunity to grapple, to then scale rush and go play the game of whack-a-mole again until he's able to slip away. But unfortunately, it just doesn't play out that way. And sometimes that's what happens. Sometimes the other player sees you before you see them, even when you're on high alert. And it's very, very hard to slip away from a team when you're a solo and you've got a trios chasing you. There's just so much grapple stun lock that can come through. It's very hard for some of these players, even at the pro level. We taking a look here. OUG kind of up top here. Very interesting. We're down to 24 players left alive. It's zone 4. There's a lot of maps still here. It is collapsing onto zone 5, so a lot of that map going to go away. So some of these teams are going to be forced together very, very soon. Ace's Alex sitting up here taking shots with the musket, trying to see what kind of eliminations they can go ahead and pick up here. And we're going to see Jin on the backside taking a little bit of damage as another team had tried to push in on them, but they are able to get the reset here. H-Zilly or Hazy taking some shots from down range, but going to take a reset as well. And Aces sees the team vacate a space that they think is much more vital to them. So they're going to go push towards that. Team TM over here, they do have 6 eliminations under their belt. A kind of a slow game for the likes of Team TM as they are getting pushed in on as well. They need to be very careful as they look for this reset. They can't afford to try to go into the house as there is no exit on the front side. They're going to be forced to take some of that zone tick. WBG Sleepwalker here actually lands the grab onto ASE's Alex. Unfortunately, Jing misses the dagger uppercut to get the damage off, but they are able to follow it up and PP able to get the elimination before Alex can get up and try to make their escape. WBG playing a really good game here. 8 eliminations once again. J team with 10 eliminations, the only team over top of them, and WBG just playing a slow, careful game of Naraka. They don't really need to take risks right now. They've already had their big pop-off games. They just need to play good, clean Naraka. That's exactly what they're doing. TM, once again, on the outside edge of the zone here. Kami trying to buy a little bit of space for Pampy and their other teammates so that they can get some heals off as J-Team moves towards the inside to find a reset of their own. We're going to see NV here with quite the good gear here between all of them as they're able to pick up some legendaries. They're going to drop a legendary flamer there on the ground. He's got a legendary cannon as we turn our attention now to Team TM, BLD, and J-Team going head to head.
Meanwhile, all the way through this space here, Pampy trying to hold on into this middle ground, ends up dropping down as J-Team all the way towards the middle here, all the way up with the lead of 11 points here. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this. BLD is inside of the building here. The circle's going to start slowly closing in. We got about 6 seconds left on the clock. Forcing them to move out, so they only have so much time to be able to do what they need to here. Meanwhile, Unique, the rest of their team, TM, trying to see if they can do something. Akame eliminated sadly here. Doesn't look like they'll have the time to be able to resurrect their teammate here, as Pampy is going to go all around the top and ends up getting eliminated by BLD. Absolutely decimating him as they lose one of their players as well. Is able to get the heal off as well and is going to try to push in here. Needs to try to find a tight quarter, but up top, those ricochets from the cannons are going to be able to hit some of the heals that they just made for themselves. Meanwhile, NV going to try to go for their rotations as well here. Oh man, there's still a whole lot coming on around this one. Meanwhile, Triple V with the insane Flamebringer here. The Viper ulti coming in from Double S. Meanwhile, Mines is trying to see if he can get some eliminations as well, and it looks like he shuts down the Viper. Wow. Mines is able to do what he needs to here as Mines. It looks like he's going to get eliminated too by WBG's PB with the bow shot coming through, as BK is also going to claim one as well with the cannon. The cannon has been doing an absolutely amazing job, and Fun Plus Phoenix here to do it again with the 5 eliminations thus far. Still has a chance as TXJ actually is going to be able to go outside of this one. He's possibly going to lose a little bit of his HP, but that's okay. The circle spread is still very, very wide all around this space here to do what they need to. Mulch ult comes through on the middle section here as Fun Plus Phoenix and NV are in the middle of their fight. J-Team right on the front side and WBG way on the other side of the cannon. Mr. BK trying to see if he can get a grab, and he does get one. The question is, can he get a second? Could be absolutely massive as he does end up getting the throwdown, and Triple V does get eliminated. Crazy, crazy timing and beautiful grabs coming through as Mr. BK able to do what he needs to inside of this final circle here. The ulti coming through, trying to halt the rest of the team here. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, TXJ able to do another section, trying to see if he can get some grabs coming in on the other side. It's going to be a lot harder knowing that there's so much terrain in front. 21 seconds left as circle number 6 is going to start closing in very, very soon here. This is going to be a very interesting final circle here. J-Team leading the pack with 12 eliminations, 2 players alive. WBG full squad, 10 deep, 10 eliminations deep. Fun Plus Phoenix, 2 players, 6 eliminations. Envy full squad with 6 eliminations. OUG sadly does get eliminated, not fully, but 1 player left on his team, and NV has a full squad still available here. The numbers that you play with this is very, very vital going into this, as Numaji is going to be able to push in on a full another team. NV trying to fight this out inside, right in between where both of the tents are here. LYD trying to go through the maneuvers, trying to keep it alive here. ZK is going to find nice hits on a TXJ. TXJ going to be able to throw down the bell and try to get some defenses happening. Meanwhile, Mr. BK all the way down low, trying to do a little bit of some healing as Triple V and Fun Plus Phoenix are trying to hold on as best as they can. They don't need to force anything if they don't have to. Meanwhile, J-Team and Envy on the right side trying to do something. WBG Sleepwalker with that bow trying to create something, as both monks are going to be able to come through and shoot out as best as possible here. They're not going to give any more chances for anybody to try to hold on, knowing that the rest of the circle is going to be on the far side and it's going to be in a wide open area space. And he ends up getting a double grab, stopping one of the players from demonking and starting his spree, as the Sleepwalker is going to find the next sets of grabs if he can. Is able to get the first throw and he gets it, and he nabs one of the players, Umaji. The question is, can he get a second? Yes, he does, and he ends up getting a double. Yet again, the Wushin is going to be able to take them out of the recession as best as they can here. Meanwhile, Sleepwalker coming through with 4 eliminations, coming through massively with what they can here. Is exactly what he needs to. His LYD is going to be dangerously low, hitting it with the Terracotta Warrior. Meanwhile, Hong is going to be up top with that Flamebringer. Not enough to be able to get really any further and with it, but he is able to get something, and Sleepwalker is going to be able to claim another. WBG is on an absolute whirlwind spree and going absolutely insane as they're going to be able to get the next grab, and the elimination is Sleepwalker is going to claim another. They were 16 eliminations deep. That is 17 kills coming in from WB, from the WBG squad, and it shines red all over this stadium. PP, Jing, Sleepwalker doing what they can to knock out another game here at Hollerock.
Hey, Dobby, you remember how I said WBG? They can play whatever game they want to. They don't have to go absolutely crazy. They can just play good, consistent Naraka. Yeah, they said that. They said the heck with. They said absolutely the heck with that. And you know what? I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna call out my fellow co-caster. I'm telling you right now, WBG heard what Jake was saying at the start of our first Trios broadcast and said, nah, fam, none of that. We're going to make you eat those words. Because Jake specifically said he would happily be proven wrong and eat his words, but he was going to wait till the very end. Yeah, Jake, I'm telling you right now, we don't even need to play the 6th game. WBG had a 30-point lead coming into this game and just had 17 eliminations in the first place finish. They got like a 60-point lead now. Okay, massive game for WBG once again. Again, a back-to-back MVP for WBG today. The first team to walk away with 2 MVPs here in Trios today. Jake, man, I don't know what to tell you. You got to put your bib on. Go ahead and get you pull up a table, get some nice fancy plates out, and I hope you got a chef who knows how to cook those words real good, because you about to be eating them hard, my friend.
About to be a nice little bit of alphabet soup coming through. Can you spell W-I-N? Find the W, because that's the one that's going to be hard to find in your soup. As we're going to be able to rotate this in, it still is able to do what they can, as WBG is going to be able to shut it down yet again for another dub, and just putting a nice little bit of nice little bit of salt all over the dish. Nice little bit of some pepper, a little bit of oregano, a little bit of some parsley. And that absolute delicious meal that they just ate here. As they said before with one of the solo players, you know, it's nice to have a nice little bit of snack before they get to the real meal. And clearly WBG is clearly full after that one. Question is, they still have one more game. Can they do it again?
Oh, look, WBG absolutely. They've played clean Naraka all day. I think there's been a single game they weren't top 3. A single game where they weren't top 3, and they were top 5 in that game. You know what I'm saying? Don't get me wrong. Yes. It would be more impressive if every single game you're top 3. But they've, you got all excited at the end of the first game because you were like, oh, yo, look, 17 JL, 100% top 5. That's a crazy stat. And then I told you, nah, that's because we've only played one game today, and they're only today's stats. Yeah, WBG right now has got that 100% top 5 rate, W.
That's crazy that I said that earlier as like just a surprise, and then I was still right at the end of this. 100% top 5 win rate. That's crazy. It's almost like I predicted that out of excitement.
Well, you were talking about 17 JL then when we were looking at the stats, right? But WBG just on a tear today. An absolute tear.
Win rate.
Oh my goodness. 18 kills.
Oh, we
not
17 away from a 20.
It's a 30.2 point game for WBG. 17 JL, the closest team to them in terms of points overall, walks away with the 3.2. WBG right now has almost a 60-point lead over everybody else in this race. Not only is WBG going to grand finals, but I'm telling you right now, if I'm Team GG and I'm Fun Plus Phoenix, have you seen the meme where the guy's flying the plane and he's just sweating bullets, like absolute, just like drenched from head to toe? If I'm Team GG and Fun Plus Phoenix right now, that's me thinking about, oh man, we came in, we was talking all that good about how we was gonna be the champions. We was talking about how I'm gonna eliminate Fun Plus Phoenix, and Fun Plus Phoenix is like, yeah, we're gonna walk all over Team GG, and WBG walks in and says, nah, fam, let me go ahead and show you how this is done real quick. And taking a look here, Sleepwalker walking away with 7 eliminations, almost 19,000 damage, 5 eliminations on the PP with almost 19,000 damage, and Jang picking up 6 eliminations and 17,500 damage here. And of course, all 3 members still alive at the end of this game. There was no stragglers from this team just clutching it together. It was literally all 3 of them dominating this game in this final circle. It just, as soon as Sleepwalker transformed, that no ult zone runs out, Sleepwalker monks up and goes, nah, man, don't even worry about it. Grab, boom! Pops the whole game off, and yeah, no question about it, WBG Sleepwalker deserves this MVP. Almost 19,000 damage, 7 kills, 8 assists, 10,000 of that damage coming from his ultimate, Dobby. 10,000. Sleepwalker trying to prove that not only is he one of the top 3 monks in the league, he is the top monk player in all of the world.
absolutely insane. They made it look so insane with everything going on here. They definitely did not make it easy for the rest of the teams to be able to do what they need to here, as they made it just look so nice. It's still absolutely insane how they were able to clutch that up, but WBG is just making it look easy. At this point, it is just easy for them, and clearly coming into Holoroth, and they do this same thing. Mind you, when they jumped in, there was a lot of teams nearby. It was actually dangerous, but they still was able to come out victorious at the very end here. Their pacing, they're smart, and their strategies in terms of when to be aggressive has been very important. Unlike BBE, which I'm sorry, I have to keep bringing this up. BBE has been doing such an amazing job to get some insane points early on, but sadly is not able to clutch it towards the end when it really matters. So yes, they do get those points, but sadly, they're not even cracking top 10. I need for BBE to not only pick up the smarts, but pick up the slack. They don't need to pick up the slack in terms of kills. They're doing fantastic on their own. 12 eliminations before they even got eliminated. That's impressive. I can only imagine how many points they would actually have if they made it all the way to endgame.
Yeah, like that's the big thing for BBE right now is they needed this game to be big for them. And they came out swinging, don't get me wrong. They had a 12 eliminations before Zone 3 was collapsed onto. The thing is if you've got 12 elims before Zone 3, most of these teams don't have 12 elims at the end of the game. It's time to pump the brakes and go, hey, you know, we got 12 points. We might want to kind of like make something happen with that. Time to go hide in the bush.
Yeah, I was about to say, they start hiding in bushes.
Look, if you've got 12 eliminations before Zone 3, go chill in a bush, my friend. You know who's not chilling in a bush, though? Our boy Terry, because he's about to come out with another great interview before we come in for the 6th and final game of the day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-game interview. Joining us here will be Yuya JJJ from Team Nirvana. Hello, Yuya JJJ. Please say hi to our audience. 你好，对，请跟我们的观众再打个招呼吧。
你好，我是Nirvana 点 UA JJJ， 大家好。
Hello, everyone. I'm Nirvana's Yuya JJJ. So here comes our first question. We've seen improvement in forms from you guys in the last game. What adjustment did you make? 所以我们的第一个问题是我们在最近几把中看到你们状态有所提升，是有做什么调整吗？
就是我们前几把没有落地的时候没有揉好点，然后后面就决定不给别人揉点了。其实战术上没有什么调整。
Yeah, so it's just we weren't lucky in the first couple of the games, and we didn't prepare well when we landed. So we just decided to play more consistently in the future games. So here's our next question: What is your goal for this group stage? 那我们第二个问题就是你们在小组赛的目标是什么？
我们小组赛的目标应该是先出线，因为我们的战术上面的决定是先稳住打小组赛，然后让自己先出线。
So our goal is to play consistently and try to make to the knockout stage. And the next question is, so how is this meta different from the previous ones? 我们的下一个问题就是在这个版本玩起来和之前的版本比较有什么不同呢？
之前的版本就比较偏向于运营啊，然后其实不太需要打架，大家就够决赛圈嘛。然后这个版本前面还是需要打架，然后收集一些资源啊，因为大家如果你不打，大家的装备都比你好，决赛圈就站不住。
So in the previous metas, it's more about development and macro plays, but for this one, we need to fight and try to get more resource, because if you don't, other teams will get better things, better armors, better weapons. So that we just need to keep playing aggressively. And that's everything. Thank you for joining us. 谢谢来到我们的采访，继续加油。
谢谢。
Thank you. All right, that's it. We'll give back to our casters and take a short break.
手画个龙，右手画一道彩虹。来，左边跟我一起啊！对，我唱那个。
是小雨唱就是那个什么，牵着我左手，又是一个。
不唱那个，小雨不适合唱那个。
小雨就适合唱那个。
适合唱那个，
是吗？
小雨的读书时代就是 T。
对，我小学做体操，幼儿园做体操的时候是唱那个蔡依林的《日不落》，你知道吧？祈祷你像那个英勇的警卫军。然后小学也是那个，因为小学跟幼儿园是一个学校，然后初中到高中就是高中没有做体操的，初中做那个铁步也是。左手右手一个慢动作那个，还记得怎么做的？知道啊，他就是这样画2圈，然后他们翘一下，然后这样手往下放，然后头放老的。
失误大吉。
只有栏杆，
我有支架。
走吧，去地坑。
过来拿支架。
我这没被收。
过来拿支架，我在运。
等一下，2件吗？
我没事。
拿过来呗。
我又能够再次逆。
走吧。有没多的蓝刀呀？
没有，我是
蓝长剑蓝棍的，
蓝棍。我没有被抓。你自己抓，自己抓，好抓。
我抓徒弟了，不要着急。
看一下他那红叶，
我这等着。
我抓徒弟了，我也徒弟。
我得拉药，不管不了，自己玩，我得拉满，自己抓。我闭机了。带手，加油！来，好的，我的。
OK， 没事。
Nice。
Ladies and gentlemen, from across the world, and of course Wales, because Dobby won't let you forget about what just showed up on screen. Welcome back to the Naraka Blade Point, a world championship. And you know what? At this point, we should just call it the WBG show.
I'm so happy.
In here, absolutely putting on a dominating performance across the board. I mean, these guys coming in, destroying the competition. The only team today to walk away with the back-to-back MVP. And Dobby, I'd ask you how you feeling, but I already know you got your whale. You're feeling real good.
I'm so happy. I didn't expect that. I really didn't. They said the whale stays in Shanghai. And the next one is the... I don't know why I'm so happy. Anyway, okay, reset. To go back to where we were talking about here. You are right, though. It is the WBG show. As they've been able to do so much here and been able to put so much time and effort into their games here, and they've been doing an amazing job. But here's the question. Which team is leading till Game 5? 17JL, WBG, OUG, and Fun Plus Phoenix. I mean, I feel like at this point, y'all kind of know the answer to this. We've been talking about it a while. And, yeah. This is... I'm
Look, if you don't get this one right, I got no remorse. If you don't get this one right, are you even watching? What are you doing?
It's been absolutely amazing. That's all I can say. I still just like, wow.
It's been insane, man. There is so many. The competition's been flipped on its head, and I don't think we can talk enough about how much a lot of it has to deal with the meta shifting, right? Many of these teams during season 1 played incredibly well, and season 1 was a much different meta from season 2. Season 2, the entire pacing of everything slowed down, and many of these teams struggled to get used to it because that's not the Naraka that they've played for the last 2 years. Now we've seen these huge changes come through, including with the Realm of Yang, and that particular change has brought the pace back to a much faster pace than it's ever been. And those teams that struggled in season 2 because of that slowed down pace, all of a sudden find themselves back in their comfort zone, back in that much more aggressive pace, and they are popping off because of it. Again, WBG, the champions from season 1, here in their comfort zone again, absolutely dominating in the World Championship.
Absolutely right. Coming in is BLD, placed 11, coming in bleed, as they are going to be able to work around towards this one. Just barely getting ready to crack the top 10 here if they can keep that same momentum. They've been doing a decent job thus far, but they are going to need to do more if they're really going to see themselves within that top 10. Not only that top 10, but they hopefully even higher than that. As now there's still more coming forth with it. Let's see if they're going to be able to rotate this and do well towards it. But the pick rate is at 36% with an average of 6.8 here. Let's see what they can do here towards it.
Yeah, taking a look here at Team VL. And, you know, VL, look, I got to give them this. In high spirits, given the situation that they find themselves in, they have a single game left to make something happen. And I hate to say this, VL has to win this game. They have to win this game with at least 30 points to have any chance of going to compete in the grand finals. And it's a tall order. We see very few 30-point games come out, and VL has not been able to perform at all today, except for the second game where they picked up 11 eliminations, and they weren't able to take that and turn that into an MVP for themselves either. They needed to have either a consistent day of games like that or one big game. Now they're down to needing that one big game. WBG here, I mean, these stats are insane, right? 10.5 average kills, average damage. I refuse to believe that top 5 percentage. That's 100% at all. They have killed it in the terms of top 5. And I mean, they've either been top 3 every single time. They've been first place twice, and they've been 5th place once. They have what an incredible day of Naraka coming out from these players. Ace, another team finding their footing here, unfortunately holding on to 16th place right now. This is not the position you want to be in. Ace has a lot to do, right? If you're in 16th place today, there's other teams that still have a whole other day to play. You are in the most danger of finding yourself dropping into that bottom 8 and not qualifying for the grand finals here in the World Championship. So Ace needs to come in and have a good game as well. There's a lot on the line here today for many of these teams, even though it's not the last day of trios. WBG, I mean, they can phone in this last game if they want to, but I'm gonna say it right now, I want to see the back-to-back. I want to see the triple MVP come out from WBG so that we can take a nice little pretty picture, and I'm gonna send it to Jake when everything's said and done as we take a look. We're locking in for game number 6 here, looking over our hero selection here. A couple more of these teams opting to go ahead and bring in some of that Takeda. I really enjoy this interesting comp where it's like Takeda, Justina, and the Yueshan, also the version where it's Takeda, Matari, and of course our Tumulk coming through as well. A lot of these teams are very low on hero points. We see Orion, NV, and GD down to 3 hero points left. BBE down to a single hero point. So BBE going to be coming in on that Viper comp that they haven't played quite yet today, and trying to make something happen. And BBE, man, they got to come in and they got to have a crazy early game, and they need to survive the late game and have a crazy late game if they want to see themselves go to the championship. Many of these teams, this is it. This is your last game. You got to put it down. And whoa, what a scrap that's about to break out down here in Shipwreck, Dobby. Tell me about the rest of the map.
Looks like it's going to be an absolute scrap here for our final game of today for our trios, as nobody's going to be landing at Stillside Temple. No, there's only 2 teams that's going to be landing, and GD is going to be one of them for Sunwing's Rest. Nobody's landing in Shadow Jade Mines, but Wreckage Plains is going to see a nice wide spread of teams and players ready to absolutely put some magic behind us here. Is 17JL going to finally be able to get their dub the way that they need to? Is WBG going to come through and steal another game from everyone under their feet? Are we finally going to be able to see BBE actually make it to final game? Find out on the next episode of I'm kidding. as we're going to be able to lock this in. BBE looks like he's going to be able to find the first sad elimination here. Not looking good as BLD's Oliver's going to find one as well here. Trying to hold it together as Bleed is going to try to see if they can create as much bloodshed as possible. And between this first flight here, everybody's caught inside of this first hut here, not trying to see if they can get anybody on the outskirts here, as it looks like Mines is going to be able to catch it onto 17JL here. But there goes the first Yoda Hime ulti. You don't want to be caught inside of a wild Yodo, inside of a hut. So much madness happening, within the space here. You got to be careful. As 17JL, ZU is going to be able to try to see if he can chase towards this one with a dagger. Trying to see if he can get some dagger downs on one of the players here, but there are so many bodies inside of that hut. It's absolutely massacre. Do not go in there. It's a crime scene.
You know, it's a crime scene, but 17JL says, hold on, let me come in here and get Benchu back up. BLD Mines trying to come back in. Unfortunately, ZU going to get caught out here as all of BLD shows back up. XCG shows up. And like you said, man, you don't want to go into that hut. All of a sudden, it's like a Michael Myers movie. Every time they open the garage, Michael Myers shows up. And this particular time, it's just another team shows up. There's ZU going to be the latest victim of the hut. You step foot in that hut, you cursed. You going down, and that's exactly what we see happening here. NV picking up some stragglers there from BLD, picking up some eliminations for themselves, and a Bane's Breath surging that I do believe belongs to XCG as they move their way through the rest of Shipwreck, looking to catch out these teams who are straggling and try to pick up some more eliminations. NV all of a sudden just deleted as Fun Plus Phoenix shows up. Like, I literally said 2 words and 2 members from NV were gone. Just dunzo, eliminated. Hong able to pick up at least 1 kill off of Fun Plus Phoenix, but not able to win the 1v3, and Fun Plus Phoenix will find the resurrection onto VVV, but Hong from NV able to put at least a little bit more points on the board there for the likes of NV before they head back to the Soul Altar.
Soul Altar indeed here, still going to be able to figure that out towards it. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum pushing in. Still a whole lot of momentum coming through here. If only they will be able to work towards this one, as now they're going to be able to do it even more. Let's see if they can figure this out here as Wolf U still is going to be able to rotate this around and trying not to get caught in a bad situation. OUG all the way down at the bottom here. Doesn't look like they really want to get caught in their next fight as well here. Meanwhile, XCG and more. I have been trying to cheer on more so much, man. They've only gotten like a couple of eliminations throughout the entirety of this whole trio series, and I really want to see them at least have like 1 pop-off game just so I can just be happy that more actually had a good game. Sadly, it just hasn't been working here, as Triple V is going to find their first victim for their Viper ulti, as Ku is going to be the one that gets found, and Triple V is going to be able to shut them down. It just sadly just isn't going to be the day for Team More, as CC and Ku are going to go down, and clearly they are going to push on their last teammates, and it's not going to be enough as Lao Wang is going to just get finished off by XCG. XCG is going to be able to find the last placement. Meanwhile, XCG is ready to possibly dish this out with Fun Plus Phoenix, but it looks like they're going to decide to back off. I don't know if they're necessarily ready to hop up for this next fight here.
Yeah, XCG looking to push in onto Fun Plus Phoenix, though, trying to find an engagement. Jiaonan is going to find some hits onto TXJ, but now going to be knocked airborne. Jiaonan needs to be careful about holding on to this monk ult. If they get caught out here before they can pop it, it's going to spell disaster for the likes of XCG. We are going to hear that monk come out, as Jiaonan doesn't want to find themselves being the reason this team loses the fight. And then all of a sudden, we see that Fun Plus Phoenix realizes they are on the back foot. And the Wii Channel comes out. VVV, though, completely separated from the team, needs to play very carefully and make sure they don't get caught out. Wolf U going head-to-head here with Orion at the moment. Or, sorry, no, this is actually OUG. I apologize. OUG going to lose SS here to Orion as they come through. Or, sorry, to Wolf U. I don't know why I keep saying Orion. OUG's way to trying to lock down the members of Wolf here. Choice goes pretty low, but Wade is equally as low. High gonna lose that Yuashan ult, but has plenty of gas left in the tank here. Xinyu comes in. They are gonna pick up the elimination onto Wade. Xinyu, the last remaining member here for OUG, and the Wolfpack on the hunt. Xinyu able to find an armor swap, decides to come outside, and then it realizes that they are gonna get the resurrection and want to back up. Look at this tiny, that's the tiniest invisibility bush I have ever seen. He just crouches down in that one little spot and it's like, don't see me. Nobody sees me here, man.
You can't find me. You can't find me. I don't know where you think you're seeing, but that's not from me. Listen, even with that one though, you still got to be able to push towards it and stuff. Be a little. You have to think about certain things in these areas, right? It's still all over the place with how certain people can really do certain things here, and you really just have to think about what is next. With some of these players here, as GD's K is going to be able to capture and get the elimination onto the Orion squad. Sadly here, as WBG is fighting this out with Monk versus Monk here, as Jin is going to get absolutely thrown all the way down to the wire, as Jing is going to try to see if they can finish this off here, getting it towards the corner here, as, oh my goodness, they're just going to absolutely bully this man, not giving him any sense or any sense of the matter, trying to get away here, as WBG looks like they're going to try to see if they can shut down and the next ASE player, and that is Alex. Alex trying to get a massive dagger down, coming through. Sleepwalker almost getting dangerously low. Bell coming in at a beautiful time. ASE with the insane finish here that looks like they will be able to finish up and get that from a Sleepwalker here. Insane to see that WBG officially does get eliminated, but they still have a chance to come back for the resurrection, as Kakaxi and the rest of the team are going to be able to patch this through. GD is going to be able to at least back out with the Wushin, and Benshu and the rest of the team are still going to be able to push in all around the bin and says, hey, where do you think you're going, buddy? Come here. As Don Quinn immediately gets hit by the Terracotta Warriors, going to try to see if they can push in, but it looks like Benshu has other plans, wants to try to see if he can catch Kakaxi on this other side here, trying to be safe here and smart, as it looks like he just wants to maneuver inside of it, as Don Quinn is going to come through and try to see if he can become the support that he needs to, as K is going to pop open the Yoda Hime ulti, catching Ziyu on the outskirts, not looking good for him. He's going to need to back out and be very careful here, and he ends up getting the 3 slashes on each side, was able to get a shield swap just in time, but Ziyu, it's not going to be enough, as K is going to be able to claim it onto him, as K also ends up getting claimed immediately, and 17JL is going to keep this game alive, pick up their teammates, get some heals, and keep it moving.
Like 17JL, another team that's just been absolutely on fire. You know, I got to give WBG their credit. They've done extremely well. They're in first place, right? But 17JL came in as a fan favorite according to the popularity poll, and it kind of shocked me a little bit because, you know, during the Pro League, we would look in and it was always like signs for WBG, it was signs for J Team, it was signs for GG Shot. You know, we never saw a lot of 17JL fans kind of in that crowd, you know, showing support. Chat, at least in the NA side of the region over here on Twitch, definitely, you know, not a lot of people shouting out for 17JL. All of a sudden they're winning the popularity poll, and it's almost like that's given them a buff here in the World Championship, because 17JL just coming in, being the second most consistent team in the entirety of the league, right? They have absolutely dominated today. And yesterday as well, or sorry, not yesterday, but the day before during trios. As we take a look here, we're heading into the realm of Yang. It's TM versus VL. We're going to see how this particular match goes up. Both monks immediately going to monk up on top of the pillars here, trying to give themselves more space to be able to get these grabs. It's very interesting to see these monks come up top, because in my opinion, it makes them bigger targets. Right? If you got to walk around the pillar, walk around the pillar. Standing up top there, you're just easy to hit. Creditor going to take a lot of the hits here from TM. TM trying to save their other ultimates here. I don't know if I really agree with it. VL also doing the same thing here, where they're not burning that ult early. They're just using the pillars, though, both teams, waiting for the monks to go out before they re-engage here. So at that point, it kind of makes sense to save the ult. If I was on the other team, I definitely would have pushed in to VL here. But VL now on the actual upside, just a little bit of Kami, though, gonna finally pop that ultimate as well. Yaku just controlling them, though, backing them off the rest of their team. Unfortunately, Creditor goes down as Akami finally gets a little bit of breathing room to jump in, doing massive damage onto Creditor. And VL, who was ahead in this fight for mere moments, now finds themselves on the back foot. This is a 2v3 proposition. Yaku comes in, but he walks right in to the F from TM's lovely Tumulk there, and TM is going to walk away victorious here. WBG, we see here, picks up a bounty on to NV, and TM is going to be your winners into this particular fight. Now over to XCG, who's going head-to-head here with Fun Plus Phoenix. We're going to see the slam come through on to Leo, but it's not going to matter as XCG loses Zhao on here, and we see it turn into a 3v2, and now we're going to see Ling HQ go super low. Actually, it's a 3v1. I misspoke, and Fun Plus Phoenix comes out on top of their realm of Yang.
And able to play this as well as they can here as TXJ and the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to get their Vermilion's Bird Might and their rewards, and they're going to come out stronger than ever before. As it looks like they're going to do some rune trading here all around this. Let's see if they can get something from their soul jades here. It's going to be very helpful for them. As it looks like now they're going to be able to work towards this one. Let's keep this same momentum going. As now things are going to get very, very good towards this. Let's see if they can keep the same momentum and be smart towards it. Excited to see how the rest of it goes here and work towards how you can keep the department of these vibes going. See if they can figure it all out here. And it looks like VL trying to see if they can push in on Orion. Both regions at the same time, trying to see if they can push in. King on the down stretch here actually doesn't know, as he ends up getting taken down immediately down to the ground. Body slam. You'd love to see it, as King is going to be able to come through with that Takeda. The ghost of the past is going to be able to come through for the future and see if he can get some swipes on it. The damage is going to be very helpful for him, as Yak is going to be immediately come through with the jumping parry, as Yak is going to be able to claim the elimination onto King. BL holding it on as best as they can here. Fun plus Phoenix still with it as Lexing Hen caught between the tornado, but Pooby is going to be out by himself. Unfortunate for XCG, for Pooby. XCG is going to be trying to see if he can keep it together here, but he ends up getting sliced and diced by XCG, trying to hold it together all the way around this bin. We're back at it for more and more of the momentum here. Let's see if they can keep this going here and figure it all out towards this.
Yeah, XCG going head-to-head with VL here. Predator going to pop their ult. Xiaonan going to pop their ult as well. VL on a bit of a struggle here, as they are on a timer trying to make something happen for themselves. They need to pick up those soul blooms. XCG immediately comes over and picks up Predator as he goes out of his ult. Predator is going to be eliminated by Ling X-Head, and TM shows up. TM with that Vermilion Birds might not going to be good for either of these teams, as if either of them eliminate TM, they aren't going to get those soul blooms that they're looking for here. XCG Xiaonan going to get picked up by Pampy. Pampy in the regrab, throws the bell down, and unfortunately we are going to see Xiaonan go down. Team TM finally finding their footing here in the sixth and final game of the day. This is the TM I'm used to seeing. Very clean third parties. They come in, they pick up 1 to maybe 2 kills from a fight, back out, reset, then go back in, which is exactly what they've done right here. They're going to pick up VL's Yaku as well. TM putting themselves up on the board with a big 12 eliminations here in game number 6. And they've got that Vermilion Birds Might as well. They can afford to go out and hunt another fight. They've got 80 seconds left on that safety net. Orion's tryhard just trying to keep things alive here. XCG able to get Xiaonan back into the game, but they were hungry to pick up this elimination. Tryhard trying to use that movement that he's known for in NA to get away here, but unfortunately Orion is going to see their run ended as XCG hunts down the last remaining member from Team Orion, and that is going to be it for NA's run here today in our trios.
Absolutely insane. They've been playing it and doing the best they can so far here, so very unfortunate to see that sadly they just weren't able to close it out as best as they need to here. But now, even with it, they still have another they still possibly have another opportunity, but we're going to see how that goes later on here, as we're still going to be able to lock it in with Fun Plus Phoenix. Fun Plus Phoenix trying to play this off as best as they need to here, as NV looks like they're going to get their chest. Looks like WBG is going to get theirs as well. ASC might be able to catch one as well. It looks like J-Team might be fighting it out for this next one here. If we go back to XCG and TM, they're currently in the middle of their battle here, as one of their players, Xiaonan from XCG, gets absolutely decimated with no more shield on him whatsoever. Akame trying to keep the game alive as Pampy is going to try to maneuver in. Right clicks trying to connect, but just a little short of it. Oh, massive slam from the heavy sword on Xiaonan, and Xiaonan is absolutely running as Akame absolutely gets hit by a bow shot. Absolutely destroyed by the Soul Jade. Unbelievable, but Akane has just enough time to be able to pop the Terracotta Warrior just to keep himself alive here during this one. The team's comp coming in from all these has been playing this so well, but it looks like F1 plus Phoenix and WBG is in the center of the realm of Yang. I'm sorry, we might have to go to that. I gotta see this. As it looks like they're already in the middle of their fight here. TXJ and the rest of Fun Plus Phoenix are going to try to see if they can keep their perfect record score going as WBG is going to try to hold this off. The Viper's going to be able to stun Sleepwalker, but not for long enough, as it looks like both WBG fighters end up getting sent all the way back, decimated as PP trying to hold on as best as possible. Sleepwalker trying to do what he can to see if he can get any grabs, but TXJ is going to find the first elimination onto PP here, and now Sleepwalker finds his first grab. Can he get that second, though? It could be absolutely massive. He gets the throwdown, but it's not enough. He ends up taking him away just in the nick of time here. Beautiful timing, though, coming in from Fun Plus Phoenix, and it looks like WBG is going to sadly lose this one to Fun Plus Phoenix. The timing from Wushin, I love. Didn't you just say that Wushin sometimes isn't necessarily a benefactor when it comes to the Shadow of Realm? Now look what happens. He comes through and snatches them away from a potential double elimination just like that in a matter of seconds. They were 3 feet from the ground. They can literally feel the impact coming, and all of a sudden they were able to get away and win the game.
So actually there, believe it or not, it's actually not the Wuchen that keeps the slam from coming through. As he goes to start the slam, the Viper actually hits them with the F2, which silences him, meaning he can't finish the slam up. And before the Wuchen ult actually comes through, they end up killing him. It looks very tight. There's a lot going on in that little segment, but Viper's the one who comes through for them in the end. The Wuchen just adds some flair on. And Dobby, you and me, we always appreciate just a little bit of flair added to a nice fight, right? We got a chef's kiss. You know what I'm saying? You got to come in with the fit. You got to come in and make it look pretty. And unfortunately, WBG now finds themselves in a situation where if they want to have another good game, they have to pick up eliminations right now. And Sleepwalker trying to make that happen as he goes for the slam here. They are going to get one elimination here, but it's 17JL actually slides in and picks up the Soul Bloom Essence, keeping WBG from being able to keep themselves from losing that debuff. And 17JL is going to clean up Sleepwalker. And WBG's down to a single member left alive, and it looks like 17JL trying to give WBG a run for that first place position. And look, WBG, this might be the first bad game they've literally had in 12 games. The first bad game, and that says a whole lot. That said, 17JL, there's a 50-point lead over them still. It's going to be so hard for them to come back and come over WBG in the first place. That said, 17JL's also had a very, very good run of things. So happy to see them coming in and putting in the work, picking up the elimination there on WBG, opens up the rest of the lobby for 17JL to have yet another massive game. And we might see our second back-to-back dub of the day, Dobby.
Absolutely insane as Fun Plus Phoenix is absolutely juggling 17JL ZU as ASD's Alex trying to work within it as well here, trying to do what he can here. He's just been trying to play this smart and doing what he needs to. Meanwhile, ASE trying to keep the same aggression as sadly AS is going to need to back out of this and play this all the way towards the end here. They are in second place though, so even with this 9 eliminations, still going to be a massive game for them, but now it's time to focus on the end game. Now it's time to focus on at least getting those placement points. Could be absolutely big, and so is that multiplier. It's going to need it towards the very end of this. Meanwhile, TXJ, Leo, Triple V, all the way, trying to hold this together with 14 eliminations, a massive lead. But where is TM coming from with the same amount of points?
TM's been absolutely popping off this game. Like I said earlier, TM finally found their footing here in the 6th game. And here's the thing. TM is a team that thrives on playing very methodical Naraka, and how they've been able to do that is they in previous days they would hot drop and pick off stragglers from teams that stepped out of position for even half a second, right? Unfortunately, that strategy didn't serve them as well today, as almost every single hot drop they found themselves dying before they could even get weapons in their hands. The other teams kind of adjusted to the strategy and realized, okay, if we don't want to get picked off one at a time, we need to eliminate TM off the rip. And that's exactly what we saw happen time and time again. Oh, GD is in a bad way here. Oh, that Wu-Chen ult though. What in the world? That's so huge for Team GD. Sorry, back to what I was saying about Team TM. That was impressive. J-Team has no idea where GD just dipped. They're like, what the just happened? Team TM though, this game played their game right. They hot dropped, they were able to start picking up those eliminations one at a time. And that's the thing, is you have to watch the kill feed to really understand how methodical Team TM plays it off. You saw it earlier, right? You saw King step out of place on Team Orion in game 1, and TM immediately just jumps on him and just kind of like obliterates him out of existence, doesn't even give him the opportunity to breathe, and then they regroup and reset before they find their next target, right? That's what Team TM does. So sometimes it's over before our camera guys can even jump over to Team TM. You just got to pay attention to the kill feed to see when these guys are popping off, because they're just picking these targets off, playing very methodical Naraka. And right now, no one's been able to introduce that element of chaos onto Team TM because they have aggressively picked up early kills, then went into the realm of Yang to pick up some eliminations, got some loot that they needed, and off the back of that, continue to play that good methodical Naraka. Look at this. Classic textbook. The Wu Chens were blocking them from pushing forward. They pushed forward. They dropped their own ult down on it. Now they're going to pick up some much needed gear for this Transformers comp. This could be TM's game. The team from Vietnam here has picked up an MVP in the World Championship, and they've been doing very, very well. Today has been the biggest struggle for them. They need a pop-off game, and they're very clearly working towards that game, Dobby.
Absolutely, towards this ending space with everything going on here. They've still been able to work towards how we can be able to push and make certain things go the way that they've been doing it. The dynamic duo has been absolutely fantastic so far here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum, as the Wushin is going to be able to take them out of recession. Alex is going to get hit by a bow. Don't know where that came from. He actually looked around wondering who hit me. I don't even think he knows. As it looks like now, Bleed, Oliver, and Loves on the inside here trying not to, as ASE knows that they're inside the... Oh, the F3 coming out at a beautiful time is going to be able to absolutely stun Hatchery. And even in, he's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Even I need to be careful, as Jin is going to be able to come in and immediately get sliced by the longsword, as Jin is going to be able to back out. And ASC goes, you know what? Just don't even fight him. Don't even fight him. Just let him go. Let him sit in the cave. They got hit with that one. I don't think they want to know. I don't think they want to get hit by the rest of them, to be honest with you.
ASE here, holding on to this great position. Look at this. Hazy comes in, drops those repair kits so they can hold that ballista. It looks like the zone's going to be pushing towards that ballista as well. So ASE trying to set themselves up for success. FunPlus Phoenix sitting topside here, just trading those shots downrange, trying to make these other teams expend those resources. VVV here, rocking the swimsuit for Matari here with a very interesting bowl cut. I kind of dig this customization that VVV's got going on. J-Team down below ZK looks like they're caught out or taking shots from somebody downrange. ASE waiting in the wings as well. 17JL J-Team just kind of needs to play this very carefully. They need to not get boxed in here. Luckily, the hole they're sitting in there has 2 exits. So if they get pushed from one side, they can go to the other. But there are a lot of teams around them. The potential for them to get sandwiched pretty heavy. They are trying to wait it out for the opportune moment to push towards where this zone is going to be closing. BBE still alive in the end game. Unfortunately, has not secured themselves more than 4 eliminations, so not the game BBE has been hoping to have. And on the receiving end of that ballista, 17JL was off to the races earlier, trying to compete with WBG, managed to eliminate WBG here in game number 6. But then were immediately pushed in by the likes of Team TM and are down to a single member, just trying to make the most of the points that they were able to rack up here. Ace over here securing themselves some more goodies while they hold on to that ballista as well, able to secure this Morse blessing for their team. Hazy here with that legendary armor on the monk, putting in work for the team, 4 eliminations to his name thus far. Teams TM and FunPlus Phoenix holding on to that first place with 14 eliminations each. J-Team going to pick up the last remaining member of 17JL. They go out with 9 eliminations and a 10.9 game score. As we're going to see here, teams BBE moving across the map here, trying to not be on the receiving end of that ballista anymore without giving up too much of the space that they've been able to secure for themselves. The game is slowing down and entering a bit of a lull here. And this is kind of what we see in game number 6s in these series, right? This game matters so much for so many of these teams. For many of these teams, it is the last day, the last game that they get to put any amount of points on the board whatsoever. So they are playing very methodically. They're going to play a lot more passive and safe. They want to stay in the game and squeak out every single decimal point that they can get their hands on here. NV going to be caught out here. TM trying to go ahead and pressure this and secure themselves yet another point here. Mr. BK going to go down. And once again, here we go. This is what I talk about. Team TM with that methodical play style. Here's a player out of position. And look at this. They know they can get it. Oh, but Fun Plus Phoenix able to snipe it out from underneath them in the very end there. Team TM didn't want to push over into that Viper ult for fear one of them might be stunned and then taken advantage of there. They had the burn onto that player, but unfortunately the burn wasn't quick enough to the draw as Fun Plus Phoenix rounds the corner and takes a shot, is able to pick up the elimination. And BLD holding on for dear life here as Mines throws out a desperate Yodohime ultimate. Oliver and Mines just trying to stay away from all of this fire coming down, and we're down to your top 6 teams here in our 6th and final game. Fun Plus Phoenix, TM, ASE, BLD, J-Team, and BBE. BBE with only 4 eliminations. Snack, the last remaining player. We see grapples coming out left and right onto Snack, and Snack finds himself once again in this hut that has not served BBE well, as they have taken so many shots from downrange on the Ballista into that house. But the Ballista out in the zone now. BBE might be able to find just a little bit of a respite in here. J-Team holding on to a house of their own as BLD tries to invade, and J-Team says, nah, you're not going to evict us here. We're going to see Lee land a massive Viper stun, and 2 members of BLD are going to go down very, very quickly to the likes of J-Team as they secure themselves the 6th elimination of the game. Ace topside here with the Monk trying to throw hands into the hut and make some grabs happen here for Team ASE. They are throwing left and right, but not able to find the members of J-Team. We're going to see the Yoda ult come out from ZK. As soon as that first slash goes through, though, AZ able to find the grab. The Flame Breath coming out from Alex, not quite able to get both eliminations, but able to pick up ZK from J-Team. Ace goes to 11 eliminations here as they turn their attention onto Lee, picking up that elimination as well. We're going to see cannon shots raining from up the hill from, I do believe, Team TM. Fun Plus Phoenix holding on to the super high grab. Pampy almost dies. The transformation saving them from the zone tick, able to keep the game alive here for Team TM. TM with 15 eliminations. They are going to lose. Unique to Fun Plus Phoenix from the top side. Pampy, a massive target right now. Akami trying to cover for him, but Akami not going to be able to do it. Pampy goes into the building trying to get away, but all of ASE waiting in the wings. He just gets tapped into the zone. Jin picks up the elimination, and now Fun Plus Phoenix coming in with a massive Viper ult. They're going to pick up a BBE stack, and that's going to be it for Team BBE. Fun Plus Phoenix now turning their attention onto Ace, the last full team challenging them here. Ace losing Alex in the midst of everything. It looks like Snack was able to get some burn tick on him, and that burn tick finally coming through. TM's Akami, the last remaining player here for Team TM, trying to go in and sweep the kill up out from underneath Fun Plus Phoenix, not able to find it. Akami getting ready to be stunned out by the Viper ultimate here. Nothing they can do. Fun Plus Phoenix cleans it up, and it looks like Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be the team to secure the back-to-back dubs here in game number 6.
Fun Plus Phoenix able to do it again, and they really needed to do it as best as they can here, and they've been able to see it for what it's worth, and they did a fantastic job of it. And now look what happens, though, as they're going to be able to maneuver in through it. Still did an amazing job towards this one. Let's see what happens next, though, as they are going to be able to work towards this one, and still was able to do much more towards that one. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into it. But yeah, no, they did an amazing job, though. And obviously, Fun Plus Phoenix is going to be able to shine it nice and orange towards this space. Did an amazing work towards that. Let's see if they can keep it going all the way. But man, what a performance coming in from all of these players and all of these teams. They did an absolute amazing job. Congratulations to every single last one of them.
Yeah, man, everybody coming in here today, this is a big stage to be on, right? Just qualifying for the group stages of the World Championship is a massive accomplishment across the board for every single one of these teams. For some of these teams, this is it. This is the last game, the last day for them to put points on the board. And for some of those teams, they know this is it. They know they did not put in the points required to get them into that grand final here for the World Championship. And they're going to have to walk away a little sad today, Dobby. But for other of these teams, it has been a triumphant day. And I mean, specifically, we have to look at 17JL and WBG. These are two teams that have been kind of underestimated coming into these grand finals. You know, 17JL, a team that before that poll started going out where we were talking about who was the fan favorite, we didn't really think had a whole lot of fans, and they came in and not only proved us wrong in terms of fans, but made their fans happy by having one heck of a performance here today. They, like WBG, were almost always in the top 3 today and during day 1 of our trios. And then WBG, a team that struggled to even be here. And what I mean struggled, I mean, you know, you're talking about the champions of season 1 of the Naraka Blade Point Pro League going into season 2. Not only did they had to go through rep change and perform well in rep change, after rep change they had to perform well in the grand finals of season 2, and they scraped by the bottom of the barrel in both of those instances. They were the very last place they could be in to have a chance to go to Worlds. Then they had to go through the qualifiers to head into the group stage for Worlds, and they scraped by in the very bottom of qualifiers as well to just barely earn a spot here in the group stage. And I think everybody, and of course including our co-caster Hipbrain, aka Jake, underestimated them. And they came in these last 2 days and showed that they are a force to be reckoned with. Fun plus Phoenix here, though. We can't take it away from them. A 22 kill game, a 20 bomb for you, Dobby, with a 35.8 point game score. And Team TM finally find their footing here in game number 6 with 16 eliminations and a second place finish going out at 25.4 points. And of course, ASE, another team that has done very, very well for themselves. A team that usually does middling has also done very, very well, been top 5 almost every single game here. And they have been able to walk away with a 19.9 here. 3rd place in our game number 6. What a day, Dobby.
Even with that, though, it's very interesting to see how they were able to put all of this together here. They did an amazing job towards this, and they just made it. They did such an incredible job with 17JL putting in the time. ASE also as well put in a lot of work towards the rest of this too. They put up a heck of a performance and made everything that they've been doing look so good all the way towards the end here. And man, they've put it all together thus far here. And they've still been able to absolutely kill it the way that they have been doing it thus far here. Let's see if they can keep that same momentum going into these next ones. Because like I said before, man, it can get absolutely hectic with so much stuff happening all around the same bin here. Let's see if they can focus on it much more all the way towards it. But I'm impressed with what they've been doing so far. Fun plus Phoenix was definitely a team that I think had a fantastic time with their momentum. And I think they really could have had the opportunity the way that they want to, and they clearly took it. But that lets you know right there, the stats sometimes don't matter. And clearly that shows with TXJ with 28,000 damage and 10 eliminations by himself, ladies and gentlemen, by himself. I just want to put that out there. By himself. He put in so much time, so much effort, and all of that work just comes through at such a beautiful time. You love to see it. And I'm very proud. Absolutely. They did an incredible job. And look what happened. They reaped the reward and they reaped the benefits. They've been putting in all this work. They've been putting in the time. And now it's starting to pay off.
Like, this is a great day 1 for Fun Plus Phoenix. Great day 1 for TXJ here. We got to talk about this. 10 kills, but 12 assists, right? Fun Plus Phoenix had 22 eliminations this game. That means TXJ had a 100% kill participation. In trios, that's a very, very rare thing to see. And he does a wonderful job pumping out 28,000 damage here. Huge game for Fun Plus Phoenix, huge game for TXJ. And you know, we haven't talked too much about Fun Plus Phoenix. It's day 1 for Fun Plus Phoenix. So yes, they're not in that top 3 range right now, but that's because the 3 teams in that top 3 range have had 2 days to put points on the board. And a double MVP day is a huge day 1 for the likes of Fun Plus Phoenix as they come out. But you know what else is huge for us? Our boy Terry, because he's got another interview for us before we come back with our closing statement. Terry.
Hey guys, here's the final interview of day 4. Joining us here will be Unique from Toman Esports. Hi Unique, please say hi to our audience.
Xin chào Unique, bạn có thể chào viewer được không?
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Unit đến từ đội tuyển Toman Esports.
Hello everyone, I am Unique from Toman Esports.
So you just completed your group stage. How are you feeling right now?
Team mình vừa mới hoàn thành vòng bảng của thể thức đấu đội thì hiện tại mình cảm thấy như thế nào?
Mình cảm thấy khá là nhẹ nhàng và thoải mái vì đã có kết quả tốt.
So I'm feeling very comfortable with the result and looking forward to the final stage.
Very nice. You are ranking third overall. Is that the goal? Did you complete your goal of the group stage?
Đội mình hiện tại đang xếp thứ 3 trên bảng xếp hạng thì mình có cảm thấy là vị trí đó là ổn với đội mình không ạ?
Mình cảm thấy khá là ổn vì đã đạt được thứ hạng cao, nhưng mà hơi tiếc một chút vì hôm nay đánh không tốt.
So I'm feel satisfied with the ranking and unluckily the second day is a bit up and down and we're not fighting good enough.
Yeah, as you talk about, your second day is kind of up and down, but you managed to go to the pop-up game and get much the scores you needed. So what happened in that last game? What's your strategy?
Team mình có một khởi đầu của ngày thứ 2 không tốt, nhưng mà sau đó thì đã đánh cực kỳ bùng nổ ở game 6. Thì tại sao mà team mình có thể làm điều đó?
Mình cứ động viên tinh thần của nhau và cố gắng đánh tốt hết sức là được.
So we keep cheering ourselves and just keep fighting, try our best into the last game.
So what is your final goal for the knockout stage?
Mục tiêu của mình vào vòng sau là gì?
Mục tiêu của mình là có thể là đạt được top 5.
Yeah, so our team looking forward into the top 5 of the final stage.
Very nice. Thank you for joining us and wish you the best luck in knockout stage.
Cảm ơn anh đã tới với buổi phỏng vấn ngày hôm nay, thì chúc anh có kết quả tốt nhất trong vòng cuối cùng.
Cảm ơn mọi người.
Yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you. All right, that's everything for today, and we'll give back to our casters for the final wrap-up.
Once again, thank you for another wonderful interview here. And I mean, what a game to end it on, Dobby. Honestly, you know,
right?
Look, Fun Plus Phoenix is a team that everybody has been looking at, as well as Team GG coming into this. And this was Fun Plus Phoenix's first day. GG has also likewise only had one day, and I can't think of a better way to wrap up the story or saga before we head into grand finals for the World Championship, to have one more day where GG and Fun Plus Phoenix get to go head to head to decide whether they will qualify or not for the grand finals of the World Championship. And that's a story to be told for sure, as the likes of WBG, a team that everybody had low expectations for coming in to the World Championship, has shown that those expectations can be subverted quite literally, as they have had the biggest tear of any team through our World Championship group stages. I mean, WBG really just thoroughly has impressed me as a team again. And, you know, they were the champions in season 1, so I shouldn't be surprised. But as hard as they struggled through the meta of season 2 and then to get here in the World's qualifiers as well, I think everybody counted them out. And, you know, congratulations to WBG, because no matter what happens past this point, they've got to be very, very proud of themselves. Even if they make it to grand finals and completely choke and just can't make anything happen, this alone has earned them a ton of money in the number of MVP finishes that they've been able to put up on the board. And I think they have silenced all the non-believers. And there's one in particular that I think knows I'm looking at him right now as we take a look at the final standings here. Orion with their first day, a measly 3.5 points on the board. Some huge adjustments to be made. Unfortunately, EU's Moore has had both of their days, and with only 25 points to their name and not even in the top 16, their hopes of going to the grand finals are gone. Unfortunately for EU's VL as well, with a 33.2 point overall total points, they are finding themselves in 17th place, and there's no way for them to climb up into that 16th place as they no more games left to play. So VL and Moore, two of our EU teams, are going to be finding themselves headed home. As we take a look here at the middle of the pack, we see that VNGC, EWG, and Wolves rounding out that 14th through 16th, but most importantly, three teams that have yet to have their second day in the spotlight. So these teams very easily could knock out some of these teams above them and climb even higher. I don't think they're at too much risk of ending up in the bottom 8. BLD finds themselves in the most precarious situation, holding on to that 11th place with 65 points, but only 65 points. OUG, who is below them with a 62.9 after a singular day. And then, of course, we have to take a look at our top teams at the very tippity top of the scale. WBG holding on to first place with 184.3 points, a 44-point lead over 17 at JL, who's holding on to second place. And then, of course, a Vietnam team, Team TM, not so much an impressive day today with a 23.9. They do find their feet in the final game, but off the back of a very impressive day one performance, they hold on with 131.6 points. A team that everybody should keep their eyes on. And you know what? Even though they don't have a great day today, they pretty much have guaranteed themselves a spot going into the grand finals of the World Championship. So they will be competing on the biggest stage in all the world for Naraka Blade Point, Dobby.
It's going to be absolutely fun to be able to cast not only the trios, but the solos finals. There's still a lot more anticipation here, but obviously just want to give you guys a heads up too. Tomorrow's stream for casting will not be going on. That has actually been moved to the 8th.
Oh yeah, it is going to be the 8th. For our solos fans out there, again, there will be no broadcast tomorrow. We will likely be running reruns. If you've missed any of the action, you can come check them out here, but there will be no live broadcast tomorrow. You'll have to tune in on the 8th to see how our solos or our last day of solos turns out. So make sure you mark your calendars. Sam, Sarah, I'm looking at you. Just don't forget, it's going to be the 8th, not tomorrow. And then, of course, make sure you tune in on the 7th, because that will be our final day of trios. You'll be joined by me and Moxie on the 7th for trios, and you'll be joined by Dobby and Jake on the 8th for your last day of solos. And there is still so much more action to come, because after those 2 days, we will take a short break before we come back for the grand finals of the World Championship. And man, what a place it is to be.
There's a lot on the line. There's a lot on the line when it comes to not only the bags, but the rights. And also at the same time, too, there is a lot at stake for certain regions. And I say this because in the solo standings, if NA at least makes top 3, let alone top 5, it is massive for the NA scene. The NA scene is a growing bubble just waiting to absolutely explode. Obviously, the overseas, the CNs, and even further past that have been absolutely booming here for Naraka Blade Point. But NA is still a growing scene that is just waiting for the opportunity to explode. If Tryhard can at least stay within that top 5, this could be absolutely massive and possibly the key to unlock the door to how big the NA scene could absolutely be. So it's more than just kind of the bag and the bragging rights. It's about the fact that anybody has a shot at being a part of the world's biggest stage for Naraka Blade Point. You just got to put your all into it. And we've seen some amazing teams so far absolutely put in so much work. And as we talk about it today, we're going to show you the standings for our day 4, for our groups, for our trios, as we're going to look in for our ranks from the 9 through 16 here. And obviously looking at the teams from GD, ASC, BLD, OUG, and BBE. pretty decent stats coming in from a lot of these GDs doing a very stellar, strong start with the 72.4 points coming through. And the same with OUG with a 62.9. Very surprised that, honestly, they actually didn't do a lot more than what I expected, because they really did a lot of amazing clutches and amount of time from what they've done. OUG did amazing today. I hope that they can keep this same momentum going in to the next couple of days here, as we're going to be able to lock this in with even more opportunities. Like I said, they've done it before. Let's see if they can figure it out.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look here. You know, we talked about our top three, obviously, but J Team, another team to break that 100-point barrier here after 2 days, putting up 115 points for the day. And, you know, I gave WBG a lot of credit today, and they picked up 3 back-to-back Ws. I want you to take a look at Fun Plus Phoenix. In 1 day, they broke 100 points, Dobby.
They absolutely did break that. That's absolutely insane to be able to put that one together. They did a good job of it as well.
Yeah, look, WBG likewise had a huge day. They had a 96.5, but it just being able to touch that triple digit is just it's such a good feeling for a team like Fun Plus Phoenix, especially because their big rival coming into this is Team GG, and GG in their first day only put up 88.8 points. So Fun Plus Phoenix already creating a gap between their biggest rival here in the World Championship, holding things down. But again, don't forget, no live stream tomorrow. The 6th has been moved to December 8th for the solos Group B and C. For trios, you can tune in on the 7th, and that will be me and Moxie. And of course, the 8th will be Dobby and Jake, aka Hip Rain. So make sure you tune in for both of those. You guys don't want to miss anything. You've got a ton of drops coming through every single day. And of course, you've got our lovely faces, and of course, some of the best Naraka you have ever seen. I can't say it enough. This new meta is absolutely insane to watch.
Amazing.
It's some of the most. I've been with Naraka for a long time. Don't get me wrong. I've been playing this game.
We've seen a lot of back and forth, man. We really have.
I've been playing the game since 2020, Dobby. The OG of OG Naraka, before anybody could really get their hands on it back in the day. And I will say I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of ebbs and flows to the meta, new weapons coming out, new heroes dropping, even new maps. And I've got to say, this Realm of Yang solves a lot of classic BR problems and brings back a lot of good aggression. Not just aggression for the sake of aggression, but good aggression to the meta. And these teams are just still learning how to respond to it. And I can't wait to see what Naraka comes up with next, Dobby.
Absolutely putting in so much time and effort all throughout these last couple of months. It's crazy. We are about to hit our 3 months for Naraka. It doesn't feel like it's been 3 months that we've been casting Naraka this much throughout the entirety of this season. Mind you, just want to give you guys a heads up one more time. December 6th, we will not be casting we'll be doing a rerun, but we will be back and adjusting to December 8th. So if you guys want to see all of our wonderful faces live yet again for more Naraka action, it'll be December 7th and 8th. Just to give you guys the heads up. But as for the rest of the teams, just like Fun Plus Phoenix and the other ones, we're going to lead off and we're going to head off to sleep. At least maybe for Rune, I don't know. Maybe for me, I might actually end up start streaming here. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for being here for the World Championships here for Naraka Blade Point 2022. We still have more madness happening very soon. Not tomorrow, but on the 7th and 8th, we will be here. So everybody, you have a fantastic morning, noon, evening, and or night here in Naraka. See you soon.